Prologue, a ghost of the past. Prologue, a ghost of the past. I can hear it. The stomping hooves of the Minotaur closing in on me. I slip into a dark corner of the stone labyrinth, waiting for my prey. I have spent the better part of an hour fighting this monster down here, and my constant hit-and-run tactics has put a toll on my remaining health and stamina points. Fortunately, the Minotaur himself is near death. It won't be long now. The first half of the fight was a cakewalk. The large mass of muscles moves slowly, and his senses are dull. I hit his weak points frequently, slicing the tendons in his ankles and neck. His racial passive enraged kicked in the moment he reached 30% health. I have been running ever since, throwing the occasional caltrip behind me or taking potshots with my crossbow. I am running low on consumables, but I only need one good hit to end the fight. The stomping of his hooves grows louder. My time to strike nears. I can hear a gust of air exhale from his snout. I take a deep breath to collect myself. It's now or never. I dart out from my hiding place and start swinging my sword. The timing is perfect. The Minotaur appears from around the corner while I'm mid-swing. The raging monster charges forward as he notices a sharp glint appearing in the corner of his vision. The tip of the blade easily slices into his flesh, only momentarily slowed by the resistance of his resilient muscles. My sword exits on the other side, releasing a soft gurgling sound as the blood starts flowing. The Minotaur's blood-red eyes widen in shock for a short moment while his brain tries to comprehend what just happened. However, it's already too late. Strength leaves his body as he falls to his knees. I tighten the grip on my sword and take a step back. The Minotaur stares helplessly at me as I muster whatever strength I have left to thrust the sword straight through the open wound. The Minotaur lets out a small whimpering sound as he tips over on the ground, lifeless. I collapse on the ground. That last thrust cost me my last few points of stamina, and my body suffers the penalty of being unable to move for 10 minutes while my stamina bar recharges. Exhausted, I release a deep breath. That fight took a lot out of me. I mentally open my character's inventory and check the status of my consumables. My eyes narrow at the sight. Geez, this was expensive. During the fight, I exhausted most of my consumables. I spent a total of 29 health potions, 38 stamina potions, 46 clusters of caltrops, 134 crossbow bolts, 16 haste potions, 12 adhesive potions, and 14 throwing knives coated in acid poison. Nearly 100 gold coins worth of equipment on just one single fight. But I did it. I freaking did it. I solo killed a high-level dungeon boss, intended for a group of 5 people all on my own. Who's the man? I yell. The echo of my bravado reaches far into the labyrinth, although no one is around to hear it. A small ding echoes in my mind, signaling the appearance of a system window. The familiar blue translucent screen appears in front of me. Congratulations. You have slain the ancient heroic boss King Taurus the Red Brute. For slaying the boss with a party consisting of *1 player, you have been granted more powerful rewards. You have been awarded 2,101,200 experience points. You have been awarded the legendary item Horn of the Minotaur King. You have been awarded 238 gold, 76 silver, 34 copper. This window is quickly followed by another message. Congratulations. For being the first player to kill Taurus the Red Brute single-handedly, you have been awarded a unique title. Title received Slayer of the Minotaur King. And yet another one. You have leveled up. You are now level 232. 5 unallocated attribute points have been awarded. Not a bad result at all. After a short while, my exhausted debuff ends and I can finally move my character. I jump to my feet and try to find a good angle to view my fresh kill. I can't leave before I take a decent screenshot after all. My pride as a gamer won't allow it. Half a minute later, with a satisfied grin on my face, I prepare myself to leave. I extract a single-use teleportation stone from my inventory, gently placing it at the ground in front of me. I start the 10-second channeling sequence before the stone starts to pulse with power. A wild torrent of blue mana encompasses my body, swirling like a maelstrom. A couple of seconds later, the scent of the dusty labyrinth is replaced by salty water. My vision clears as I stare out at a vast blue ocean. Honey, I'm home, I chuckle at my own dry joke. It feels good to be back though. My teleport point is located at the docks of the capital city. A fresh breeze washes over me, allowing my tense muscles to finally relax. I look out towards the ocean while a sad smile crosses my mouth. I'm going to miss this place. With a heavy heart, I turn and head towards the city core. Empty merchant stalls and taverns greet me along the way. The occasional NPC and stray player walks by every now and then, but they don't say anything. There is definitely a sullen gloom hanging above the city. Only a year ago, these very streets were bustling with activity. Adventurous players and boisterous NPC merchants filled the streets as loud cheers and laughs could be heard for miles away. The current state of the city is quite the opposite. It reminds me more of a ghost town. I stop in front of a rundown tavern. Its doors are nailed shut. The wooden walls could need some paint and a few glass windows are broken. I let my fingers glide along a dusty plank barring the door. This used to be my favourite tavern. I met my first friend in this place, and many of my best adventures started here. Now it's closed for business, like most player-frequented establishments. This game is dying. Yggdrasil Online used to be the most popular virtual reality massive multiplayer online game, or VRMMO for short. Tens of millions of players once called this game home, but now it's only a shell of its former self. Only a couple thousand players log in every day now, whereas most migrated to newer and better games. Nobody cares about this relic. The game was one of the first of its kind to hit the markets. Players rejoiced at the realistic scenery and splendid gameplay. But like most games, newer and better games were eventually made and the masses moved on. I don't even know why I'm clinging to this game myself sometimes. Perhaps it's because I for the first time in my life felt like I mattered. People treated me like an equal, and we shared laughs in spite of real-life appearance, accomplishments and social status. We were all just mere players with a common interest in gaming. It's the sort of harmony I have craved all my life. Sometimes I wonder if I keep playing this game just because of sentimentality alone. My friends have all moved on. I feel like a ghost of the past. I do like it here though. No matter what I feel, I soon have to find myself a new pasture. The servers are scheduled to shut down this very evening. This means that my character, the testament to my memories, will be wiped clean. I keep on walking until I reach the city plaza. The plaza used to be filled with merchant stalls, and it was the main area in the city for players to find a party to adventure with. Now the place is desolate. At the center of the plaza stands a large fountain made out of marble. It's one of the city's main landmarks. At the top of the fountain, 3 statues form a ring. A human, an elf, and a dwarf are holding hands facing one another, smiles of friendship and camaraderie on their faces. It's truly a marvelous sight. I walk up to the fountain and sit down on a bench at the edge of the pool. I stretch my arms and let out a comfortable yawn. My eyes slide shut and my body relaxes. The virtual sun gives me a warm sensation on the skin. It's a delightful feeling. Hey there, stranger, is this seat taken? My eyes shoot open. I tilt my head to the side and notice a human player. His avatar is of an older gentleman. He is bald as an eagle with a thick white beard, sporting a full-plate mithril armor with a shield strapped to his back and a hammer resting at his hip. I activate my analyze skill and the blue transparent window appear. Theocles, Champion of the Light. Guild, Sun Crusaders. Level 245. HP 37,732, MP 22,374, SB 33,687. Race human. Class Paladin. Who Champion of the Light A. I would be honored to be seated next to a paladin of the famous Sun Crusader Guild. I smile at the man. Cheeky kid, the man laughs while taking a seat next to me. The pleasure is mine, getting to enjoy the last few hours on the server with the famed Solo Butcher. He grins. I let out a laugh, can't say I ever liked that nickname. He laughs, not flattering enough for you, kid. I raise my eyebrow, Sounds rather crude, don't you think? I suppose so, but from the videos online, the battles you fought were far from pretty. The old paladin chuckles. Got the job done, didn't it? I shrug while revealing a small grin of my own. Can't argue with that, he roars with laughter. We sit there smiling a bit in peace, taking in the atmosphere. The old man pulls out a couple of tankards of ale and hands me one. The cold ale feels very refreshing. I'm lucky I met another kind soul to keep me company these last few hours. So how did you get that fancy title? I eventually ask the man. Champion of the Light is a very rare title only a few players ever managed to achieve. A smile appears on the old man's face. He begins to tell a tale of his guild and how they fought a high-level necromancer in a cursed crypt at the base of the Cyrene Mountains. The battle was tough and his entire raid fell. Being the sole man standing, the old man managed to pull off one of his most powerful smite abilities and vanquish his foe. He received the title after completing a set of very specific conditions he was unwilling to reveal, but I keep trying to wiggle the information out of him. We sit there trading stories for a while. The old man tells tales of his guild's most challenging raids, and I tell stories of the bosses I fought on my own. The hours pass by. And that's when I decided to hold my last stand against the bull. I went for a power slash around a corner for the sneak attack bonus. I lift my arms, pretending to hold a sword in my hands. Then I followed up with a power thrust to his exposed wound. I reckon I wouldn't have made it without getting a double critical hit. I finish of the story of my latest battle. The old man sits on the edge of his seat, captivated by my recital of what probably was my toughest fight yet. Splendid, I wish I could have witnessed such a fight, he roars, his glee apparent on his face. I'll upload the video later. I can send you the unedited feed if you'd like. I usually never offer up the raw footage of my fights since I don't like to reveal my strategies in depth. My unique strategies is what earned me my fame in the first place. I am going to make an exception for this old man though. He is a good guy and I feel like I can trust him. The game will end soon anyway, so it's not like my combat style have any value anymore. My smile slowly withers. That'd be great. His smile is radiating with joy, unaware of my shifting mood. The look on his face reminds me of my own from when I received my very first gaming console as a kid. Good times, eh? Ah, but look at the time, I got a head off, kid. It's been a pleasure, the old man says. Is it a pity I enjoyed your company, Theocles? Perhaps we will meet again in another game. Please call me Theodore, and I sure hope so, kid. The old man waves his hand. A bright white light flashes from his location. He is gone, logged off. I stand up and do another light stretching. I guess I'll head off as well, I mutter. So long, Yggdrasil, thanks for everything. Chapter 1, Nostalgia. Chapter 1, Nostalgia. Ah shit, that hurts. I rub the bridge of my nose. The sharp smell of the cheap vodka I drank last night assaults my nostrils. I am never drinking again. Disgruntled, I raise myself into a sitting position. A throbbing headache and a dehydrated throat is all I'm left with after my late-night morning. I didn't make it any better when the bad dreams started again. The all-too-familiar dream of finding myself in a dark hole, all alone, losing everything I hold dear. My body, my memories, my mother. The bad dreams have increased in frequency lately, and I'm starting to feel the effect it has on me. I shake my head. I'm not going to go down that mental path again, not today. The rain falls heavily on my window. I just know this is going to be one of those days. You know which ones I mean. After flipping a light switch, I raise my eyelids and get a good view of my room. There isn't much to look at, considering I have led a Spartan sort of lifestyle these last few months. I own so few household items, some might think I'm one of those Buddhist monks. Perhaps I should get myself one of those orange pajamas. They look comfortable. My eyes are still hazy, but I try to accustom them to the light. I live in a single one-room studio apartment with a shared bathroom. Except for a mattress in a corner, I only own a few basic pieces of furniture. There is a small second-hand dining table at the center of the room alongside an old plastic garden chair. You know, the cheap kind you see refugees sit in on the UNICEF aid commercials. I don't even know why I still got the old thing. I think I picked it up from somewhere when I was blackout drunk sometime. Anyway, that's not important. The important thing is, well, I suppose it isn't important at all actually. I reflexively move my hand to the side of my mattress. My hand grabs a familiar dark metal helmet. The chilling touch of the carbon-based material comforts me. My fingers gently fiddle with a few tubes protruding from the helmet as I let my gaze linger on the device for a few seconds. It's my most cherished item after all. My reason to live. Why would I cherish this odd little helmet so much? I can't really describe why it means this much to me. I suppose it's what allows me to escape it all. The helmet is a high-tech recreational device, allowing a person's mind to experience a wide array of sensations. The device is what one would call a full immersion virtual reality helmet, or FIVR for short. I'm not a tech kind of guy, so I'm not the correct person to explain how the thing actually works. I'm going to give it a shot though. And just so you know, I don't even know if this explanation is medically or even physically correct. I'm not a scientist, I just read a lot of forum posts on the internet. In contrast to the classic virtual reality devices, this full-dive helmet isn't limited to manipulating one or more senses by use of external sensual stimulation. The helmet connects directly to the brain waves themselves. The result is that the helmet can stimulate a person's sensory perception. By stimulating the brain in a specific way, you can trick the brain to think it is experiencing something that isn't real. Exactly how this works is superficially simple. Imagine that instead of watching a movie through a monitor, the device will allow you to enter the movie itself. By doing this, you can in effect observe the actors from every conceivable angle, smell the shampoo in their hair and feel the wind on your face. All this from the comfort of your own home. It is really a marvelous piece of technology. The technology is so far ahead of the traditional technology, it's mind-boggling. When you are connected to the helmet, it is possible to experience a wide array of sensations instantaneously, without any delay. That means you can connect to the device and control it with your mind as easily as you can control your very own limbs. The potential for this technology is limitless. It is like you can live your life in a computer-simulated program, with full sensual stimulation, with the ability to modify or enhance your body with no risk of harming yourself. Really, why would you even bother with real life? I have already stopped trying. This technology was initially developed to allow for paralyzed people to interact with others on a physical level. The potential of this technology, however, was quickly adopted by the entertainment industry. The first purely recreational programs released for the device are obvious. Pornography, big surprise. News programs, sports and movies quickly followed this, before eventually, the gaming industry had its piece of the cake. My favorite game of all time, Yggdrasil Online, was one of the first games released for the full immersion virtual reality device. Alas, like so many of its ancestors, the game died of old age. The servers shut down last night. I can feel a knot tie in my chest. The game was everything to me. I spent most of my free time for 9 years immersing myself in the huge virtual world. I could spend weeks just walking around, taking in the sights of a fully fleshed-out fantasy world. I can still remember the joy of riding across the Orc highlands of Tarok and delving into the deep mines of the dwarven mountains of Magnia. I will never forget fighting the terrors of the deep sea and the great coral reefs. So many fond memories. And I won't ever get to experience that world again. I sit on the mattress for an unknown length of time, just staring at the helmet beside me. I reach out and grab a tablet PC that rests on top of a pile of old clothes. Turning it on, I am soon greeted by the last webpage I visited before I passed out. I was looking at a news article listing all the most anticipated upcoming games for the FIVR helmet. A few of them caught my attention, but one in particular stood out. Fantasy Royale. The game promises to deliver an intense high-stake player versus player combat-oriented strategy role-playing game experience. I know it's quite a mouthful, I had to read it twice. In layman terms, I would describe it as a game where a lot of players are all crammed into a game world, where they all get to command and manage their own fantasy-themed settlement. The settlement's populations are all individual artificial intelligence entities. This means they are advanced computer programs that simulate real people, but are not accessible to the players. Gamers refer to them as non-playable characters, or NPCs for short. After creating and cultivating a settlement, you must command the NPCs to combat other players and their NPC minions, making for some epic battles for supremacy. I already have visions of myself as an armor-clad king of a medieval army, launching thousands of troops at my enemies by making a simple hand gesture. This game is just perfect for me. A pity I won't get to play it. The marketing of the game is the most unique stunt I have ever seen being pulled by a game developer. Never before has so many players been enthralled by a game idea, and everyone wants to play it. Literally everyone's. However, the game developers, they won't just let anyone play. No, they are actually only letting an incredible small amount of players play it, cherry-picked by the developers themselves. Why would they do such an odd thing? To explain that, I have to point out a few key specific requirements. First of all players only get one life. The game mode is set as a battle royale, where all players start at an equal footing, and the game isn't over until you either win or die. One simple slip-up or a moment of distraction or hesitation can mean one dreadful thing: game over. The crowd goes wild over this point. The free-for-all battle royale mode has been the people's favorite kind of entertainment since the Roman Empire. The sight of countless gladiators fighting one another until only one is left standing. The victor who stands above all others. The champion who wins the heart of the crowd by magnificent displays of their superiority. What better recipe can one have for creating true entertainment? Genius. The second requirement is a bit more dull. Every contestant will have to travel to the game developer's headquarters. Here they will enter gaming capsules designed for long-time immersion. These capsules haven't even hit the market yet, a fact that is thrilling in itself. The problem is, most people can't just uproot their lives to spend weeks, months, or even years at a time playing a game. So what would make everyone want to play the game regardless? That is, of course, the money. The third and most detrimental requirement of them all is that all players have to pay a hefty sum to be able to compete. A whooping entrance fee of €20,000 deter most people from even attempting to sign up for the competition. This limits the game to only the wealthiest of players, or the most dedicated ones. An interesting game concept, however, isn't enough to convince people to invest both their time and their money into a game they hardly know anything about. The real kicker of the deal is that the winner takes it all. Yeah, you heard me. The winner of the round gets to keep every single euro the other players spent to play the game. The developers doesn't keep any of it. So, how do they make any money? Exclusive broadcasting rights, of course. The entire game will be televised for the masses. With hundreds of players battling it out in a stunning fantasy setting, there is no short supply of entertainment material. The marketing budget for the game is insane. There are commercials everywhere. The internet is overflowing by it. It has already been announced that the developers are sponsoring several celebrities to compete in the game. It is really a stroke of genius by the game developers, combining the people's interest for prizes, violence, celebrities, and reality TV, Fantasy Edition. It's a recipe for instantaneous popularity. People of all ages, genders, intellectual and socio-economic classes unite in their interest to watch this game. I wouldn't have thought it possible to hit every single target group out there, but these guys did it. Brilliant bastards. One thing is surprising though. There has been a lot, and then I mean a lot of advertising of the game and the game concept, but there has hardly been any information released about how the game really works. People are scratching their heads from left to right trying to decipher what the game mechanics are. There has been a lot of general information about the game release, like what sort of races will be available to play, but there is no mention about what their strengths and weaknesses are. The game boasts of having over 100 different fantasy races, and each one offers a unique play style. How does someone balance that? What is the numerical values of each and every race? What is GAAH? I have so many questions about this game, and the game developers give me nothing. Nothing, it's frustrating as hell. the secret behind my success at being a solo dungeon diver at Yggdrasil Online is mostly thanks to my ability to plan my every move thoroughly, maximizing my efficiency by use of information and the numerical values of my available resources. How can the fact that I know there will be trolls and gnomes in the game help me when there is no way to know how the little guy will beat the big guy? An image of Bilbo Baggins shoving a Hellfire missile up Smaug's nostril passes my mind. TSSK annoying. There is no point in getting annoyed about the game mechanics of a game I won't get to play anyway, I guess. I refresh the page to see if any new information has been added while I slept. The site updates, and a fresh interview with one of the lead developers appears at the top of the site. My eyes widen for a moment when I see the number of views on the interview already. It's already in the millions, and it has only been an hour since it was posted. The interest for this game is enormous. I quickly tap play. The smile of a beautiful woman reveals itself on my monitor. The woman appears to be in her mid-20s, with the body of a supermodel. She has long curly blonde hair, bright blue eyes, smooth white skin and an ample bosom. Any man's first impression of this woman would be that she got the job purely because of her looks, and it's not too far off to assume her brain size only matches the tiny piece of cloth that makes up her dress. The truth is far different. Amanda Hemingway is a shrewd journalist who, despite her age, has accomplished far more than most journalists would during the entire span of their careers. Some suspect her good looks is only a tool for her to gain information. I'm the first to admit I would probably give her the PIN number for my bank account if she asked. Oh, I'm getting off track. Amanda is sitting in a chair across from a slightly overweight man who has a full bundle of curly brown hair with a matching wild beard. It appears the man has never even heard about the concept of a comb. It is the sort of look only a successful programmer could pull off. His small grey eyes spit life into his youthful grin, which is wide enough to outshine even a Jehovah's Witness who got past your entrance door. The man is Logan Andrews, the lead designer and creator of Fantasy Royale. Amanda's head turns towards the camera, her long blonde hair swaying as she moves. Good evening everyone and welcome to Fantasy Now, the official broadcast channel of any news regarding the upcoming release of Fantasy Royale. Tonight we have a special interview lined up for you. She winks at the camera. I'm sitting here today with Logan Andrews, lead designer and creator of Fantasy Royale. She pauses only for some background applause. Logan takes his time waving to the crowd, his youthful eyes beaming. Mr. Andrews, Amanda starts after the applause settles down. Her eyes are fixated on Logan. I can see her straightening her torso ever so slightly to amplify the effect of her cleavage. She is good. Word from SinTech Entertainment is that there is only a few spots left for the contestants. Is this true? Logan straightens his back. Yeah, most spots have already been filled, but there is a handful of spots left open. I will personally make the final selection over the next coming days. Amanda perks up. Can we expect the spots to be reserved for some last-minute celebrities? She keeps good control over her tone of voice, but I suspect she is about ready to burst from excitement. Amanda must be a gamer by heart, my kind of gal. Maybe, who knows, anything can happen at this point. I aim to make the show as interesting as possible. Logan shrugs, leaning comfortably back in his chair. Sensing there isn't any more information to gather here, Amanda smoothly switches over to a new topic. There has been quite an uproar on the forums lately among the core of the gaming community about the lack of information on the game's mechanics. I myself am dying to see the specifics of the Pixie race. Are SinTech Entertainment planning on releasing any new information before game launch? Logan's smile widens. I have no idea how that is anatomically possible. Please call me Logan. All that formality is giving me the shivers. They smile warmly at one another. Sadly, dear, the investors won't let me reveal much, I'm afraid. To keep things fair for the contestants. What do you mean? Amanda asks. Logan scratches his beard. Well, some of the contestants have really deep pockets, and releasing too much data about the game mechanics for the public gives them an unfair advantage. We have seen countless times before how professional organizations gather and analyze data in a very short time. This would allow for some of the players to have an advantage before the game even starts. Interesting, so it's a way for you to even out the playing field for everyone. Amanda is leaning in forward. She can smell a scoop. Well, yeah, that's the official statement on the matter. You wouldn't be so kind as to reveal just a tiny bit of flavor about how the game works for us, would you? Amanda presses on. Logan starts grinning again. Haha, of course, my dear. Between you and me, it just makes things much more interesting, doesn't it? Make the players take a chance. Choose and play a race you really want to play based on your guts and not the one you think will give you an edge. Unknown strengths and weaknesses can make players take a chance on any race, and some players will definitely find a hidden gem, while others will not be so lucky. He winks. Fascinating, Amanda lowers her shoulders. But tell me, won't there be some obvious choices? How can a hobbit hope to ever be able to match the strength of an ogre? Logan leans in closer, his face only inches away from Amanda's. The same way any weak side throughout history has beaten stronger foes. Tactics and numerical advantage. Holy crap. I can feel a shiver crawl down my spine. Did I just hear him right? That sounds awesome. He was being sort of vague about it all, but he definitely just hinted that there is a deep tactical aspect that transcends any expectations I had about the game. I want to play this game so bad. I'm shaking. Shit, this game's shit. Fuck, why did they make this game when I don't get to play it? The game is such a tease. The rest of the interview continues in the background, about upcoming events and profiling of the celebrities that will join the game. Personally, I'm too riled up to pay any attention. I can't believe this, I sigh. Now I'm getting depressed again. Oh well, I can't sit here all day reading up on a game I won't get to play. I get out of bed and prepare for work. The adrenaline from before is quickly draining from my system, and the somber mood soon creeps into my very soul once more. I take a quick shower before I get dressed. For clothes, I wear the same black hoodie and jeans I do every day. My imagination is exactly top-notch in the clothing department. I enter my equally Spartan-looking kitchen and grab the same dry slices of bread I eat every damn day. I soon have to leave. My mood is hitting rock bottom. With the rapid modernization process of modern society, a large portion of the population have been rendered obsolete. Further and further automatization processes creates an ever-increasing rise in unemployment. In the early 2000s, the unemployment ratio around Europe was lingering around 4 to 10% of the population. Not too bad in reality. This was easily sustainable levels for most societies. A couple of decades later, however, when we developed our first artificial intelligences and affordable robots, society was thrown over itself. In just 10 years, the rate of unemployment had risen to a staggering 35% of the population. Jobs became harder and harder to come by, and a race for higher education began. Naturally, most people don't have the ability to become nanoengineers or neuroscientists, and this creates a clear divide among us. The ones who didn't get to attain a higher education became bottom feeders of our society. Society's surplus. Human trash. Oh, I'm one of those, by the way. My life has really been a mess. I never liked attending school and wasted my years playing video games and procrastinating like the best of us. I'm not trying to make excuses, but my life fell apart when my mom died on me at my 18th birthday. My mom and I didn't live a life in luxury. She had a decent job working as a quality inspector at a local robotics factory. She didn't have a fancy degree, but one wasn't needed to check if all the computer chips had the correct shapes and all the little lamps were blinking. We weren't wealthy, but we got by well enough. We were happy. And it all ended the day my mom got hit by a drunk driver, who was driving a non-automated car, veered off the road and hit her, while she was waiting for the bus. And how was an 18-year-old kid, who hadn't even started college, yet supposed to cope with that shit? Surprisingly well, actually. With me just having come of age and suddenly left all by myself, the world around me started to come apart. I had to sell the apartment as I couldn't afford the down payments. I had to sell everything we had. Every memory I had of my mother and my own upbringing, sold, for a few measly euros. The only thing I had left was 20,000 euros, a bag of clothes and my FIVR helmet. Homeless, alone and devastated. I managed to find a small studio apartment which I now rent. I haven't bothered buying any furniture apart from the dining room table, a microwave oven and the mattress. Can't say I need it. I spend my days at work and my evenings immersed in Yggdrasil online, and now I can't even do that anymore. The sound of water pouring down the window is all I hear while I tie my laces. I put on my standard time-worn grey jacket while I reach for my umbrella. Can this day even get any worse? Well, time to stay positive. I struggle a little, but I pull my facial muscles into some perverted kind of smile. Perhaps Richard died. Maybe that'd be great. The small embers of my positive thinking shine weakly as I walk to the bus stop. Chapter 2 Rage. Chapter 2 Rage. Stepping off the bus, I'm standing in front of the skyscraper of my place of work. A tall building of glass and solar panels looms above me. This is the place the high-end law firm I am working at has their offices. Obviously, I'm no lawyer. I'm a coffee boy, more of a slave actually. I spend all day walking around with a tray, mixing cappuccinos and lattes for all the pompous lawyers raking in money at the little guy's expense. Normally, I wouldn't even be able to do this job. Automated coffee robots are already a popular job stealing offer out there which most companies use. The high-end firm I'm working at only employs a flesh-and-blood coffee slave because it's a sign of status. Who doesn't like having some poor servant beneath you to make yourself look better? It's a shitty job, made even shittier by the people working there. I wish I could quit. But no, I need a job and I won't get another job anywhere else. I was incredibly lucky just getting this job, and I need a way to finance my gaming interests. Social welfare sadly doesn't cover much, especially not the upkeep of my FIVR gaming system. Don't get me wrong, the job shouldn't be too bad. It's easy to do, and most people here hardly even notice I'm around. The problem, however, is a select few overprivileged assholes. God, I hope I don't run into them today. I enter the building from a service entrance at the back. Obviously, I'm not worthy enough to enter from the front like everyone else. Got to mind my station and all that. I quickly change into my work uniform and fetch my good old coffee tray. I pack myself into an overcrowded service elevator along with a few other poor souls and start my ascent to the top. It's time for my work day to begin. As I exit the elevator, I find myself at the far back of a large lobby. Exotic flowers line the walls and the lamps have a nice 1800s antique look to them. The flooring and walls are all built with the finest imported oak from Germany, and a few marble columns are strategically located in every archway and corner. The spacious lobby doesn't have too much furniture, and a lone receptionist sits behind the only desk in the room. The girl doesn't even bother to look up as I pass her. I can't blame her. She knows she can't be seen talking to me. I'm an undesirable. She is just looking out for her best interest. Kenworth, Goldman and Simmons is a large law firm that caters to the elite in London. They only hire the best lawyers available, and there is a strict requirement that they must all have graduated from Oxford Law with top grades. The top grades aren't that important if you are rich and connected enough, however. Luckily, a nobody like me don't grab too much attention from the bigwigs of the firm. I serve their coffee quickly and efficiently before I fade into the background. Unseen, unwanted until my services are required. The child in me sometimes compare myself to a top-level rogue or assassin. Have to spend my idle time doing something, don't I? Life here wouldn't be so bad really. It certainly didn't used to be. The current problem is a certain quintet of pure evil that haunts my life as often as they can. TSSK. Fucking brats. I have worked here for about 5 years, and the torment has lasted for just about 2. As fate would have it, the children of all the named partners of the firm are all about my age, and naturally started working for their parents as soon as they finished college. Normally they wouldn't give 2 shits about me, but my optimism and pure naivete managed to get myself onto their shit list. Well, mainly the shit list of the main culprit of the group, Richard Kenworth, or Dick, as I like to call him. I scamper along the corridors and start my daily routine. My inner voice prays that Richard is off on some meeting with a client somewhere, too busy to torment me. Of course, with my luck today, I can spot him down the corridor, leaning over a desk talking to his secretary. Why that asshole even needs a secretary is beyond me, but it's all about status, I guess. His back is turned to me, so he hasn't noticed me yet. I slow my approach and try to sneak past him as silently as I can. It nearly works too, until that bitch of a secretary calls me out. "Hey you coffee boy, why don't you be a dear and get us some lattes?" I freeze in my path and I can feel my stomach dropping. I slowly turn my head towards her. A fake smile plastered on my face. "Certainly, miss, anything for the gentleman." The girl is grinning at me. It isn't the nice kind of grin, of course. It's the kind of grin a sociopath would have after lighting kittens on fire. God, I fucking hate that bitch. Her name is Eva Shepherd, a natural part of Richard's entourage. She is the only one in the group without a fancy degree, but she makes up for it with her stunning good looks and rotten personality. The only reason she gets to hang out with these rich douchebags is because Richard has taken a liking to her. Whether it's because of her giant tits or her matching sociopathic personality, I wouldn't know. I suppose her life goal is being a trophy wife or something. Oh, and did I mention she is the reason I'm being physically and mentally tortured every goddamn fucking day? No, well, as I mentioned earlier, it all started shortly after Richard started working here. With a new and shiny uniform, a polished coffee tray and a genuine smile on my face, I started my very first day of hell. There had been a very cute and young secretary there who had started flirting with me. Guess who? Well, as any sane man would do in this situation, I started chatting her up. Putting my moves on her, as they say. The girl was smiling at me, laughing at my dry jokes, and started to play with her long golden hair. Things were going good. Little did I know this was all just some sick ploy from her to make Richard jealous. She had had her eyes on him for some time and knew he fancied her a little. She just needed to push him along to catch him in her little web. And the poor sucker that was to be the instrument in this plan was obviously the naive coffee boy. Her plan worked perfectly for her, and Richard immediately started a crusade to torture me to such a high degree that I would quit on my own. I'm not sure if it's my natural stubborn personality, hate for bullies, or my love for financing my life as a gamer, but I'm still hanging on to this day. Long story short, the torture kept on strong and he recruited along the rest of his devil's group as soon as they started working. There are 5 of those spawns of Satan now, but none of them can hold a candle to King and Queen Lucifer. Which brings us back to the present. As my presence has been revealed, Richard turns and faces me. He greets me with a warm smile. He manages to hide his sadistic tendencies much better than Eva, but he is also far more cruel. "Coffee boy, I am so glad to see you. Add some extra milk in mine if you would be so kind, I feel a little peckish." He gently rubs his stomach while faking a frown. "Certainly, sir." My jaw clenches and I slightly bow my head, silently wishing I could just punch him in the face. I start working on their orders, moving my hands in a quick and efficient manner. The product of experience culminated after doing the same thing for 5 years straight. The two watch me silently as I mix the coffee and milk, just like always. I suppose they want to make sure I don't add some of my spit. Believe me, I have considered it. Just as I finish their order, I pick up the 2 cups and am about to hand them over to them. They just grin smugly at me. Shit. A heavy step behind me makes me twist my head backwards. Too late. A large force crashes into me and I fall forwards. The coffee flies everywhere, but mainly on me. My face impacts the Persian rug and I can hear a nasty crunching noise from my nose. "It hurts." "Oi, watch it, coffee boy." A burly voice booms from behind me. Panting, I roll over and look up at the person that pushed me over. Keith Simmons' fat face smirks down at me. A 2-meter-tall fat simpleton, and the main perpetrator in the physical torment the quintet is inflicting upon me. This brute is Richard's own personal henchman. I'm willing to bet my entire life savings that his grades were bought and paid for. He is just too damn stupid, and incapable of following a conversation consisting of sentences more than 5 words long. He is good at hitting stuff though, mainly me. I grit my teeth in frustration. "I'm sorry, sir, my fault entirely. Allow me to clean it up. I learned the hard way a few years ago that being polite and submissive gets me out of trouble sooner rather than later. It hurts my soul, though. Keith looms above me, smirking down at me. I grab a rag and start wiping coffee off the rug. It doesn't really help, and I'm just smearing the stain all over it. I keep rubbing it, though, and try to look busy for long enough for them to lose interest and leave, like they usually do. This is not one of those days, however. Richard got a certain aura about him, and I don't like it. His facade cracks a little as his grin is far too smug. Fuck, this can't be good. Hey, let me ask you a question. Are you a gamer? The question catches me completely off guard. My hand freezes as my eyes climb up to meet Richard's gaze. No, sir, I cannot say that I am, sir, I say in a deadpan voice. His smile drops. Don't lie to me, peasant. I stare back up at him, unblinking. We both stare one another down, Richard with cold anger and me with a fake confusion. He smacks his tongue. I talk to your little friends down at maintenance. I know you play, or should I say played, Yggdrasil online. What's the matter? You couldn't afford a proper game. I let his taunts glide right past. So tell me, have you heard about the new game coming out? You know which one I'm talking about. He grins. I am not certain, sir. I give him a flat stare. Where the hell is this guy going with this anyway? He smacks his tongue once more. He steps on my hand. A sharp jolt of pain travels up my arm, but I remain deathly still. I won't give him the pleasure. Clearly displeased by the lack of reaction, he twists his foot, forcing a low grunt of pain to escape my lips. He keeps twisting his foot for a moment as I clench my jaw while trying to endure. I finally find reprieve as a high-pitched feminine voice echoes from down the hall behind me. Disgusting, what is with this mess? Did the servant spill coffee again? The voice says. Pathetic, why don't you just fire him already? A male voice chimes in from the same direction. I know who the owner of these voices are. The final two of my group of tormentors, Peter and Elizabeth Goldman, a couple of twins with the most stuck-up attitudes of them all. Both being short of height with plump faces, crooked noses and curly brown hair, they are the least attractive of the group, but also the smartest. Their general arrogance makes them annoying, but also my personal favorites of the group. Mainly because they are usually the ones that grow bored of tormenting me first and leave. Fire him? No, I can't do that. It's the kind and successful citizen's duty to help the plebs in life. Jobs are important, aren't they? Richard directs that last question to me while emphasizing the word important. Uvaka. I don't even know why you bother with him, Richard, Elizabeth says. Yeah, he is too far beneath you, Peter shakes his head. I try to keep still, hoping my reprieve has arrived at last. My building anger subsides, and the battle between my mind and my body about whether I should beat the living shit out of Richard is coming to an end. It doesn't help that he is right, though. I need this job. Elizabeth rolls her eyes. Whatever. The twins let out a synchronized sigh and step over to Eva's desk. They rest their bodies against it and cross their arms, impatiently waiting for Richard to finish his fun. Richard removes his foot and takes a step closer. He gently leans in and speaks with a soft voice. Oh, I am sorry, I didn't see you had your hand there. Did it hurt? I steady my breath. Not at all, sir. It was my fault entirely. If you would excuse me, I need to go grab a cleaner robot from maintenance. What? Oh no, no need for that. I am certain you can handle it. He smirks. No, really, I must insist, sir, if the stain sets. Nonsense, we can always buy a new rug. I was growing tired of this one anyway. I get an ominous feeling. He usually quits harassing me by now. What is he up to? I don't think I did anything to garner his wrath today. Right, let us not get off track. Tardiness is a sin, as my father always says. Where was I? I'm not sure I like where this is going. Of course, he moves his right hand in a smooth arc, pointing to all his friends, are heading away for a year to compete in this new thing called Fantasy Royale. Certainly you have heard about it. That is, unless the dirty shack you live in does not have access to the internet. I freeze. My eyes go doe-wide as I stare at Richard, mouth agape. Am I dreaming? I don't bother looking up and just sit completely still on my knees. It takes a few moments for my brain to process this. The corner of my mouth twitches and a small smile spreads on my lips. I try to hide it, but it's too late. Richard noticed. Not giving Richard the reaction he was hoping for, he steps on my hand once more, twisting his foot. I'm prepared for it this time, but it doesn't stop my face from cracking at the excruciating pain. Mollified by my pained expression, he resumes his condescending smirk and keeps going. We wish you could come with us, of course, a pity you can't. There is just no room for common rabble at this game for the elite now, is there? The bastard is clearly trying to taunt me. No matter, his attempts are weak. I've heard more elaborate taunts coming from the average 13-year-old in a YouTube comment section. I'm not going to bite. Would be a pity to see you go, sir. I say from my still bent position on the rug. I am trying to keep my standard monotone voice while replying, but I can't help but laden my response with a tiny tidbit of sarcasm. I have my limits. Dissatisfied about me not taking the bait, Richard smacks his tongue. I just wish for him to give up and leave me in peace. No such luck. A large flabby hand reaches down from behind and grabs my hair. My head is yanked backwards and I soon find myself face to face with Keith. Show some respect when your betters talk to you, worm, he says. My face involuntarily twitches. Keith really has bad breath. I can see a throbbing vein form on his red face. He grabs the soft tissue in my armpit and squeezes it hard. The sudden pain is nearly too much to bear. I close my eyes and endure it. After what feels like an eternity, the pressure lessens and Richard's annoying voice fills my ears. Tell me, coffee boy, isn't it impolite not to ask follow-up questions when you converse? Didn't your mother teach you any manners before she died? My whole body tenses. My blood starts pumping and my fists clench. He better not go there. I sit quietly, trying to control my breathing, doing my utmost not to lose my temper. I suppose she did. Pity, I suppose she can't have been much of a lady anyway. Something in me snaps. Don't you dare talk about my mother, asshole, I shout at him before I manage to think it through. Richard's face contorts into a nasty grimace. The relentless sociopath is about to emerge. What did you say, you filthy little creep? Eva shrieks from behind him, her eyes wild with rage. Richard just raises his hand to silence her. He doesn't want anyone to interrupt his fun. Protective of your mother, pleb, he smirks at me, a smile that doesn't quite reach his dark eyes. I wordlessly stare back, wishing for him to drop dead. Say I looked through the personnel files earlier when I happened to come across your file, he begins. He looks far too satisfied with himself. And I noticed your last name is Asbjørnsen, an unusual name that is Scandinavian, is it? Don't bother answering. Anyhow, it did remind me of one of my father's old case files. My body shakes in anger. Where is he going with this? Well, I did some digging and I found it. The State versus Alfred Cornet. Interesting case that was. The pieces start to click in my mind. Seems like Mr. Cornet had a few too many one night and took a ride in his old Bentley. Apparently he ran over a pedestrian, a young single mother, 43 years of age, Sarah Asbjørnsen. Richard takes a moment to stroke his chin. It turns out Mr. Cornet is a client of my father, and he got Mr. Cornet off on a technicality. A shame how that sometimes happen, isn't it? My mind goes blank. I get on my feet and grab Richard's chest with my left hand. A few of our audience let out gasps of shock as I pull him closer. Our faces are just centimeters apart. My sudden movements surprised Richard, and I can see a hint of fear in his eyes. I thought I told you to shut the fuck up, I calmly utter through clenched teeth. I proceed to plant my fist into his solar plexus. Richard gasps for air and falls to his knees. I release my grip and stare at him, too angry to move. A part of me just wants to keep kicking him until he stops twitching. Soon after, a wild coughing fit strikes Richard as he struggles to breathe. The entire room seems to have frozen in place. 4 pairs of eyes stare at me in apparent horror. Eva is the first to snap out of it. What's wrong with you? She darts forwards, shielding Richard's wheezing body with her arms. You freak. My eyes lock onto her, my gaze alone enough to stop her from talking. Several people down the hall are peeking their heads out of their offices, trying to find out what all the commotion is about. I don't care anymore. Someone call security, Elizabeth shouts. Quickly, Peter adds. The two twins seem most shocked of all, unable to quite comprehend how the situation arrived at this point, their hollow eyes measuring me, their flight instinct screaming in their head. I take a step closer to Richard, expecting Keith to sucker punch me from behind at any moment. I take yet another step, leaning in closer. Eva flinches, sliding herself back and away from Richard's unprotected body. I lower my voice so only Richard are able to hear. I'm going to destroy you and everything you hold dear, you little shit. Chapter 3 Selection. Chapter 3 Selection. Ah, Jesus, this is so boring. Logan Andrews is laying on sofa, with his feet crossed and hanging over the arm guard. His shoulders are slumped and his belly is slipping out beneath his one size too small t-shirt. The man paints a picture of relaxation. A few deep furrows can be seen on his forehead as he stares into a tablet PC. The tablet hovers in the air above him. Modern technology is pretty neat as it makes mundane tasks like lifting your portable device as comfortable as humanly possible, albeit a tad expensive. He grunts in annoyance as his eyes dance around the monitor. His face contorts, and he looks as if he is in deep pain. He is growing restless after having spent far too many weeks cooped up in this place. There is no trace of the youthful grin he displayed during the interview. Mr. Andrews, we need to fill the last 3 spots. Please focus. His assistant pleads. Her voice comes from somewhere behind him. I know, but these people, God, totally not interesting. They're just plain boring, useless. I can't make a show out of these people. He whines. Logan is flipping through a series of images on his tablet, each one showing a different hopeful applicant. He doesn't like what he sees, however. None of these people are worthy to participate in the virgin round of his mind baby, Fantasy Royale. You have looked through them twice already, Mr. Andrews. Please just pick 3. He drops his tablet PC and lets out a long-winded sigh. I'd rather leave those spots open. He makes a pouting face. But Mr. Andrews, the assistant starts. No, I don't want any of them. You can't make me. He swings his arms out wide, one of his signature childish tantrums in the making. But you have to, the assistant shouts, her voice strained from the change of volume. The behavior of her boss is starting to annoy her. Logan lets his shoulders slump in defeat. Kelly is no fun. He sits up and starts caressing his beard. This greatly pleases him and allows for his thoughts to flow much clearer. There have to be someone interesting out there somewhere. Right. He lets his eyes wander around the room. His sofa sanctuary is located in an isolated corner office in a large open office area temporarily turned into a call center. About 10 people are staffing the central phone lines for prospecting applicants. There is quite a low number of interviewers, despite the enormous amount of people who have shown interest in the game. Obviously, most applicants are denied even reaching the call center rather quickly. To keep the trolls at bay, the applicants have to deposit their starting fee in a secure account before they even get to talk to one of the interviewers. If you don't get picked, then the money will only be released back to the applicant after the round has started. Still, the phones aren't staying silent for long periods of time. Discarding his tablet, Logan gets out of his sofa and takes a walk among the callers. There has to be someone, he mutters more to himself than anyone else. The main room of the call center is the symbol of professionalism. 10 straight-sitting men and women wearing grey company suits with a matching headset is sitting 2 meters apart, forming 2 rows of 5 people. A manager walks between them to assist in any of the interviews. Any hopeful applicant has to go through a 30-minute interview. This is done both to gather information about the applicant and to evaluate their personalities. They have to check if the applicants are fit to be displayed to the public or among other people. You would be amazed at how many insane people there are out there. Actually, no, you wouldn't. Curious about the process, Logan steps up to one of the staff currently engaged in an interview. He hooks up a spare headset and listens in. Mr. Ali, the interviewer starts, unfazed that his boss is currently breathing him down the neck. How would you best solve a conflict among 2 of your subordinates? Logan perks up. This is one of his favorite questions after all. I would have security remove them from the premises immediately. I don't accept insubordination. A deep but firm voice says on the other end. Logan immediately removes his headset. He lets out a deep sigh. Another letdown, he mumbles and starts pacing down the rows. The selection round has been a nightmare so far for Logan. Because of the steep entrance fee, mostly rich people apply to join the game. The game is flooded by them. They have already let in 400 and they are all just horrible people. Disgusting most often. Logan massages his temples. He can feel a massive headache building. If only one of these rich overindulged kids had a speck of unique personality, Logan vowed to put them directly into the game himself. Too bad they are all the same. It's as if the rich people of the world is cast into a very small selection of molds, essentially making exact copies of one another. During the personality tests, the responses classify them into 3 different archetypes. Logan categorized them himself. The first type is classified to be the brutes. This kind of people are all about solving problems by excessive force. Why use a scalpel when you can just use a diamond-tipped sledgehammer? Logan can't cast these kinds of people for the game. Nobody likes a rich, arrogant bully. The second archetype is even worse. He classifies them as the snobs. Only spoiled rich kids can come up with these kind of solutions. Almost every conflict is resolved by either throwing money around or making someone else clean up the mess. They seem like a lazy bunch of people that never intend to lift a finger and still come out on top. Logan can't stand this kind of people. Not only would they make for terrible entertainment, they would also be the worst kind of players. The kind of players that quickly fall behind everyone else when starting on equal grounds and is quickly eliminated due to just utter laziness. At least their money is good. The third type makes Logan want to just repeatedly hit himself in the face. He promptly named them the moralists, because of their self-indulging habit of fighting for a good cause. You know the kind, the ones to publicly call for people to start saving anything that is currently popular to support in social media. Every other week they host grand parties for the rich to save the environment, stop animal cruelty and feeding the poor, or anything in between. They spend millions of euros on these causes, where most of the funds are spent on hosting said parties. It is weird why these kind of people want to play a game based entirely on violence and competition, but one can assume it is because they just like the attention. Logan won't even bother to guess why. There are a few minor personality types among the rich, but these are few. There's been a couple of sociopaths in the mix and Logan decided to allow them all into the game. They are just bound to make a great show. The cold, ruthless personalities are destined for great things, and people just can't get enough of them. Everyone loves to have a few bad guys mixed into their entertainment. Now he just needs a few competent heroes. He is certain they will find one somewhere. Perhaps one of the other interviewers has any luck. Logan steps up to another interviewer and puts on a headset. A high-pitched female voice immediately threatens to burst Logan's eardrums. Oh, and I would have RL my cute little pixies blast away those nasty orcses, and a desperate interviewer tries to rally himself. Miss, please, I just asked about your name. Logan quickly pulls of his headset. Nope. Pretending that just didn't happen, he moves on. He listens to a few more interviews, but none of them appeal to him. He is about to break for lunch when one of the last interviewers on the back row raises her voice. Please, sir, calm down, she pleads. Logan can see how uncomfortable she is with the conversation. Her supervisor is already standing beside her listening in. His interest piqued, Logan quickly moves over and grabs a headset. Sir, this is your last warning, calm down or I will have to hang up, she cries. Calm down after what they did to me. Logan jumps back in surprise. The voice on the phone is screaming in anger. Logan can feel a shiver crawl down his spine. Why is this man so angry? The supervisor signals for her to cut the connection. Logan doesn't know exactly why he does it, but he reaches out and grabs her hand. Perhaps it is just one of those spur-of-the-moment situations. He will never know. One thing he is sure of, though, he needs to know. The interviewer turns her pleading eyes to Logan, begging for him to allow her to hang up. He can't let her. With resolve in his eyes, he gives her a firm nod and rests his hand on her shoulder. This seems to calm the girl. She takes a few seconds to gather her thoughts before she continues the interview. SS sir, she hesitates. The voice on the other side has gone surprisingly still. Can you tell me about your motivation to compete? Faint traces of some heavy breathing can be heard on the phone. No one is making a sound. Logan can feel the lingering gazes of several of the other interviewers observing the commotion. The focus on their own interviews nearly forgotten. Logan is holding his breath. The voice answers in a low and calm manner. I want to kill every last one of those fuckers. Logan can't believe his ears. He quickly turns his head to look at his assistant. Every nerve in his body seems to be shaking. Who is this man? The assistant snaps out of her daze. She quickly gathers herself and buries her nose in her tablet PC. A couple of quick taps with her finger, she flips the tablet over to face Logan. A picture of an average, although slightly chubby man in his mid-20s stares back at him. The eyes of the man feel so hollow. The creepy kind of hollow. His name is Gregory Asbjørnsen, male, aged 26, currently living alone in Greenwich, London. Employed as a barrister at Kenworth, Goldman & Simmons, a high-end law firm in downtown London. Oh, scratch that. He is now unemployed as of oh my today. The assistant raises her hand to cover her lips, her eyes still glued to the monitor. Logan squints his eyes. Why does this sound so familiar? Kenworth, Goldman & Simmons, no, doesn't ring a bell, there is something he is missing. The last sentence on the phone is still ringing in his head. Kill every last one, he mutters. Wait, can it be? His eyes widen. Kelly, do we have any other contestants from that law firm? He can feel a knot tie in his stomach. Kelly taps in a few words on her tablet, and she starts flipping through a list. We have 5 contestants connected to K, G and S, a group of friends that signed up together it seems. All aged between 24 and 27, all registered as active at the firm. One of them is also a possible candidate for one of our featured main storylines. Oh my, she stops mid-sentence, gaping at the monitor. Kelly, he shouts at her. Sorry, seems like Mr. Asbjørnsen got a rather abrupt end to his employment after physically assaulting Richard Kenworth, one of the other registered contestants. Logan holds his breath, his mind is racing. Could this be what he think it means? I need him, he yells, startling everyone near him. He has the attention of everyone in the room at this point. Kelly is the first one to break the silence. But Mr. Andrews, company policy dictates. Screw the company policy, I don't care, we need to have him in the round. Tell the brass we got our Avenger storyline. But sir. Now, his sudden yell paralyses her for a short moment. With a shocked look on her face, Kelly starts jogging towards the elevators. Logan turns back to the interviewer, horror showing on her face. Move, I'm taking over. The interviewer doesn't have to be asked twice. She pulls off her headset and literally falls off her chair trying to get out of the way. Logan pays her no mind. He puts on her headset. Mr. Asbjørnsen, my name is Logan Andrews and I am the one in charge of selecting the participants for the game. His voice is steady. He can sense the person on the other side of the call is giving him his full attention. I have a proposition for you. My breath beats heavily against my clenched teeth. I am not particularly tired, but the sheer amount of rage that courses through my body is affecting me. My muscles are tense, my face is red and I can feel a small headache starting to throb. I bite my lip to the extent a small droplet of blood is racing down my chin. I want to scream, throw something, strangle someone, how dare they, how dare those fuckers do this to me. I stand up and slam my phone into the wall across the room. With no other way to vent my frustrations, I start pacing around the room, throwing around random punches that hit nothing but air. The tension in my fists causes my knuckles to whiten. It takes me around 10 minutes to calm down somewhat, although not by much. I look over towards the remnants of my phone. The broken monitor looks like a spider's web. The back panel fell off, revealing the battery pack. It is beyond repair. I can't help but regret throwing it like I did, no matter how justified it was at the moment. My tablet PC rests on the living room table, The monitor reveals the information of my bank account. Only a few moments ago, it contained slightly under €25,000. Now, less than 5 remain. I transferred it all into a locked deposits account. My body slumps into my small 2-seater sofa. For what feels like a decade, I let my muscles relax and just allow my body to sink into the soft cushions. My breathing softens, and rational thoughts sneaks back into my head. I'm immediately struck by the realization of what just happened. I lean forward and rest my head on both my hands, slightly rubbing my temples. Sigh, what did I just do? Oh no, fuck shit, shitfuck. I can't believe I just transferred 4/5 of everything I own in a fit of rage. Why didn't anyone stop me? What could possibly have made me think this was a good idea? An image of Richard's sadistic smile flashes across my mind, his 4 minions smirking in the background. Right, that's why. My hands clench till the point they start shaking. I start working through my memories of what just happened only an hour ago. The look of Richard squirming on the ground beneath me. The cries of horror from the girls, the punch to my kidney from Keith. The screams around the office caused an avalanche of activity. People came pouring out of their offices, shouting their outrage of seeing Keith pummel me to the ground while I bit his shin. Nobody dared trying to pull us apart. It didn't take long for security to arrive to toss me, and only me, out on my ass. As I was being carried off, I could hear the broken shouts of Richard threatening to sue me for all I'm worth. Little bastard. I struggled weakly against the strength of the 2 security guards pulling me away. The corridor towards the exit was lined up by the company's employees. They all stared at me with looks of disgust. Not a single one of them had any empathy for my situation. No one wanted to take my side. I wasn't rich enough. Didn't matter. How can people be so fucking cruel? While I got dumped out the back entrance, one of Richard's father's assistants had caught up with us. I was promptly informed that I didn't have to show up for work tomorrow. He proceeded to quote a list of clauses from my employment contract, which I apparently had broken, and that I can expect a legal response in a short matter of time. I told the tight-knit little cunt that he could shove his legal response up his ass. I am going to have my revenge on Richard, no matter what, a fact I made abundantly clear to the fear-stricken assistant when I was done yelling at him. No reason not to add to the list of charges now, is there? I'm going to make them all pay. I just wish I hadn't chosen such a retarded way of getting revenge. Exactly how I reached my conclusion to get my revenge on Richard, inside of a video game, instead of breaking his knees with a cricket bat. I'm not sure. It's probably because his dad's bodyguards would have beaten me to a pulp before I got within 20 meters of him. If I couldn't break his bones, then I thought I had to improvise. When force is not an option, the next option would be to hit him where it hurts. His finances. Needless to say, that wasn't an option either. The only possible way left was to ruin his personal interests. Like me, Richard is an avid gamer. He spends nearly as much time as I do playing video games. A successful one at that. Richard is a semi-famous streamer of the post-apocalyptic shooter game, Desert Nomads. He has been on the official site's top rankings 3 years straight. I did watch his stream once and I wasn't particularly impressed. The quality of his stream channel is naturally high, considering the wealth he has access to. Only the most popular or the richest streamers has access to a personalized AI that takes care of filming, editing and releasing top-notch in-game footage in real time. The cinematic quality is sky high. The quality is probably what makes most people watch the stream. Richard himself isn't that fun to look at. His playstyle isn't remarkable at all. Just an average rich kid that bought the best gear possible in-game and spent his in-game time blowing up buildings with a high-powered plasma sniper rifle from half the continent away. I bet every shot he takes costs about €100. A pity I never got to meet him in Yggdrasil. Now I sit here. A short moment of pure rage completely toppled my life over. A tight knot forms in my stomach, and the remnants of my breakfast threatens to push itself up my throat. Nearly all my savings, shit. What in the 7 blazes of hell made me think that was a good idea? This isn't about revenge anymore, I have to win this thing. How the fuck am I supposed to do that? I'm up against over 500 other people. God, wriggling side-stepping, damn it. My heart is beating harder and faster than Muhammad Ali. No, I struggle to form coherent thoughts. Shit, is this what a panic attack feels like? I sit here with an apathetic look on my face. How am I going to do this? Not only just the gaming part, what about my life? I can't just pick up and leave for virtual reality for what can probably last an entire year. I got obligations, an apartment to pay off. I got to get a new job, maybe get a college degree. No, fuck that, I need a job. No, there is no way back. I slap my face, attempting to steel my resolve. I have to do this. What am I trying to hold on to here? I got no family, no friends, no commitments. My life is running on autopilot and the direction is hell. What do I have to lose? How can things get worse from here? I'm sick of this shit. I shake my head. I let out a final sigh. Fuck it, let's do this. Chapter 4 Launch Day. Chapter 4 Launch Day. A week later, I get off the bus in front of SinTech headquarters. A duffel bag filled with a few changes of clothes resting at my side. I talked to my landlord and got a sublease on my apartment. It's a bit tragic that was the only thing I had to take care of before disappearing from the surface of society for up to a year. No matter, that's behind me now. Hopefully I last longer than a week in this game. I shiver at the thought of giving my landlord a call tomorrow, asking to get my apartment back. The SinTech compound is huge. It is several stories tall, probably around 30 floors. A glare from the sun prevents me from making an accurate count. The building's facade is made up almost entirely of hybrid solar panels and glass, a testament to modern technology. A huge crowd of onlookers and journalists are tightly packed around the main door. A small red carpet stretches between the main door and the road, cutting through the mass of people. 2 lines of strong-looking men in dark suits keep the horde at bay. It looks exactly like how celebrities enter fashionable events inaccessible to the public. Neat. I didn't expect there to be this many cameras, though. I did put on my best attire for the occasion, but it doesn't really say much. I suppose it's good enough. My jeans doesn't have a single hole in them, and the coloration of my black jumper is only slightly faded from age. Several taxis and limousines are queued up in front of the main door. People, most likely my contestants, step out of their vehicles, wave to the cameras and head into the headquarters in an orderly fashion. It would appear I'm the only poor sucker that had to take the bus, yay me. I walk up to the crowd of people. It's packed tight, I can't see past them at all. Excuse me, can you guys move? Coming through. I try to press against the crowd, they don't budge. Beat it, kid, a broad-shouldered man sneers at me while pushing back. Sorry, but I need to get through. I'm already late for the sign-in, I don't want to lose my spot in the game, I plead. The man snorts. Sure you do, kid. I'm certain you hide that €20,000 entry fee in your second-generation hand-me-down clothes. The man chuckles at his own joke. Now fuck off. He turns away, leaving me behind with an annoyed look on my face. What a douchebag. I circle around the crowd to the road, trying to find a way onto the red carpet. I soon find myself face to face with a Schwarzenegger-looking security guard. His muscular features are easily visible through his tight suit. He wouldn't have to strain himself to terminate my existence. The guard gives me a once-over look before he looks away. It takes about a second for him to decide I'm not worth his attention. Should I be insulted? This area is off-limits, the guard says in a low monotone voice. Sorry, but could you let me through? I need to get in, I have this invitation here. I hand the security guy a holographic disc I received in the mail a few days prior. The guard plays the recording to verify the invitation before he steps aside. Sorry sir, right this way. He waves me through, finally something easy. I thank the stone-faced man before I step past and onto the red carpet. The string of cars running up has already stopped, and I seem to be the last contestant arriving. The crowd around the entrance has visibly thinned, as everyone expects the show to be over. I take a few steps down the carpet before a few journalists even notice me. They seem to be awfully quiet. I suppose they are trying to process why a guy with worn-down clothes are walking down the carpet. Some start to laugh, thinking I have managed to sneak past security. A few cameras flash in front of me, and more of the crowd starts to cheer me on. This lasts for 2 whole seconds until they realize something is off. The guards doesn't try to stop me, and they notice the small holographic disc in my hand. The cheers turn into shock. Hardly anyone makes a sound. I turn around and spot the large man from earlier that wouldn't let me pass standing with his mouth agape. He looks quite comical. Too bad the situation is too awkward for me to smirk at his expense. I just keep walking. Great. Why did even this turn out to be so freaking awkward? Some divine entity out there must really have it out for me. The 12 seconds it takes for me to walk across the square and enter the building feel like an eternity. A few journalists manage to snap out of it for long enough to take a few pictures, but otherwise, I think it should have been possible to hear a pin drop out there. Not even a moment after the door closes behind me, the crowd outside explodes in cheers. This is far louder than any of the cheers for the previous contestants. What the fuck? With the loud cheering at my back, I now look upon a large foyer. About a dozen drones are quietly hovering above the crowd, each sporting 3 cameras. There is no doubt about it, the show has already begun. A group of well-dressed individuals fills the room, making me look like a proper bum. Everyone is properly dressed up for the occasion with wide smiles plastered on their faces. Probably smart, the whole world is currently watching their every move. I'm starting to feel a little self-conscious about my attire. A small transparent army of waiters slip unseen among the crowd, carrying serving trays filled with champagne and food. You know those fancy little sandwiches? My stomach grumbles. I need to get my hands on some of those. The well-dressed crowd seems to have noticed the sudden explosion of sound from outside and turns around. Everyone's gaze lingers at me. My face turns bright red. Come on, damn it, give me a break. I stand completely still, trying to look as inconspicuous as possible. I try the best I can not to make eye contact with anyone, but a certain group of individuals across the room catches my eye. Richard notices me at about the same time I notice him. His jaw drops and he looks completely stricken by confusion. Eva clutches his arm and looks at me with horror. I guess I'm the last person they expected to see here. I give the assholes the coldest glare I can muster. Richard sneers at me and starts to make his way over. He doesn't make it far before a couple of the security guards intercepts him. One of them puts his hand on Richard's shoulder and whispers something at him. His look of anger quickly fades and his face goes pale. What just happened? From across the room, my eyes are drawn to someone trying to gain my attention. An overweight man with brown hair and a matching full beard waves at me. The man is beaming in my direction and his small grey eyes appraise me. He looks as if he already knows me. And why is he so glad to see me? He does look kind of familiar. Oh shit, oh god, my eyes widen. Shit, what do I do now? When I talked to him last week I was kind of yelling at him. What should I do? Smile and nod at the man, I do. My chaotic train of thoughts is interrupted by the sudden start of orchestra music. I recognize the sound as the official music from the game. Its magnificent music entrants gamers all over the world and fills them with excitement. I can feel how the music gives me a familiar warm feeling of nostalgia. It's truly a remarkable piece of art, true to the fantasy genre. A masterwork. The entire room goes quiet, savoring the playful music. The silence remains even a few moments after it ends. Logan steps onto a podium and catches everyone's attention, his renowned youthful smile plastered on his face. Greetings, competitors. Welcome to the launch of the game we have all been waiting for. He throws out his arms as the light dims. A single spotlight focuses on him. Fantasy Royale. Massive applause erupts from the crowd. A couple of camera flashes can be seen at the front of the crowd, signaling the presence of a select few journalists. My muscles tense in excitement. This is it. As the applause fades, Logan continues. Everyone, I'm certain you are all aching to get in game, and we will get to that, but first we will reveal a little information about the game. The mood instantly changes from one of delight to one of intense focus. You can literally taste the competitor spirit in this room. Good to know everyone is serious. Logan grins widely. Now that I have everyone's attention, allow me to talk a little bit about the game world. As his sentence ends, a large 3D hologram appears above his head. It's a map of sorts. The map shows a game world shaped like a large hexagon, made up of even smaller hexagons. Not only that, but every hexagon appears to have its own environmental biome inside it. The first thought that strikes me when I look at these biomes is, hey, it looks exactly like the map of the old board game, Settlers of Catan. Looking closer at the map, I can see that the smaller hexagon squares are made up individual environments. I can spot several different ones like snowy plains, golden deserts, green forests and jungles, and a lot more. These odd climates don't seem to affect each other, and their locations seem to be completely random. A snowy mountain is located next to a desert, and a lava sort of environment is on the other side. Wouldn't that cause the snow to, melt? I focus more on the structure of the map. The center hexagon is grayed out. The remaining map is made up of 5 layers of hexagon circles expanding away from the center, making up a large hexagon grid sort of world. As you all may have guessed, this is a map of our game world. I see a lot of confused faces among you all, so allow me to explain our peculiar choice of a game world. I'm not that good with explanations, so bear with me everyone. Right, so as you may all know, this maiden voyage got 540 contestants. Why this odd number? Why not 500 or 600? Well, this is because of these hexagon grids you see here. Logan waves his hand upwards, pointing to the grid system. Apart from the center one that is grayed out, I will explain that one later. Each of the other biomes are randomly generated. 6 of you will spawn in the same biome. Afterwards, when you enter your capsules and have selected your race, you will be presented with a list of available biomes for your race. Here you will rate them all based on which biome you prefer to start in. Choose carefully. You might not want to play as a dwarf in a lake biome or an elf in a swamp biome. Logan lets out a wink to the crowd after that last statement. Personally, I'm thrilled. I love these sort of refined nuances in a game. The information so far isn't particularly helpful as of yet, but it's cool nevertheless. Logan continues. I wish you all the best of luck in the random seeding. Oh, and by the way, the biomes on the map here is only used as a representation. We will adjust the number of biomes based on your preferences, but some of you will be unlucky in your choices. May Lady Luck smile upon you. Next, the purpose of the hexagon grids. Obviously, since this is essentially a strategy game, some late-game issues can affect the game in a negative way. When most of the 540 contestants are eliminated, travel distance between the players could become a real issue. That is why, when every inhabitant on a single biome grid has been defeated, the grid will disappear after 24 hours. That's right, it will go poof, so you'd better get your troops off it ASAP. Logan points to the holograph, and a single hexagon grid disappears, the third from the top. After it is gone, another interesting feature presents itself. The 2 grids above the grid that disappeared move down towards the center. Almost like a game of Tetris. A wave of excited whispers washes through the crowd. Funny enough, or perhaps as expected, I am left out of these small conversations. Great, I have been singled out. This is gym class all over again. I stand sullenly in silence until Logan continues his speech. Right, you guessed right everybody. The system is designed to keep intense action from start to finish. As you saw, if a grid disappears, the outer ones move towards the center grey one. Yes, the grey one. I bet you all wonder what is up with the grey one. Allow me to explain. The center grid is uninhabited and inaccessible to everyone. The first outward line of the grid that got a single biome left will activate the center biome. This biome will then copy the environment of the activator's biome and grant the player a 10% increase to offensive and defensive values within this center hexagon. Yeah, you heard me. He literally shouts that last part. The room explodes in a torrent of excited cheers, questions, and even outrage. This game mechanic is a complete game changer and truly promotes aggressive playstyles. Excellent, nothing annoys me more in strategy games than people who lock down their bases in a turtle-like defense. It takes forever to root them out. My body is shaking. I want to log in now. I need to log in. Hurry up. Logan is sporting a wide smile. All right then, everyone. Let's quit this diddle-daddling and get this show on the road. Contestants, when we call your names, leave through the large doors to my left and we will take you to your personal capsule. Logan gestures to a couple of large oaken doors to his side. A couple of scientist-looking people are typing something on their tablet PCs, apparently oblivious to the attention graced upon them. Logan makes a move to get off the stage before he freezes. He turns back to the microphone and grins. Also, a little tip to those of you planning on making alliances, there is a reward for conquering your own biome. He gives the crowd an exaggerated wink. I look out over the crowd and can see a couple of people losing their confident smiles. Typical rich kid asshats that plan to buy their way into a strong alliance. Thank you, Logan. I could kiss that furry rascal. Logan quickly departs the stage and disappears off to God knows where. With a shrug, I try to flag down one of the waiters to get myself some of those nice little sandwiches. I won't be able to eat solid food for a while after all, gotta get dem priorities straight. The emptying of the room is a slow process, and naturally I am one of the last ones called. It doesn't matter to me though, I get to eat 6 sandwiches and drink half a liter of soda. Good times. When my name finally is called, I step out and meet with a tiny woman who appears to be in her early 30s. She is wearing horn-rimmed glasses and has her brown shoulder-length hair in a tight ponytail. She isn't wearing any makeup, and some deep furrows and bloodshot eyes gives me the assumption that she hasn't slept for at least a day. A dirty lab coat finalizes her appearance. Her sour expression makes her seem to be unaccustomed to smiling. Can't really blame her. I'm sure launch day of the hottest video game of the century takes a toll on anyone working at the developer's headquarters. I follow her through a short white corridor and into a spacious elevator. We take it all the way up to the 28th floor. Around the corner to the left, room 2909. Ask for Glenn. The tiny woman says before she disappears into the elevator again. Right, lovely woman. I start walking towards my room, eagerly peeking into the few open doors within my vision. Every room I pass seems to be similar. 5 capsules are lined up next to one another, with a large host of odd cables and hoses attached to them. Some of the cables go inside the capsule, probably to provide sustenance to the occupants, and I shiver. Oh hell no, they ain't sticking one of those hoses up there. Nah. I pick up my pace. I reach the end of the hallway and turn left. The rather abrupt turn causes me to bump into someone. Ow, watch it, asshole, the person yells. He manages to catch his balance just in time. He brushes his golden blonde hair to his side before he raises his eyes. We immediately lock eyes. It's that fucking asshole. I do my best to quell my budding anger. You, Richard sneer. His face stiffens in a look of hatred. I do my best not to break his face. Yeah, me, motherfucker. What are you doing here? He snaps at me. A vein starts pulsating on his forehead. It's my turn to sport a smirk. To fuck you up, dick, what else? His eyes flicker for a moment, and he seems unable to comprehend that I'm now in a position where I don't have to pretend to be polite to him. Bitch ain't got no power over me anymore. His eyes widen and his nostrils flare. Richard is so far out of his comfort zone, his mind seems unable to act rationally. You lie, there is no way you can be here. I'll call security, they will get rid of you. He rambles, his mind overloading. Oh little dickard, don't be dumb, I mean dumber than usual. See this? I raise my hand and show him my holodisc while simultaneously flipping him off. His face goes red. You insolent little, you better get out of here, my father, he hisses at me through clenched teeth. Something clicks in my mind, causing my left eye to twitch. The little shit is pissing me off somehow. Your father won't do jack shit to me here, he can't protect you. You can't hide in his shadow like the pathetic little bitch you are. His eyes go round in shock. Richard is about to lose it. His eyes darken and his jaw clenches further. From the looks of it, I only need a little push to make him physically assault me, effectively disqualifying him from the game. Through gritted teeth, he speaks. Why you? He takes a step closer to me. His muscles seem to tense and his face turns a deeper shade of crimson. You better back off before you get hurt, I tell him, getting ready to defend myself. Ignoring my words, he raises his fist and swings wide at me. I take a step back and feel the wind pressure from his extended arm swiping at me horizontally. His fist misses my face by a few centimeters. The force of his swing and lack of contact causes his body to rotate with the punch, making him lose his footing. I take advantage of the situation and step in closer, shoving him hard in the side. He falls over. Richard hits the ground hard. He quickly rolls to his side and stares at me. His face is full of pure rage. You little shit, I'll get you. I am going to make you wish you got skewered like that bitch of a mother of yours. My vision goes red. I don't know exactly what happened next, but two of the bulky security guards appear out of nowhere and are now pressing me face down into the floor. Richard is laying a meter away from me, heaving for breath. His nose appears to be broken, and a small pool of blood is forming beside his head. Unbeknown to us both, a small camera in the roof above us caught it all on tape. Somewhere in the building, the bearded architect of this little meeting is laughing. Chapter 5 Game Options. Chapter 5 Game Options. I don't know what happened. I really don't. I just broke Richard's nose and I'm already stepping into my capsule. Why? There is no doubt in anyone's mind that I just broke a couple of serious clauses from the thick brick of a contract I had to sign. I didn't read it all, but I did skim through the first page. It clearly stated that physical violence outside of the game would lead to instant disqualification, and the police would be contacted immediately. So would anyone like to explain to me why the staff appear to have ignored the fight, as if it had never happened in the first place? The two bulky guards had just picked me up, pushed me along the corridor and into my designated room. Inside, a caffeine-addicted intern had given me, and four strangers, a short explanation about the technical process of hooking us up to the capsules. He didn't even give us any time to ask questions before they chucked us in and slammed the lid shut. What the fuck, man? I don't even... Like a cold slap on my jumbled mind, the same intro music from the entrance ceremony fills my mind. It feels as if the sound originates from all around me at once, even inside my own head. Every cell in my body is shaking in anticipation, drowning out my earlier feelings of confusion. My body relaxes and I soon take in the music, savoring every moment of it. It doesn't take long before the game's logo makes its appearance and the music fades. My body loads in and takes shape as my personal virtual avatar. My avatar looks identical to how I look in real life. I hover calmly in virtual space. The only thing I can see is a thin veil of a fog-like substance floating around me. There are no walls or floor here, only a horizon filled with infinite darkness. It is only me, and I'm ready to tear shit up. It's game time. The moment is finally here. It feels so damn weird. This last week has gone by in a flash. Only a few days ago I was a below-average social reject, destined to live out my days working night shifts at the local 7-Eleven kiosk. Now I'm competing against the rich kids of society's elite at the largest stage of this century. It is funny how fate brought me here. I make a few light stretches, trying to get the feel for my new avatar. Sadly, there is no way for me to use the personalized avatar I have on my own FIVR helmet, but this new one doesn't feel much different, albeit it looks a bit plain. My skin starts to crawl and my fists clench. My heart is hammering. I'm getting psyched up. I wonder why my skin is crawling while in virtual reality. Meh, who cares? A blue translucent virtual display appears before my eyes. Welcome to Fantasy Royale. The round will start in 1 hour 0 minutes 0 seconds. Please select your race. Taken back by the abrupt message, I raise my eyebrows in disbelief. This game doesn't cut any corners, does it? I only have an hour to prepare. What the hell, that's not enough time to analyze my options and make an informed choice. Damn it, Logan, and here I was starting to like you. The game doesn't even allow me to pout for long though. Soon after, a surprisingly long list appears. Available races: human, angel, demon, elf, centaur, orc, pixie, lich, troll, imp, skeleton, gnoll. The sheer amount of data being processed before me is staggering, to say the least. The list is long, too damn long. A small number at the top right corner of the list counts 131 options. That's one hell of a long list. I don't think I can even name a quarter of the available races. Balancing them all would be impossible. A thought strikes my mind. Maybe they aren't supposed to be balanced. Logan, what the fuck did he create? I keep browsing the list. I try selecting a few, hoping to get some information about the races. No luck. It seems like the developers don't want some Poindexter break down their games on numbers alone before it's too late. H-rump. My eyes narrow and a few deep furrows appear on my forehead. There must be a way. If I can't make a perfectly logical assumption about the races, then I should try to play the mind game. Well, I don't really know where to begin. Giving my head a shake, I collect myself. Let's start with the obvious. Large and traditionally powerful races like angels, demons, dragonkin and centaurs practically got a large sign hanging above them, telling us how freakingly overpowered they probably are. I can't really say I know Logan Andrews, but I'd be damned if he ain't trolling us hard on this one. I should just scratch all of those. So what does that leave me with? Humans, no, too plain. This option is just screaming to be selected as being the only real safe choice. I'm not falling for it. What about all the small ones? Hobbits, pixies, murlocs and kobolds? Nadorworth. Weaklings, there is no way they could work, or could they? What if didn't Logan hint towards something like this last week during the interview? How the weak beat the strong, numbers. Numbers, of course. The smaller races probably have a huge numerical advantage. In such a large-scale strategy game like this, numbers alone is a great advantage. Those larger races probably have a massive advantage in straight-up combat, but the smaller ones should definitely make up for it in strategy. 90% of a strategy game is about maneuvering after all. It's far easier to scout around, gather information, and lead an enemy around on a wild goose chase with a numerous force rather than a small one. That's it, it gotta be it. Yes, definitely. So which race do I choose? The inner Lord of the Rings fan in me draws me towards hobbits. No, their arms are too short, not fit for combat. So then, what about murlocs? They most likely have a superior advantage in aquatic settings, but I would probably get screwed over in a hostile environment with no water. Murlocs in a desert wouldn't be more than a poorly made portion of fish and chips. I'm scratching that out. So what is there then? Kobolds. If my fantasy lore serves me right, they aren't adaptable enough. Pixies, too feminine. Ghouls. Those claws would probably hinder weapon usage. So what about ag, too hard? With a deep sigh, I start scrolling down the list at a fast pace, eliminating most races at a single glance. A certain race I have seen 1,000,000 times before catches my eye. Goblins, really? Why would I? It's just so really. But on the other hand, goblins, that could work. Tiny green humanoids with a knack for murder. What isn't there to love? Grinning, I quickly tap the word goblin in the list. A prompt appears. You have selected goblin, are you certain? Yes/no. I don't hesitate, clicking yes. A small ember of glee sparks within me. I have always been fascinated by the fantasy depiction of goblin society. Usually treated as a savage and weak race, they are in reality one of the most cunning species. They are quick on the uptake to implement the technology of their enemies and make use of their weapons, and they can persevere in almost any environment. Like a race of next-gen cockroaches, tailored for the fantasy world. Most people only look upon goblins as fodder for the other, larger goblinoid species, but a true goblin fan like me knows they can thrive on their own. Doesn't hurt to be underestimated as the underdog by the other players. Taking a moment to collect myself, I cast a glance on the clock in the top left of my vision. A little over 38 minutes left. Damn, I'd better hurry. A new prompt appears. Please rate your preferred available starting environment: forest, mountain, swamp, snow, jungle, plain, hill, riverlands, lake, ruins, tundra. For the umpteenth time today, I'm stunned. That's a lot of options. I guess I was correct in my assumption about goblins being a highly adaptable race in terms of environment. Makes me excited to think about what else I might have been correct about. So how do I make an educated guess about this? From my experience, Goblins prefer to live in caves underground, in small villages deep in a forest or jungle, or hiding among the vegetation in a swamp. Ruins are also a definite telltale sign of goblin society. I sit for a while, knocking my brain around to try and figure how I'm supposed to approach this problem. In the end, I just decide to go with my gut. Goblins are supposed to be cunning, so I'd better pick an environment that complements this skill set, but one that can also work out in case I'm completely and utterly wrong. I rate my choices in the following manner: 1. Mountains, 2. Forest, 3. Ruins, 4. Jungle, 5. Swamps. I assign the last options randomly, figuring I would most definitely get one of the common first choices I select. I take another glance at the timer. 26 minutes, getting close. After confirming my ratings, yet another choice appears. How many of these are there? I should probably pick up the pace. Who knows how many more there are? Please select your character: Class Warrior, Berserk, Archer, Rogue, Ranger, Mage, Shaman, Priest. Oh ho ho, now we're talking. Customizing my own character, and so many appealing options. This option is easy. All bow down before the mighty Goblin Berserker. I tap Berserker from the list and soon the prompt appears asking to confirm my choice. I raise my hand and let it hover above the yes button for a while. Something prevents me from confirming my choice. I get this empty feeling in my stomach that I'm about to make a horrible mistake. My gut is right, this seems wrong. I tap no. Okay, let's get back to analyzing my options. What do we know? Goblins are numerous but weak. Being a melee fighter in general is awful for a goblin. It would be like throwing wet towels at a bowling ball. I mentally eliminate warrior, berserker and rogue. I'm left with spellcasting classes and ranged fighters. Spellcasters would feel like the most obvious choice, but my gut tells me that option has severe flaws. Goblins are weak and nothing screams, "Hey, come kill me," like a tiny fireball dispenser. I scratch out these options as well. This leaves me with only 2 real choices: Archer and Ranger. Nobody would look twice at just another archer in a horde of goblins, but I suppose they are also priority targets. I need something subtle. Perhaps I shouldn't have been so quick to dismiss the rogue. Why would I have to fight anyway? I should just stay out of sight, letting my minions fight. This is a strategy game after all. The Ranger. This class is the most mysterious to me. According to both my real-life history knowledge combined with my knowledge of fantasy lore, this class can be anything. Rangers can be either rogues, swordsmen, archers or scouts. The choice is too risky. I would love to get a stealthy archer, but an unarmored swordsman, I would be useless. The logical choice for me is now to be a rogue. This option at least guarantees me good hiding skills. There is that little gnawing feeling in my gut though. Fuck it. Believe in your gut, Greg. Ranger. Let's do it. Tap confirm, time remaining 14 minutes. All right, another problem out of the way. I can't help but wonder what's next. The next prompt makes its appearance as if on cue. Please select the class of your advisor: Warrior, Berserker, Archer, Arbalist, Ranger, Rogue, Assassin, Mage, Shaman, Priest, Alchemist. What's this, my advisor? What in the... I scratch my beard in confusion. Well, I would have, if I could actually grow one. Sigh, life is unfair. Okay, focus, Greg. Time's running out. I try to gather my thoughts. I can't afford messing about too much. These choices could mean the world to me. Right, composure gained. Let's see what we got. An advisor is usually your most trusted subordinate. At least if my knowledge from all those old mobster movies my mom used to love doesn't betray me. Since I can also select a class for it, then it should be safe to assume it will be an NPC under my direct command. Since the game makes a huge deal about it and gives it a title, this mob is mostly way stronger than the other ordinary units under my command. Like a mini-boss, or maybe a bodyguard. The advisor title shows that it's probably intelligent. I guess it's seeded by a separate artificial intelligence unit, or one of the lesser virtual intelligences, avid. Anyhow, I should pick a powerful class to complement my own. So what facts do I have here? I'm still a goblin, so a melee class is out of the question. That eliminates warrior, berserker, rogue and assassin. What the hell, I didn't get that option. That's so unfair. What else is there? Arbalist, alchemist, the hell, those options sound awesome. Why can't I fuck? If the virtual space I am currently occupying had any walls, I would kick them. I take a deep breath, trying to calm myself for the umpteenth time today. I can postpone my rage for a few minutes. Time is running out. Okay. So since I chose a ranged class myself, or so I hope, it's no point getting another one. Perhaps I should go for a stealth one. An assassin would be cool, but that could be risky. I don't know what happens if I lose my advisor. Does it have permadeath? If so, a squishy assassin that would need to get close to an opponent puts him at a great risk. Better play it safe. I'm going to go for a magic class. If I have to make an educated guess, I would have to guess alchemist is a support sort of class. This could be pretty great for my army as a whole, but my gut tells me otherwise. If my advisor is indeed my own bodyguard, I want him to be able to pack a punch. I considered choosing priest for a moment, assuming it's a healer class. I make a wager I won't need it. I'm going to stay hidden and out of sight. Healing would be a waste. Okay, so this leaves the shaman and the mage classes. Let's be honest. A shaman looks like the most obvious choice. A shaman is typically a jack of all trades, using both offensive, defensive, and support magic equally. A valuable and highly versatile unit to have in any group composition. I'm really tempted to choose it. It is, after all, a very logical choice. I spend a few moments considering this. My brain tells me to go for it, but my gut, damn, why does my gut make this so difficult? The mage, it's a good choice really. It might lack the versatility of a shaman, but it more than makes up for it in firepower, or so I guess. Who knows with this game? I can't put my finger on it, but I can't help shake the feeling that the developers added the more exotic choices of assassin, shaman, ranger, arbalist, and alchemist to draw attention away from the generic, standard type of classes. Any gamer should know deep down how sheer magical power solves most problems. You never enter a large-scale raid without chucking the group up with enough mages to give Hogwarts a run for their money. Well, fuck it, it's not a bad choice. I'll go with my gut. No regrets. I select mage and confirm my choice. No way back now. I cast a quick glance at the timer in the top left corner of the monitor. 4 minutes and 12 seconds remaining. Crappy, how many things are there to choose from? What happens if I run out of time? Why isn't anything happening now? Is there no more options? Am I done? The questions keep racing through my mind. I can feel my heartbeat against my chest and sweat running down my forehead. I don't even bother to question why my virtual avatar is even sweating. My monitor remains blank. 10 seconds pass, hurry up. 20, come aroon. 30, is this thing broken? 1 minute, 11, 1, 2. I guess that's it, I must be done. My muscles relax, relief washing over me. That shit was intense. It's kind of a dick move of the developers to give us a short timer and not telling us how many choices we have to make. Some may call it psychological torture. Still, it's brilliant, keeps us on edge. The pressure of making unknown choices on a time limit can stress out anyone, tricking them to make a bad decision because they don't think they have time to think it through. Hell, I would probably have fallen for it myself if I wasn't so dense and got caught up arguing with my gut feeling. I love you, gut. Would you like to name your advisor Gut? Yes/no. Aims what? Ho wah why. Thank God my avatar has hands, because this is the first time I ever truly felt the need to bury my face in them, and maybe cry a little. No. This has to be a joke, someone is fucking with me. What the fuck, man? I know someone is fucking with me. I yell, while raising my avatar's arms with clenched fists. I stand still and stare into the void of virtual space for a couple of seconds, before the anticipated translucent blue window appears before my eyes. I knew it, I fucking knew it. I can't help but shake my virtual head. I'm not even going to dignify the developers trolling me. I kind of respect it, but no. I just can't allow myself to get roped in by them. Or else they won't leave me alone. The time limit is about to expire. 10 seconds. 5, my skin starts to crawl ever so slightly. I don't know what made me do it, but with 2 seconds left on the clock, I hit accept. 1. A radiant white light blinds me. My vision is thrown far into the air, looking down towards the hexagon game world. It is as if I turned into a bird, casually observing an oddly shaped island floating in dark space. Is this it? Do I finally get to play now? When life serves you lemonade. Another freaking window appears in front of my eyes. Welcome to Fantasy Royale. The wiki has been unlocked. You have selected the race. Goblin racial details unlocked. Map unlocked. Your starting biome is D13 when you have drawn the starting environment. Forest, you have selected the personal class. Ranger starting gear for selected class unlocked. You have selected your advisor class. Mage starting gear for selected class unlocked. The round will start in 30 minutes, 0 seconds. Please select your name. Please select your tribe name. Please select your advisor's name. Right arrow advisor's name. Already selected. Please choose your starting location. Whoa, another round of decisions to make reveals itself to me. Great, I should have expected this from Logan. This game is just as big of a tease as he is. I can almost hear the sound of his laughter somewhere in the game cosmos. At least we are told how many decisions we have to make before the timer runs out this time. Shouldn't be too hard. The only tough decision I have to make is selecting my starting location. The rest of the time I can spend reading up on my racial abilities and the wiki. Oh holy sweet baby Jesus. Time to satisfy my inner statistics monster. Okay, let's get the non-essentials out of the way. My name. Is this one important? Nah, it's not like anyone is going to bother too much about it anyway. Let's see a name. I can't think of anything at all. Crap. Okay, this isn't supposed to be so hard, right? Let's choose something fitting for a goblin chieftain. My goblin lore suggests I should choose something short and simple. Like gore, morgue gobby scratch that last one. No way I'm lowering myself to naming a goblin gob. Nah, I'm the chief, I need to pick something chief-like. Let's see. If I put in a apostrophe, how about Greglock? I try the name on my tongue a couple of times, not too bad actually. All right, Greglock it is, what's next? Tribe name, Gord, I'm not even going to Dark Fangs. Yes, moving on. Advisor's name, Lucky, already did that one. I quickly check the timer from the corner of my eye. 27 minutes. I wasted 3 minutes on those stupid names. Greg, you stupid son of a stop. Damn, I can berate myself all I want later. I have to spend this time wisely. I browse through my list, making some mental notes about what I have to check out before the timer runs out. Starting location, forest biome. That was my second preference on the starting biomes. I can't complain about that. And I start in biome D13-1. Where's that? I open my freshly acquired map and have a look around at all the individual hexagon biomes that make up the game world. I quickly figure out I have the ability to zoom in and out at will. I try focusing on a random biome. It's a mountain biome. I can't make out the individual parts of the biome, whereas it is mostly covered by a thin veil of mist. It covers the area hidden beneath, preventing me from making out any details. Classic fog of war feature. Goes to show the game won't allow me to gather intel from a territory controlled by other players quite so easily. I am about to discard the biome and have another look around when I notice a small floating number at the biome's center point. B2. What does that mean? Hold on. I zoom out and take a look on several other biomes. They all have different letters and numbers, following a certain pattern. The letter appears to symbolize which hexagon circle away from the center the biome is located on. The closest circle around the grey core is named A, while the furthest circle at the edge of the game world is named E. The numbers are the individual biomes in that circle. The northernmost biome in the circle is numbered 1, and following a clockwise pattern making a nice even-numbered circle. Much like a regular clock. My biome is located in D13-1. That's the fourth circle away from the center. This circle has 24 biomes in it. Seeing as I'm located in the 13th one, my biome is the southernmost biome in the circle. I'm not sure what the one means. I let my mind wander over to my own biome. Not surprisingly, it is a large forest biome. Unlike the other biomes though, my biome isn't completely covered by the fog of war. The biome appears to be divided into 6 equal parts, almost like pizza slices, cutting from every corner to the center. The northernmost pizza slice is completely clear of the fog. If I follow the same logic as the biome numbering, the northernmost slice of my biome should be numbered 1. It just so happened to coincide with the number of my starting location. Hell, I deserve a pat on the back and a high five. Sherlock Holmes ain't got nothing on these deductive skills. Let's have a closer look at my home for the next year. I'm not going to miss my chance at making my most important decision in the game. Choosing a starting location has been known to either make or break strategy games in the past. There are just so many different aspects to take into consideration. Available resources, natural defenses, logistical efficiency and room to expand is but a few of them. The first step any aspiring settler should take into consideration is the local landmarks. I scan the forest and notice a problem with starting in a forest. There is nothing but trees everywhere. My bird's view ain't helping shit. Damn it, Greg, you are supposed to predict these sort of things. Okay, let's stay positive. I may not be able to locate any gold mines, but I may be able to choose a good defensive spot. I get a good view of my quadrant of the biome. The center of the biome is actually a small mountain. It looks unnaturally steep, most likely placed as such to prevent players from scaling over it. The side of the mountain strikes me as a good possible starting location. The upside is that nearly half of my base would be defended by a steep mountain side. This can greatly help in organizing a defense. Another strong point is that mountains are usually great sources of ores and minerals. Metal is the backbone of any warring nation throughout history after all. There are some clear downsides with this location though. I have to assume my neighbors should all think the same way I do and decide to start near the center mountain. This would put me in a very uncomfortable position. The travel distances would be too short, possibly subjecting me to constant blitz attacks. But one has to wonder, does the gain outweigh the risks? There are also 2 rivers crossing through my lands, one to the northwest and one to the northeast. The northwestern one isn't anything special, whereas it's just a river going in a straight line, barely touching my territory. I don't even bother trying to argue for the strengths and weaknesses of this location. The northeastern river seems interesting on the other hand. It follows a zigzag pattern through my northern border, all the way to my middle eastern border. Picking a location in one of the bends in this river would put me in a very strong defensive position, being covered by the river in 3 directions. This is a strong choice. Areas around rivers often offer great locations to gather herbs. Agriculture flourishes in these areas and animal life should be plentiful. The only possible downside I can think of is that it can severely hinder my mobility. Being the goblin race, my gut feeling tells me I have to be one sneaky son of a bitch. Geographical hindrances could spell my doom in the wrong scenario. The choice is tough. It all boils down to these 2 prime starting locations. In my mind, they are equal in worth. Not even my gut feeling has anything to say on this matter. Should I flip a coin? Eenies, meenies, minies, moes. Mountain start it is. Yes, I know, don't ask, it's done. Thoroughly pleased with myself, I decide to check the timer. A whole whopping 12 minutes to go. That's plenty of time to browse the wiki. I take a quick look through the list of things I should do, making sure I didn't forget anything. Of course I forgot something. Racial details. This looks like something that should have been the first thing I opened when I unlocked it. A bad feeling starts to swell in my stomach. I open it, and soon a detailed list of my race appears before my eyes. Goblins. Tier 1 race goblins cost 2 summoning points SP per unit. Gain 6 SP per day. Starts with 60 SP magical affinity. Fire, blood mounts, unknown. Racial traits, adaptable. Lessens negative status effects from incompatible biomes by 50% natural predator. 20% increase to skill gain for tracking, hunting, concealment, scavenger. 20% increase to hunting, foraging, herbalism. 20% increased yield from looting enemies wild. Percent decrease to farming, breeding week. Percent decrease to mining, masonry, lumberjack, digger. Percent damage modifier to slings, bows, one-handed weapons, not counting daggers. Small stature, cannot wear heavy armor, two-handed weapons, heavy shields, agile fighter. No negative damage modifiers from other racial traits to melee weapons if double gripping. Greg, you stupid son of a bitch. If you had read this 20 minutes ago, just looking at these numbers, I should have chosen the river start. Just look at these bonuses to hunting, foraging and herbalism, and those debuffs to mining. AARG, my gut has abandoned me. I'm not even sure I want to play anymore. Nah, just kidding. I take a few minutes to read through my racial information and do some quick mental calculations in my head. My first impression about the race is that it's really, really trash. There are so many negative aspects. My main point of grief for this race is the weak racial trait. It's game-breakingly bad. Damn it, should I have chosen a bigger race? Too late to complain now. I try to analyze my strengths to see what makes up for all the bad. My small stature trait is also bad but understandable. Although it's still bad, it means I shouldn't be too dependent on metals, since heavy armor requires more of it. Perhaps I should focus more heavily on damage output. Moving along, the wild trait is bad, but it doesn't really matter. I don't really expect goblins to be farmers or sheep herders. The scavenger trait more than makes up for it though. Being in a forest, a large bonus to foraging, hunting and herbalism is my super strong point on the settlement management side. It does most likely mean I have to spread my forces out wide, but the gain should more than make up for it. Combat-wise, the natural predator trait is downright broken. Holy shit. Used correctly, it will turn my forces into a fierce raiding force, taking enemies by surprise with deft guerrilla tactics. The adaptable trait should also help greatly when invading, although not by much since goblins already function well in nearly all biomes from the start. Agile fighter, okay. This trait practically screams at me that I should definitely pursue a strategy based on high damage output, and focus less on defense. The biggest mystery of my racial abilities is that I'm designated as a Tier 1 race. This could mean so many different things. How many tiers are there? Do the tiers signalize how strong my race is compared to the others? I hope not. That would mean I probably got one of the weakest rolls. My rumbling gut tells me the solution lies in the information behind it. Summoning points. Apparently I start with 60 of those, gain 6 per day, and my goblins cost 2 to summon. That means I can summon 3 new goblins per day, right? But why such specific numbers? Why isn't it just telling me I can summon 30 goblins to start off and 3 new ones per day? I rack my brain trying to come up with a solution. After 5 minutes of hardcore thinking, some loud cursing, some quiet wailing and a series of light punches to my temples, I come up with 2 possible theories. I suspect this is connected to either the race tiers or my personal level. Most likely both. I base my tier theory upon my knowledge about the different races. I doubt the tiers measure their strengths because that just seems unbalanced and dumb. Why would the developers intentionally tell us that they made some races weaker? If there is ever a second round of this game, nobody would ever want to play the lower tier races. It goes to show that there should be other units of measurements for the tiers. My own theory is based on the races' sheer sizes. Obviously, there is a significant size difference between a goblin, a human and an ogre. It makes no sense that their units should all be equal in strength. If a duel between a goblin and an ogre would be an even match, nobody would find the fights believable. This is the most logical assumption. Right, so if I believe in the developer's sense of honor and fairness and the rough estimate of the races, sizes, there should be enough tiers to effectively use all the summon points per day for each different tier. That should mean 3 tiers, I shrug. I'll figure this out later. Regardless, since I have a small race, I should technically get more units than the other players. It's only fair after all. The other theory I have is connected to my personal level. Later in the game, I should be able to summon more units than early game. Let's face it, 3 goblins per day isn't going to cut it later down the road if the developers hope for constant action. Most likely both these theories are correct, but what if I freeze? A wave of stone-cold realization hits me straight on. Why didn't I just check the wiki for all this? For fuck's sake, Greg. Browsing through the wiki is what I have been looking forward to the most, and here I sit and make baseless assumptions like a dumbass with the answer sheet right before me. I'm such an idiot. With all my tasks done, I select the wiki. My eyes widen in delight when a long list of information and statistics appear before me. Hallelujah, this is what I'm all about. Time to break the game, information style. I catch a sideways glance at the timer. The game will start in 0 minutes, 5 seconds. Chapter 6, A Misfit. Chapter 6, A Misfit. A bright light momentarily blinds me. The sudden influx of sensations takes me completely by surprise. I blink a couple of times and look around, trying to get my bearings. I find myself in the middle of a small clearing. I see the steep mountainside behind me, and I let my eyes follow its ridge until the forest hides it from view. When I looked at the map earlier, the mountain didn't look quite this big. This giant block of rock is humongous, to say the least. Even though I know the mountain is roughly round in shape, it looks as if the massive wall of rock is very linear. I must really have underestimated the scale of these biomes. I spin my vision around and take in the rest of the sights. There aren't really much to look at, just a lot of trees. Lots and lots of trees. There are trees in all sizes, with most ranging between 4 and 20 meters tall. Various lesser brushes and vegetation is nicely placed in between, giving me the entire forestry feel. I can't help but be impressed about how the forest can look so realistic and so fake at the same time. It's weird, really. I knew the game had good graphics, but the quality of this game makes Yggdrasil Online look like a 2D pixel game compared to reality. It's beautiful. Taking in the beauty of the game, I soon realize something feels off. The clearing looks out of place. It is shaped like an egg, expanding away from the mountain range. There is a clear-cut edge separating it from the treeline, making me think the clearing was cut out only seconds before I spawned here. There is also a small pond of water just inside the forest clearing to my east. I suppose I didn't see it during the intro sequence due to all the large trees surrounding it. It looks very nice, the kind of place where you one day dream of having a picnic. I can work with this. The clearing isn't very big, going roughly 150 meters out from the mountainside, and it's about 80 meters from east to west at its widest. The clearing is mostly flat, with a few smaller hills closer to the mountain side. It should be a perfect location to start a great goblin settlement. I start pacing around the small clearing, trying to figure out the capabilities of my new avatar. Nearing the small pool of water, I take a look at myself in the reflection of the water's surface. Holy shit, I'm ugly. An ugly green mug looks back at me. Correction, an ugly-ass mug with eyes that glow ruby red. I'm a small bald little gremlin-looking creature. My skin is incredibly rugged, with deep furrows all over. I look like a wrinkled old geezer who has stuck in a washing machine for too long. I lift my hands and touch my head. I have large pointed ears sticking horizontally out from my head. They look a lot like an odd mix between wolf and elf's ears, just sticking outwards rather than up. A large hook-shaped nose extends from my face, and a couple of long fangs protrude from the lower lip of my abnormally large mouth. My hands, though, I raise them and hold them in front of my face. I'm not sure why, but I did expect to look at my good old pink human hands, but what I see is quite different. My hands look crazy-ass weird. My hands are green and they are abnormally large. And shit, I only have 4 fingers per hand. Creepy, I gently flex them to get a feel for it. It feels oddly natural, as if I've always had 4 fingers. So weird. My eyes scan my odd fingers further. The tip of my fingers have some long, sharp nails, more like claws. They look sharp enough to be able to rip things apart in a most savage way. Okay, that's pretty cool. I start moving my hands all over my body, ignoring the fact that I must look like some sort of weird-ass pervert, but I don't care. I'm a goblin, damn it. Being in a new and exotic body feels completely surreal. In other games, you always play as some sort of humanoid with a body similar to humans. This body doesn't feel human at all. My body is small like a child's. I'm surprisingly thin and lean with tight packed muscles. The joints in my arms and legs are extraordinarily flexible, and my arms are slightly longer than they should be. My feet also got an extra spring to them. I feel very light. I bet I would be a beast at parkour with this body. While I caress my body in the weirdest manner possible, I take a closer look at the clothes I'm wearing. It's a nicely stitched set of leather armor. The leather is attached tightly to my body, and a few smaller pieces of chainmail cover the vital spots on my torso. Not only this, but I have a crossbow strung across my back, and a small quiver of bolts hanging on my belt right next to a scabbard holding a bronze dagger. Guess I'm an archer after all. Neat. I am so consumed by my new body, I nearly forget where I am. I manage to pull myself together for long enough to try and focus on the task at hand. It is time to begin. What the hell am I supposed to do? Isn't there a tutorial of some sorts? A simple guide to tell me what to do. The game has told me nothing. Nothing. How am I supposed to? The wiki, how do I open it? I try making the same mental maneuvers most games use to open information pages. I close my eyes and take a deep breath and calmly utter out loud the standard phrase. As open wiki. I gleefully open my eyes, prepared to take in a vast amount of delicious information. What greets me, though, is a completely different message. You do not currently meet the requirements to browse the Wikipedia. My jaw drop. Excuse me, I yell, the fuck, are they for real? Did they really just block the wiki for the players after allowing us to browse it before the round started? Fucking assholes. Younglings these days, always with the yelling and prancing around, not an ounce of respect for the old ways. A voice grumbles from behind me. Startled, I spin around on my heel, trying to locate the source of the voice. Who the fuck are you? I shout, my voice breaks from the shock, making me sound like a woman struck by hysteria. My eyes lock onto a small green creature a few meters behind me. He is roughly the size of a 12-year-old kid with an abnormally large head. His body is thin and lean but clearly in shape. Most of it is covered in a tattered black hooded robe. He has a wide mouth with a few sharp teeth protruding between his lips. A grey uncombed beard struts in all directions from his chin. Some dark red eyes can be seen from under his black hood, and he is leaning against a crude wooden staff. He looks like a tiny goblin Gandalf, evil version. TSSK, so crude, I'm gut. Gut. Yes, gut, do I need to smack you around a little for it to sink in? The initial shock starts to fade, and I start to calm myself. I sure as hell hope no one is tuning into my feed out in the wide world. This scene can't have looked very intelligent. Are you my advisor? I raise my eyebrow. Advisor, counselor, I have many titles and by the look of you a wet nurse. He shakes his head and growls under his cowl. Damn, the VI is really nailing that whole goblin wizard thing. Wish he wasn't such a cunt though. Are you supposed to be this rude to your chieftain? I ask the mage. TSSK, chieftain. Barely got the tit out of your mouth and you already have the audacity to call yourself a chief. I guess that qualifies for a response in some way. I shrug it off. For some reason I doubt I will gain anything from bickering with an NPC. I ignore his response and press on. What is your purpose? I try to figure out what an advisor really does. Better to know this now rather than later. Who knows? Maybe he has some secret voodoo juice tucked somewhere in that robe. TSSK, he snorts. He is starting to get on my nerve. I am here to give you counsel, youngling. I will follow your every command and will care for your tribe to the best of my ability. Any order you give is law, unto death. I'm surprised. I was expecting another condescending reply, but he now sounds far more sincere. Is this a scripted response? Hardcore. Sweet, what do you suggest I do first? I ask my newfound companion. Must I do everything? I advise you summon some workers, youngling. We need some workers and warriors to build your tribe. The guy is both being a professional and a complete dick at the same time. How about you take that stick of yours and show? My response is cut short by a sharp hit on the top of my head. A jolt of pain races through my body and my vision blurs. Is this some stun effect? It takes a few seconds, but eventually my head clears. I can definitely feel the pain, but it feels like it should have hurt way more than it did. Luckily, the game puts some severe pain filters on. It still hurt though. I cast an angry scowl at Gut, who stands a meter in front of me, his makeshift staff club still in hand. My scowl is returned several-fold by the little mage. HRMPF, I turn away from his uncomfortable gaze. Never mind the angry little goblin grandpa, let's get to it. Summon me some minions. And how do I do that? Gut. You utter the words of power, youngling. Try summon units. Gut appears to have read my mind. I start smiling involuntarily. He is helpful. I'm starting to get accustomed to his personality, and I must praise the choice of personality traits for my race's VI units. I can only assume a goblin would act this way. It feels very natural and really builds a good atmosphere. Following his suggestion, a blue display pops up. Summon units. Available SP, 60 SP generated per day, 6. Goblin Fighter, cost 2 SP. Goblin Worker, cost 2 SP. I scratch my head. I expected the list to be a lot more complicated. Didn't Logan hint to this game having a lot of tactical depth? What the hell can I do with only 2 types of units? There has to be some trick to it. I suppose I have to do some good old-fashioned experimenting. I decide to summon one of each type. A brief flash of light hides the arrival of 2 goblins. Unlike Gut and I, they wear nothing but a single piece of dirty loincloth. They do have some equipment, though. The fighter goblin I summoned has a small rusty knife in his hand. It doesn't look particularly deadly, but the 2-inch blade could probably cause some nasty damage. Anyone struck by the knife would at least have to take a tetanus shot. The goblin worker, on the other hand, has a few more pieces of equipment. He has a small brown sack made of cloth strapped to his loincloth. I'm not even going to question how the loincloth can hold the weight, I'm just glad it does. I suppose he needs it to transport goods more easily. I don't know. The worker also has some odd piece of tool in his hand. It looks very crude and is basically just a stone loosely tied to a stick. I'm not sure if it's supposed to be a hammer, an axe, or a pickaxe, perhaps all 3. I guess I will find out later. The goblins loiter around for a few seconds with vacant looks in their eyes. They soon come to and immediately drop to their knees, bowing their large green heads before me. Chief, they utter simultaneously with respect. Ho, what's this then? Some respect, I can get used to this. I throw a sideways glance at Gut over my shoulder, raising an eyebrow. You could learn something from their behavior, Gut. I only get some low growling in response. A smirk appears on my lips. I am going to enjoy this. I focus my mind on both of them, inspecting their details in turn. Goblin Fighter. Class: none skills, none perk, none morale. Goblin Worker. Profession: not assigned skills, none perk, short-sighted morale. Okay, I can't say I'm impressed. The game is pretty scant with information. If I understand my units correctly, they are basically clean slates. Level 1 mobs, useless, I have to train them up. The little information my inspection reveals from my 2 minions isn't much, but it allows me to make some good guesses to their development paths. The fighter should be able to learn any skill, and can later gain a class. This should allow him to specialize in a specific combat role. I wonder how many classes there are, though. I am looking forward to delve deeper into that mystery. Skills is obvious. It's what my guy can actually do. I suppose if he swings that little dagger around for a while, he will gain some sort of dagger mastery skill. This is far too similar to other role-playing games. No reason for the developers to reinvent the wheel is there. My worker, on the other hand, is a little different. First of all, he is the only one of the 2 who has a perk, although it looks like a bad one. Short-sighted. It doesn't come with a description, but I'd be damned if it does anything other than reduce the range he can see stuff. Anyhow, the only other new unique thing is the profession. I bet it's the same deal as the fighter's class system, but this one has not assigned, next to it. This should probably mean that it is probably available to be assigned right now. No, how do I do it? I try focusing on the profession and a new list appears. Yay. Choose a profession for your goblin work. Available professions: hauler, builder, digger, lumberjack, mason, hunter, farmer, fisherman, forager, gatherer, breeder, herbalist, miner. Finally, some options. Looking through my list, I try to think about what I can use these professions for. Every profession is simple and straightforward, and doesn't warrant an in-depth explanation. I am a bit worried that there are a few unavailable professions though, like a smith, but I suppose I get to unlock those later on. I decide to give the worker one of the basic professions that I know I will need first. A lumberjack. I select it, and soon after the worker shines with a bright light. I quickly inspect him. Goblin Lumberjack. Profession: lumberjack, skills: none perk, short-sighted. Now we are talking progress. There are a few changes to the goblin's body. His muscles seem to have increased slightly, and the crude tool he wore earlier has changed. It now looks more like a proper axe. The quality still looks poor though. Anyhow, let's summon some more. I get to summon 28 more minions. This is a sudden death strategy game, so I would be a fool not to invest heavily in military units. Considering I also have to train them for quite a bit, I should focus on them as early as possible. I should also heavily invest in the future. If the rest of my units are as poorly equipped as my first two, I should prioritize upgrading ASAP. I need a blacksmith, and for that I need to build up my infrastructure. Gut, I call. I plan on recruiting a total of 10 fighter S and 20 worker S. How do you advise I allocate the workers' professions? I figure it doesn't hurt to ask. I'm certain the little guy knows things I am probably supposed to know myself. GRR, he gives me another angry scowl. I suggest you focus your efforts on creating some buildings, youngling, for that you need builder S, as many as you can spare. I nod in acknowledgement. Gut doesn't really give me any specific numbers, but the advice is sound. It wouldn't be much of a game if the advisor did everything for me, would it? I do notice a few mistakes in his logic, however. Thank you, Gut. How about gathering raw resources? All these builder-s are going to need a bunch of building materials if they are to create buildings. And what about food? To me, builders seem pretty far down on the priority list. Gut looks annoyed now. He looks at me as if I'm an idiot, cheeky bastard. While that is true, youngling, in a true settlement, the resource gatherers should always outnumber your production units. Gathering raw materials is also necessary for the production to function. Lumber is the most important resource for the early stages of development. I suggest you have at least 3 lumberjack-s for every 2 builder-s. Hold on for a moment, this guy is contradicting himself. Gut. Behind you, he growls at me. I turn around and my jaw drops. A large amount of wood, stone, grass and meat is stacked in a large pile behind me. Where did that come from? Why does this game repeatedly try to surprise me? And how the hell does Gut always know what I'm thinking? As I give up. I turn back to Gut. If he had been a real person and not a VI, he would be smirking at me. Good thing he isn't, or I would have to start practicing with my crossbow at a moving target. I take a very deep breath. How much is there? Our current stock amount to 80 pinewood, 20 stone, 30 grass and 3 days' worth of food. Thank you, Gut. I narrow my eyes. Are there going to be any more surprises I should know about? I attempt to stare a hole in Gut. This fucker better not be trolling me. Cheeky youngling, I can hear him mutter some muffled curses under his cowl. I stay quiet for a while, just staring down my advisor. You'd better not be lying. In the end, I decide to recruit 10 fighter S, 5 lumberjack S, 6 builder S, 2 mason S, 2 hunter S, 3 forager S, a hauler and a herbalist. I inspect every single one of my new arrivals and notice a few discrepancies from my first 2 summons. First of all, not everyone wears a loincloth. Some has simple linen pants and some even wear shirts. Very classy. There are also some minor differences in their appearances. Some of the workers have smaller ears, some have bigger noses, and some of them even wear basic jewelry like nose rings and earrings. About half of them even have hair. I can see a couple of mohawks and top knots in my merry band of goblins. Roughly 7 of the goblins, 5 workers and 2 fighters have perks. The fighters have perks called Eagle Eye and Deft Hands. I can't wait to figure out what those do, although I have some good guesses. The workers mostly has negative perks like the short-sighted perk. 2 of them are now gluttonous, one is short-sighted, one is clumsy and the last is strong. While all the workers have the same little brown bag and crude tool, my fighters fare a little different. Half of them have crude wooden clubs, 2 of them have rusty knives, 2 have small wooden spears and 1 even has a rusty cutlass. The starting gear for the fighters appears to be completely random. No matter, I will soon replace them with better equipment. I do, however, love how authentic they look. My ragtag band of green misfits are all bowing their heads before me. A small sense of hubris fills my heart. The feeling is awesome. I feel like a proper king. It's about time for me to have my men, goblins, earn their keep. I survey the lands nearby, trying to figure out how to best utilize my troops. The clearing I'm currently residing in is a little small. I'm not even sure I want to place my village square at the center of it. My best option would be to think of defense. If the crude weapons of my soldiers are an indication of my tribe's power, then I don't want to take any chances. I look over towards the small pool of water located just inside the tree line to the east of the clearing. Walking closer to it, I notice how it's hugging the mountainside, and it's completely round. I'd estimate it's about 40 meters across. A small waterfall comes down the mountain, and a small stream of water exits into the woods to the east. This is the place. I turn around and find my tribe walking at my heels, all staring at me with respectful eyes. Right, dutiful little rascals, aren't they? I call out for my 5 lumberjacks and have them start clearing the trees around the pool. I figure the pool will be a nice natural defense against invaders from the east. Hopefully, they aren't amphibious creatures. I shiver at the thought. Norwa. Only a proper dumbass would pick an amphibious race in a forest, right? To the sound of my lumberjacks smacking trees with their crude axes, I next address my 2 masons. I have them use their newly transformed pickaxes to start clearing away the rocks that litter the area. I consider having them hacking away at the mountainside. Who knows? Maybe they can make a cave. It could be practical, and I need stone anyway. I shove the idea to the back of my mind. I have to prioritize clearing up my construction site first. It's only proper strategy after all. Next, I look at my hunters and gatherers. These guys' tools have gone through the most significant changes. The hunters now wield a short hunting spear, and the gatherers wield some slumped planks. Makeshift baskets. I can still see the characteristics of the template crude tool in them, though. I tell my food harvesting crew to do their thing and bring the food they find back to Gut. Uttering this last order promotes a low hissing sound from somewhere behind me. This pleases me greatly. I also decide to have my herbalist do the same. My entire resource-gathering crew is already scurrying around, utilizing their professions as best they know. I'm left with my band of warriors, my builders, my hauler, and a very angry-looking robed grandpa. Now for the difficult part. I have to do something about my fighters. They are all poorly equipped and they have no skills at all. How can I improve them? Gut, do you know how to train up our forces? I don't expect much. A low grumble answers me. Combat, how else? Is it just me, or has his grumpiness leveled up? This guy. His answer is pretty straightforward, though. It's also a little tricky. Combat can mean a lot of different things, fighting enemies or amongst themselves. Is there a good way for our warriors to heal themselves if injured? I ask him. Healing magic or healing potions, he snorts. What an ass. Thanks, I'm not an idiot. I mean ways that are available to us right now. I plan on having our troops spar with one another to quickly raise their combat efficiency. Wouldn't help us much if they died now, would it? Gut doesn't answer immediately like he usually does. He looks surprised, actually. In a positive way even. Did I finally hit the nail on its head when it comes to questioning? There is, youngling. By drinking the water over there, your fighters will slowly regenerate their wounds. It takes a few minutes, so it isn't too useful in combat, but it helps heal their ailments when in safe areas. He responds. I'm a little surprised, actually. He didn't growl at me a single time during that answer. Green baby Jesus, I think the old geezer is warming up to me. Does the VI that control Gut respond well to intelligent questions? So far, I have only made basic, stupid questions, and the politeness of his responses has deteriorated gradually. He definitely responds badly to sarcasm and disrespect. And I gave him a lot of that shit. I'm not sure I can stop with sarcasm though, so I suppose Gut and I won't ever be BFFs, maybe drinking buddies. Oh God, I hope this game doesn't turn into one of those weird Japanese dating simulations where I have to keep picking the correct dialogue option to proceed in the game. I just don't want to deal with that kind of drama. Shaking my head, I return to the task at hand. My fighters loiter around. I'm surprised how realistic they look. They don't stand at a complete attention like most other NPCs do in similar games. They look a lot more lifelike. They just follow me around and do random, goblin stuff. One of the goblins is picking his ear, another 2 are brawling, and a couple of them are just staring at the treetops with vacant looks on their faces. None of them look particularly intelligent in any perceivable way. It's like I'm the caretaker of a fantasy special needs class. All right, everyone. I clap my hands together to gather everyone's attention. The vacant looks all turn my way and the eager looks from earlier reappear on their faces. Oh, what a loyal bunch. Fighters, we are going to do a little combat practice. I shout. I receive a lot of confused looks. Great. Form up in pairs and start fighting one another. And whatever you do, don't kill each other. When you are injured, take a sip from the pool over there until your wounds heal. Then start sparring again. Everyone got that? My small warband elicits a motivated cheer before they clumsily group up in pairs. They immediately start punching each other and smacking their weapons around. The sight is gruesome. This isn't sparring. It's a goddamned brawl. Some of them even drop their weapons and starting punching the shit out of each other. Stop. The huge pile of green body limbs immediately stop flailing madly around, and 10 confused-looking faces turn in my direction. Sigh. Why does this have to be so freaking hard? I spend the next half hour carefully instructing my goblins how to spar with one another. I tell them to use the weapons in their hands and only fight against one opponent at a time. It takes a lot of effort, but they eventually get the general idea of what I'm trying to tell them. It still doesn't look good, like at all, but it's a start. Dejected by the idea of my future as a goblin emperor, I turn away from the clang of weapons striking each other and address the last goblins in my group. The builders. Oh, and the hauler. Nearly forgot that guy. So, what to do about these guys? I give Gut a look. GRR, words of power, construct buildings. Thank you, Gut. Your wise counsel is all that keeps the tribe progressing forward. I suppose I charged that comment with a tad too much sarcasm, because the look Gut gives me can instantaneously kill puppies. The adorable kind. Anyway, back on track. I will forward the long-missed blue window. Available buildings for construction. Cooking fire basic building for processing food allows for basic food to be made. Cooked food increases morale by 5 per unit 10 pinewood, 5 grass. Hovel basic living quarters for your goblins. Increases morale by 10 per occupant. Provides housing for 6 goblins 30 pinewood, 10 grass. Longhouse basic cramped living quarters for your goblins. Eliminates morale deficiency due to lack of housing. Provides housing for 30 goblins 90 pinewood, 40 grass. Woodsman hut basic resource gathering hut. Grants 10% bonus to lumberjacking, hunting, gathering, herbalism 50 pinewood, 20 grass 30 stone. Farmer's hut basic resource gathering hut. Grants 10% bonus to farming, breeding 50 pinewood, 20 grass 30 stone. Miner's hut basic resource gathering hut. Grants 10% bonus to mining 50 pinewood, 20 grass 30 stone. Quarry basic resource gathering hut. Grants 10% bonus to masons 50 pinewood, 20 grass 30 stone. Granary basic storage hut for food. Prevents food degradation by 50% 50 pinewood, 20 grass. Blacksmith basic crafting building for metal 60 pinewood, 20 stone. Leatherworker hut basic crafting building for leather 70 pinewood, 30 grass 20 stone. Workshop basic crafting building for carpentry 70 pinewood, 30 grass 20 stone. Whoa, that's some list. And this is only the building available to be constructed now. I shudder at the thought of what will be available down the road. All these choices. Where is a poor little goblin supposed to begin? Time for me to do what I have been doing for 2 hours. Analyze, and then analyze some more. Okay. I'm going to immediately deprioritize the resource-gathering buildings. The buildings give boosts to my resource-gathering productivity, but I refuse to believe the boost is worth it this early in the game when I hardly have any workers for the bonuses to influence. The crafting buildings immediately catch my attention. The blacksmith has always been the cornerstone of any sprouting settlement. This building should definitely be a decent priority. Not only do I need it to arm my scruffy-looking troops, but I bet it's crucial to gain some new buildings and technologies. Same goes for the leatherworker hut and the woodshop, but the blacksmith has more value. I really want to just start building it, but there are several other crucial buildings that I need. The lodging seems to be interesting. There are 2 different types of housing I can build now. Hovel and longhouse. The buildings seem to be pretty straightforward. The hoveless may cost more resources per housed unit, but it also gives a positive morale bonus to my troops. The longhouse can house all my units and is far cheaper, but it doesn't give me any bonuses. It only eliminates the morale deficiency for lack of lodgings. Wait, how big is this deficiency? Abstaining from asking the grumpy Gut, I follow the trending game logic and think about opening a morale window. It takes me a few moments before I get it right. Morale overview do not currently meet the requirements to view this information. Give me a fucking break. I guess I have to assume the worst, and guess the lack of housing penalty is far more severe than it should be. I move the longhouse to the top of my priority list. Moving on, I start mulling over the food-related buildings. The cooking fire and the granary seems to be important, especially the granary. Food degradation, that could seriously mess things up. How do I see how much it degrades? Puzzled by this fact, I walk over to my pile of resources and grab a piece of food from a brown wicker basket. It's a piece of what appears to be cooked mutton. I carefully eye it and compare it to the rest of the pieces of meat left in the basket. They all look generic and similar. I can't help but be disappointed the food doesn't have the same individual uniqueness that my goblin seems to have. Oh well. Logan has to save money somewhere, doesn't he? Crossing my fingers and hoping for the best, I inspect the meat. Cooked meat, consumable food, meat type, increases morale by 5 when eaten for 24 hours. Effect does not stack with same food type. Degradation. Well, that's anticlimactic. This game really don't want people to make well-informed decisions, do they? Fuck it, I have to start with the granary now. I can't risk my food stores disappearing overnight and all my people starve to death. No matter how unlikely it is. First things first though, I have to pick a good location for it. Proper city planning is insanely important in a strategy game to optimize the production output of the city. Looking around and considering my options, I spot a few good locations for my granary. Since my food production will primarily be based upon hunting and foraging, I should place it close to the forest to the east. My units will have to go deep into the forest, so I shouldn't hide the building at the back of my village close to the mountainside. I walk over to the location where the open field intersects with the treeline and the northernmost border of the small pool of water, a good 50 meters away from the mountain. This place should allow for easy access for both my food gatherers and my units for later in the game, while still having it in a fairly secure area. Rounding up my builders, I order them to start constructing the granary at the specified area. The group of hammer-wielding green bundles of muscle starts carrying wood from the pile of resources and dump them near the construction site. My hauler does some magnificent work, being able to carry twice the amount of resources, twice as fast as any of the builders. I stand still for a moment, mesmerized by the brilliant work ethic of my troops. Everyone is hard at work, and it makes my chest swell with pride. I can really make something out of this. Chapter 7 for Guts and Glory. Chapter 7 for Guts and Glory. What are you doing? Kelly asks. Just satisfying my curiosity. Logan is hunched over a computer terminal in his sofa sanctuary. His monitor is strategically turned away from Kelly, making her think he is doing something he shouldn't. She takes a step closer, raising one of her eyebrows skeptically. It's that kid, isn't it? Why are you so interested in him? She crosses her arms, clearly annoyed at how her boss is rather spending his time on launch day spying on a player rather than doing his actual important job. A wide smile forms on his lips. Of course, he is just too damn interesting, can you believe it? He chose to play as a goblin without even a second thought. I love him. The other Tier 1 race players spent far more time manning up to choose one of the lesser races. I bet he places almost all his decisions on his instincts alone and fills in the rest with good old-fashioned experience. He throws his arms wide. Clearly, he has already chosen his favorite. Kelly lets out a long sigh. She knows Logan can't be reasoned with when he gets like this. He only seems like a normal kid to me, a highly emotional, unstable one at that. Logan massages his temples. Yeah, he is an emotional wreck, but let's be fair. He did go through some really horrifying shit over the last week. I am amazed he is even coping this well. He just needs time, that's all. If he needs time, then why are you even casting him now? Why not just give him time to heal before the next round starts? If he is as interesting as you say he is, why not personally invite him to join later? Logan sighs. I can't, there is no guarantee he will be half as interesting then as he is now. The setup for a great show is ideal, he just need a little time. He will get there, just give him 2 weeks tops. Kelly frowns. I don't like this, he is a liability. Not only did he threaten to murder someone during the interview, but he actually attacked someone before the round started. Why did you let it slide? Logan's smile drops. He tilts his head to the side and stares at the back wall. That other kid had it coming, he mutters. That's not a reason to break the rules. Mr. Kenworth threatens to sue us for what happened to his son. He is not someone to take lightly. You can't just shrug it off like that, it's not how it works. Kelly nearly screams. She can't believe Logan is so oblivious to the world around him. She has spent 8 years keeping him out of trouble, and she isn't going to let him muck it all up so close to the finish line. Meh, he will let it go. I showed him a recording of the conversation the kids had before the fight. He says in a very nonchalant way. Kelly's eyes widen. Did you threaten him? Are you insane? She shrieks, her composure finally lost. What? No, I just gave him some exclusive footage of the game contestants before the tapes were automatically sent to AI in charge of distributing footage to the world. No biggie. I did him a favor actually. So just relax. He shrugs, pretending the entire ordeal is a non-issue. Kelly, on the other hand, has a very thick vein on her forehead pulsating menacingly. The technical personnel silently observing them through the glass office wall can't understand why Logan isn't shivering in fear at Kelly's dagger-shooting eyes. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. That's basically the same thing, she yells. She can't understand how he can be such a short-sighted fool. What do you want from me? You know as well as I do that the Avenger storyline has to keep playing. It's the most popular one in all the polls. Logan shouts back, spreading his arms wide. Just look at these initial numbers. Nearly 50 million people tuned into his stream from the start. Kelly shakes in fury. She closes her eyes and starts a count to 10. She is furious, but she can't deny Logan is right. There is just too much money depending on this kid. Regardless, she can't back down now. If she lets Logan go wild and uncontrolled, something terrifying will definitely happen unless she can be there to hold his reins. She takes a deep breath. And when do you plan to tell Mr. Kenworth that his son is the main culprit of this storyline? Before or after tonight's broadcast? Logan's face goes pale and he looks away. Hardly audible, he mutters. I wasn't going to. The surrounding forest is filled with the noise of tools and weapons smashing into anything and everything within range of the tiny goblin tribe. I probably spent an hour just looking at them all scurrying about. I have to walk away in the end though. There are only so many sharp and monotonous sounds I can stomach for one session. I head towards the southern edge of the pool and find myself a nice smooth rock to sit on next to the waterfall. I let my senses bask in the beauty of my surroundings and drop my shoulders. That's nice. These last couple of hours have been incredibly tense. I have been jumping from one major decision to another in a very short time span. There is just so much to do. I feel as if I haven't even scratched the surface of my new role and possibilities. No matter, I deserve a little breather. I spend a little more time watching my little goblins in the distance. It's much nicer without the noise. I don't get to enjoy my solitude for long before a lone goblin hobbles over to me, his wooden staff prodding holes in the soft dirt as he walks. What's up, Gut? Come to enjoy the scenery? I chuckle. I can't imagine the grumpy goblin would be one for reveling at seeing the local sights. I would ask you not to leave my side, youngling. Although things are calm now, there are many perils out there. He squints as he scans the surrounding forest. There he goes again. I can't figure this guy out. His personality is all over the place. He is either really grumpy and downright rude, or he can be helpful and kinda nice. Am I triggering some of the VI scripts the wrong way? I have to talk some more to my advisor. Hell, who else am I supposed to talk to for a year? My other goblin minions. I shiver at the thought. The rest of my goblins seem to have a generic personality. Dumb, single-minded and single-purposed. There is not a trace of intelligence in them. They probably have a very low-grade VI installed, making them do little else than what they were initially designed to do. I can guarantee they won't beat any Turing tests anytime soon. I guess it's just me and good old Gut here for the foreseeable future. I look over at Gut. He got his back turned to me, carefully observing the surrounding forest. He does seem concerned about my well-being despite his dickish personality. I say, this is a strategy game. This isn't a game that is made for a person to single-handedly win the game. I need to use all the resources at my disposal. I'm no longer the solo butcher. Gut is my most powerful asset. I need to get him on my side. No matter what. Gut, I have to find out what makes him tick. If I don't find common ground with him, I will eventually go insane. He can't be all bad. I have seen glimpses of a likable guy in there. Damn it, I can't do it. I really shouldn't try to play this one like a game. I just can't look at him as a string of ones and zeros. A computer program designed for the sole purpose of being a tool. I get a sick feeling in my stomach when I think about just using him, like some sort of disposable tool. He is more than that. The high-end VI and AIs these days counts as sentient beings in some countries already, and I have even considered an AI my friend in the past. When did I become this cynical? I should just be honest with him. Perhaps we got off on the wrong foot. I apologize for disrespecting you. I know I can act like an arrogant twat sometimes, and I usually don't care what people think of me. I take a deep breath before I continue. I am used to being alone and do my own things in my own way. Truth is, I'm good at it, really good, but that won't help me here. I can't build up this tribe alone. Your knowledge has already benefited me and the tribe as a whole greatly, and I have no doubt that with your guidance our tribe can really grow into something good, and I need you to do this. My pre-planned manipulative speech quickly turns into something far too honest. Jesus, I'm going out on a whim here really. My head feels strangely light. The old mage turns slowly. His eyes meet mine. There is no trace of his customary angry growl or condescending look. Know this, youngling, a true chieftain should never apologize in such a way to one of his subjects. It shows weakness, a weakness your enemies will take advantage of. His voice is firm. I can see his eyes harden as he steels his resolve. But you show great wisdom in acknowledging your shortcomings. Perhaps I can make a true chieftain of you after all. A smile forms beneath his hood. He manages to cover his eyes, trying to hide his true emotions. He doesn't fool me. Beneath that thick layer of grumpy old person lays a decent human, goblin being. I quickly wipe away what is an aspiring tear from the corner of my eye. Thank you, Gert. Silence overcomes us. We just sit there for a while, taking in the sounds of the forest. Bird chimes and crickets can be heard from short distances away, and the sound of the waterfall breaking the surface of the pool is almost hypnotic. Gut and I just shared a moment. A true and honest moment. I feel great. It feels as if a burden has been lifted from my chest. I didn't know I held all this in. My head and chest feel as if I can finally breathe and think straight for the first time in years. Who would have thought all I needed to do to find relief would be to pay €20,000 to play a video game with potentially millions of people? Nah, nobody saw that embarrassing moment. Who would want to watch someone like me with all these celebrities playing? I'm a nobody. Hardly worth the time. Maybe if I survive until the top 100. I shrug. Right, enough time spent on my ass. No rest for the wicked. What's next on my list? My goblins are already pretty autonomous. It's a relief I don't have to constantly micromanage them. I guess this opens up my time to get stronger. Speaking of getting stronger, how strong am I? I need to ascertain my strengths and capabilities. Do you have any insight? I ask my advisor. GRR words of power, status screen. He grunts at me. The grunt is far less hostile this time. Yep, I definitely made some progress here. I follow his advice and try to will the blue window to appear. Crossing my fingers it won't tell me that I don't meet any god-damned requirement. The status screen. Name, Greglock race, Goblin tribe, Dark Fangs level, 0 rank, tribal leader class, ranger. The stats. Power 0 constitution, 0 commander, 0 defender, 0 taskmaster, 0 craftsmanship, 0 trainer, 0 diplomat, 0 unallocated points, 0. Skills. Class skill passive, enhanced aim ranged mastery, level 15 crossbow specialization, level 10 eagle sight long shot melee mastery, level 10 dagger specialization, level 5 backstab utility mastery, Level 10 tracking, Level 5 concealment, Level 5. Equipment. Main weapon Tier 3. Crossbow/iron bolts 100%, secondary weapon Tier 2. Bronze dagger 100% head, none chest Tier 3. Leather chainmail tunic 100% legs Tier 3. Leather chainmail pants 100% hands, none feet Tier 3. Hardened leather boots 100% bag Tier 2. Utility belt 4 slots, quiver iron bolts items. Now we are talking, some good old juicy information. I quickly browse through my status and soon come to a realization. These stats don't make any sense. Commander, Taskmaster, what the hell is this? What happened to the good old strength and agility stats? How am I supposed to know what any of this means? And why do I keep asking myself questions when I can just ask Gut? For fuck's sake, Greg. Gut, can you tell me everything you know about stats? Oh, and also how many stat points I gain per level? I ask the mage. He seems to have noticed something odd about my behavior because he gives me a very concerned look. I show him my best and brightest smile. There is no way for me to follow the VI's train of thoughts, but I'm glad he decides to ignore whatever it is. GRR, he starts. I buckle down for a lengthy speech. You gain 5 points per level, the power and the constitution stats. Whoa, hold on, I don't need to hear about those two, they seem pretty straightforward. Could you please tell me about the rest? Okay, I am prepared for a long speech, but there are limits to my patience. GRR, insolent youngling. Fine. The commander and defender stats affect your force's offensive and defensive capabilities. I'm sure a youngling like you can guess which does what. He growls, shit. Guess I shouldn't have cut his explanation short. Nothing angers an old person more than being denied their pointlessly long explanations. Just like my late Grandpa Bill. Do you know by how much? I ask politely. Emergency relationship reparations activate. GRR, every level of skill increases their powers by 1%. He grumbles back. I'm a little surprised. I expected a diffuse answer. Not something as specific as percentages. Having Gut talk of percentages makes him sound way out of character. So well, I'm not complaining. Next is the taskmaster and craftsmanship, he continues, not giving me a moment to satisfy my inner statistics hunger. These increases the gathering rate of resources and the effectiveness of your craftsmen by 1% each level. He says that last part after a moment of consideration. I guess he predicted what I was going to ask next. My VI mage is intelligent. I wonder how much it would cost me to bring him with me out of the game. Anyhow, these stats are just as simple and straightforward as the two first ones. 1% increase to effectiveness to specific units. I wonder if they are empire-wide or local area, probably empire-wide, I believe. Clearly reading my facial expression, Gut continues. The diplomat stat is different. It allows you to open trade relations with other factions after investing 5 points. 5 points allow you to trade with your own biome, and all bordering biomes. You need to have built a storehouse or a granary to use it. Every 10 additional points invested expands the radius of available trade partners by another circle of biomes expanding away from your own. Also, every 10 invested points allows you to subjugate a defeated player. Whoa, hold on, information dump warning, this is a big one. No, not a big one, a huge one, trading. This game allows me to trade with other players, damn. I need to consider dumping points into this one. It will really help with my racial lack of prowess when it comes to physical labor. I can sell foraged food and herbs to reap great rewards. There's also the ability to subjugate an enemy player that I defeat. I wonder how that works. Do you know how subjugate works? Gut grumbles lowly, I don't. Well, that's a bummer. I suppose it's just that kind of thing the developers want you to take a chance at trying. 10 points though, that's 2 whole levels, that's not something to scoff at. I'm going to put a pin in this one. It's not like subjugation of a faction is going to happen anytime soon. I nod for Gut to continue his explanation. The trainer stat increases the rate of which your troops gain new skills. 1% increase per point. Oh, this sounds like a good one. This game doesn't give me any stats to my units except for skills. This should probably mean their strength is solely based on skills and equipment. Gaining skills and leveling them should be priority number 1. I wonder what the ratio between skills and output is. Proceeding my inquiries to how my skills work, Gut goes into far more detail. He tells me that there are several layers to the skill system and how the individual skills work. Every major skill discipline falls under 4 general categories. These are called masteries. They are aptly named ranged mastery, melee mastery, spell mastery, and utility mastery. Most skills fall within these 4 categories, except for certain special abilities. For example, my class skill has a passive ability called Enhanced Aim. It's pretty neat. When an ability is passive, it means the ability is always active. It's like a minor cheat skill to make me more accurate with ranged weapons than other people. Another neat feature of the mastery levels is that they increase the skill gain of subskills with a lower level by 100% per 5 levels below. This makes sense. If an experienced goblin who fights with a dagger for a long time suddenly decides to use a spear, then it would be weird if he wasn't quicker on the uptake learning a new weapon than a freshly summoned scrub. No. I have the subskill crossbows specialization at level 10 with a ranged mastery at level 15. This means I should gain crossbow levels twice as quickly, at least for the next 5 levels, and that doesn't even take the leveling of bow specialization into account. I would learn how to use the bow with a 300% boost. My hands are itching at the thought of grinding some skill levels. Gut further explains to me how every level of skill increases the effect of said skill by 1%. This means with a crossbow specialization at level 10, I do 10% extra damage. Not bad at all. I wonder how high it can go. Having 10 levels in crossbow specialization also unlocked 2 active abilities for me to use. According to Gut, every 5 levels of weapon or spell specialization grants a new skill or spell. I gained the abilities Eagle Sight and Long Shot. Eagle Sight sort of works like a binocular. Without the binocular part, I can zoom in my sight at will, observing distant objects as if they were within the reach of my hand. Pretty neat. My other active crossbow skill is a little different. Long Shot allows me to increase the range I can use my crossbow at. It involves some odd gymnastics where I sit down on the ground, using my feet to steady the crossbow and shooting in long controlled arcs to hit objects further away without losing much precision. No, I can't really explain that one better. Oh, and I also have a dagger skill, Backstab. It allows me to increase my damage done if I hit the enemy in its back. It's simple, I like it. Looking through my status, I see that I have an even mix of different skills. I have a decent skill using my crossbow, but I also have a series of utility-based skills. This must be because of my class. I have 5 levels in both tracking and concealment. They both seem to be passive abilities, meaning I don't have to consciously think about them to use them. I doubt I will use tracking much, but the concealment one should be my leveling priority number 1. And I know exactly how I'm going to level it up. A wide grin slowly creeps over my face. Learning about how skills work puts a lot of things into perspective, mainly the balance between the trainer stat and the rest. The trainer stat obviously helps my troops get into tip-top fighting force quickly, which makes it a strong early choice. Later in the game, however, the rate of gaining skill levels should greatly deteriorate. This makes the hard percentage bonus from the commander and defender stat much more valuable to have, since it greatly boosts the power of my strongest units. It's like the stat equivalent of caffeine. This makes allocating my stat points a much more difficult task than I thought. Gut, is there a way for me to reset my stat points? The mage perks up at the sound of my question. A small glint in his eyes shines from under his hood. I guess I hit the question jackpot, because Gut is brimming with pride. Perhaps there is a limiter on the VI that prevents it from telling me all the hidden information gems until I ask them of my own volition. Hell, I'm going to have a lot of lengthy talks with my advisor over the following days. You can indeed, youngling. There is a cost, however. To reset your stat points, you have to make a sacrifice at an altar. The process will also make you lose one of your already accumulated levels. He nods sagely. Volta. GRR, you will understand when you build one later, youngling. No need to rush, focus on the here and now. Well, I'll be damned. Gut really loves doing this entire teacher thing, huh? Whatever floats his boat. This is a load off my mind, however. Knowing I can reallocate my points in the future is a huge safety boon for me. It means I can tailor my stats to my early game and quickly adapt it when needed if something big goes down. Too bad I don't have any stat points. I will cross that bridge when I get to it. So that's that then. I learned a ton. During Gut's explanation, we had walked back over to my little goblin tribe. Everyone is still hard at work. The sun has started to set and my first day in this world should near its end. Nah, there is still a few hours of daylight left. I want to test out some of my skills. I look around, trying to decide what I want to do first. I only have 10 fighters, and they are still hard at work grinding their own skills. I don't want to mess up their development, so I guess I have to find something else to do. My builders are currently hammering away at some pieces of pinewood, raising the first supporting beams to hold up the walls and roof. They haven't progressed too far, even after a few hours at work. I was hoping the process would be quicker with 6 of them. I guess I won't be able to build Rome in a day after all. This project alone will probably take 2 or 3 days at this pace. Shrugging, I notice one of my goblins sitting idly next to the builders. A quick inspect shows it's my hauler. Damn, there is nothing for him to haul, is there? Shit, should have summoned another builder. Hey you, come over here, I command the idle goblin. He quickly jumps to his feet and scurries over. I am going to train up my skill with my crossbow, and he is just perfect for helping me with this. 10 minutes later, the preparations are done. I grab my crossbow and run my hand across the stock. It's a well-made crossbow. The wood is smooth to the touch, and a well-spun string is nicely tied between the 2 limbs. I pull back the string and secure it with a metal hook. The wood lets out a small creaking sound as the pressure builds. I grab a bolt from my quiver and gently place it at the center of my crossbow. I lift the crossbow up to my chin and take aim. I steady my breath. With a twitch of my finger, the bolt releases. It soars through the air and hits the target square in the center with a soft thump. WOH, did you see that, Gut? I yell in glee. I didn't expect to hit so well. GRR, younglings these days, he mutters behind me. What a party pooper, I'm a freaking sniper now, be aware. My hauler did a real good job with this one. He carried over a large pile of grass and tied it into a tight ball, perfect practice target for my crossbow. I can do this all night, baby. My hauler joins me in my cheerful dancing, completely caught up in the moment. I love this guy. Gut stands idly to the side, muttering a few well-spirited curses under his breath. I'll make that old geezer come around eventually, I swear. With a pat on the shoulder, I dismiss my hauler. I tell him to walk around the settlement and offer to carry things around for anyone who needs it. I'm sure the gatherers or the lumberjacks could use some extra muscle. My next 3 hours follow the same pattern. Aim, release, reload. Aim, release, reload. I even throw in a couple of long shots every now and then just for fun. I don't use it too often though. Sitting on the ground in this weird yoga position just feels really awkward. The entire ordeal feels very weird. I repeat the process with much quicker and precise movements than I thought possible. I'm too good at it. Obviously, I'm not a complete novice at using a crossbow in games. The crossbow was one of my main choices of weapons in Yggdrasil Online, and I have fired hundreds of thousands of bolts. The game mechanics in Yo weren't as realistic as in this one though. The Yo crossbows pretty much auto-reloaded themselves, and I could feel the inbuilt systems auto-assist fine-tune my movements. This game is the complete opposite. I have to perform every single action that comes with handling a crossbow, and my hands move as if I have done this for years. How did the developers do this? Did they download this knowledge directly into my brain, which again also transferred the movements to my muscle memory? I shudder at the thought of how creepy it feels. But it's still awesome in a way. Even with the 100% boost to skill acquisition, however, the process is slow and tedious. I don't make any progress, and I soon start to dread the thought if it's even possible to level my skill like this. Should I ask Gut? I look over towards my advisor. His eyes scan the forest looking for threats, like a true sentinel. I decide not to ask him. What if someone is watching? I have to be determined this will work. What sort of fool does the same thing for 3 hours straight and then asks his Wikipedia companion if it is possible? I shake my head. Gotta stick to it. After another hour peppering my grassy target, a blue window removes my budding fear. Congratulations, you have gained 1 skill level in crossbow specialization. Thank God, oh holy thank the almighty God above, it is possible, and in only 4 hours for such a high-level skill, and I even have the 100% boost to skill acquisition. Still, this is going to take some time. I wonder how my fighters are doing. They had no skills and they have been working for around 6 hours. Even with no mastery bonus, they should still have gained a level or 2. Or so I hope. I decide to take a break. I discovered a nice little feature with being a ranged unit though. My quiver never empties. I have an unlimited supply of crossbow bolts. The bolts I shoot disappear on their own after about 5 minutes. So much for making a clutter. I'm happy though. Would be a shame to run out of bolts before I can recruit a Fletcher. I make a few light stretches and place my crossbow back over my shoulder. I start my short trek back to where my fighters are still smacking each other around by the pool. When I reach them, I inspect one of my spear-wielding goblins. Goblin Fighter. Class None Specialization, None Skills, Melee Mastery, Level 2 Spear Specialization, Level 2 Perk, None Morale. Yes, 2 levels to Melee Mastery and Spear Specialization. Now that's a good way to power level my troops, and after only 6 hours. Imagine what they can do in 12, or in actual combat. I can't wait to test all this out. I wonder if any of the other contestants bother to train their units like this. It most certainly wasn't obvious from the start. Some might just have their fighters on guard duty. Ha, suckers. I have to step up my crafting game. I need to get them some armor and decent weapons. No point in having a minion with a high skill level with the club if I'm going to give him a sword as soon as I can get my grubby mitts on them. There are so many things I have to do. Not only do I have to focus on their weapon skills, but there should also be plenty of utility-based skills like concealment and tracking I need to consider. No matter, I already decided to focus more heavily on damage output than defense. My main goal is getting their weapon skill to a level that makes them able to win in a fair fight. The workday is coming to an end. My foragers and hunters are returning from the deep woods, and my lumberjacks and builders lower their tools. The most important part of their day is rapidly approaching. Dinner. The mass of goblins all flock around the stockpile of resources. There is a small commotion when the goblins start fighting among themselves. I move over to break it up, but the problem seems to resolve itself without my intervention. The stronger goblins fight off the workers. They grab a piece of cooked meat and head over to the small water to sit near me and Gut. The rest of the workers grab their own food and sit slightly further away. That's strange. It seems like they just created some sort of hierarchy or caste system. It must be a peculiarity of the goblin race. Fascinating. Soon a small campfire erupts in our midst, and the overall mood starts to rise. The fire grows larger as my goblins feed the fire with small twigs that litter the ground around us. It doesn't take long until we got a large bonfire going. The whole atmosphere reminds me of a beach party I attended a few years back with some old childhood friends. It's one of my better memories. It was the first time I drank beer. Gut and I were the first to be served food, and we currently sit on the nicest tuft of grass that could be found. Gut pulls out a small water skin and hands it to me. "Here, looks like you need it, youngling," he says in a gruff voice. I can see traces of a smirk on his lips, although I might be wrong. The light from the bonfire could be playing tricks on me. I grab the water skin and take a good mouthful out of it. Bad idea. It tastes horrendous. My gagging reflex kicks in and I desperately clench my lips together, trying to avoid returning the drink to Gut at max speed. I eventually manage to settle my throat and swallow. A little of the liquid enters the wrong pipe, and a massive coughing fit ensues. "Cough, what the fuck was that?" I shout at Gut. "That little youngling was your reward for not getting us all killed today." He laughs. Shit, the gremlin can laugh. "What, if that was a reward? I fear to think about what you consider a punishment." I shudder. "Ah, don't act like such an elf," he smirks. "Oh please, I reckon if I were an elf, I wouldn't have touched that thing with a 10-foot-long spear." "Only if you could lift it," he roars. I join in. I have no idea what's up with this VI sense of humor, but I like it. We sit around the bonfire for about an hour, passing the wineskin back and forth. I think the wineskin has the same magic function as my quiver because it never seems to empty. We pass the time making jokes about elves, pixies, trolls, and pretty much any other race than goblins. If I were to make an educated guess, I'd say Gut is actually quite the racist. But that's okay when the other guy is clearly a different species, isn't it? Night descends upon us. Light is quickly fading and it's getting hard to see. The bonfire is still burning and my goblins are starting to fall asleep around me. My in-game clock says it's around 11 in the evening. I think I logged into the game at around 3. My first day is officially coming to an end. Shit, I can't believe I might stay in here for a full year. Maybe longer. This is going to be one hell of a long ride. Chapter 8: The Art of Magic. Chapter 8: The Art of Magic. Welcome back to fantasy now. Amanda's voice booms over a cheering crowd. Her radiant smile is entrancing her viewers. Tonight we got a lot of great highlights for you. We are going to see some of the first footage ever of Fantasy Royale, and we have compiled the best highlights of what has happened so far. Later on in the show, we will present some of our featured storylines and the background for them. We will also release the identities of the players currently featuring our most popular storyline so far, the Avenger storyline. Wild cheering erupts from the crowd. Amanda's grin widens. That's right, everyone, and with me today is none other than Logan Andrews himself, creator and lead designer of Fantasy Royale. The crowd start cheering at the moment Logan's name is mentioned. The cheerful man is sporting one of his brightest smiles yet, a natural showman. He waves to the crowd and waits for the cheering to calm down. Amanda quickly picks up the pace. The players connected to the game only 8 hours ago, but we have already seen a lot of interesting developments happening all over the world. The hype is building as a montage of epic scenes flash across the screen. Small warbands of undead, lizardmen and trolls can be seen marching across various terrains, wielding rusted swords and dented clubs. Groups of orcs, kobolds and humans cut down trees, build houses and mine for ore. A small cluster of harpies soars over a dense forest at night, their eyes locked onto a small column of smoke rising in the distance. As you can see, the players are already hard at work making a name for themselves. Mr. Logan, she turns over and faces her guest, once more leaning in a way that amplifies the effect of her cleavage. Now that the game is out and the contestants are in game, perhaps you can finally tell us some more about how the game works. She leans in further, putting on her best seductive smile. Amanda isn't one to waste an opportunity. Please call me Logan, I suppose I can, but you know I don't really feel like it. The man spreads his arms helplessly and leans back in his chair, his youthful smirk taunting the poor girl. Not expecting such an answer, Amanda is caught off guard. She giggles to cover up the fact that she momentarily froze. Her years of experience bearing fruits. She quickly gathers herself and presses on. You're quite the mysterious man, aren't you, Logan? Why do you keep your cards this close to your chest? She asks, lowering her voice, and gives him an inquisitive stare. Logan just stares back at her, barely able to contain his laughter. There is a very good reason why I don't share this information, you know, Amanda, he says playfully. Which is, it's boring, he suddenly shouts, chuckling at his own joke. Amanda's eye twitches with irritation. She's had to deal with a lot of difficult interview subjects during the span of her career, but none has ever gotten under her skin like this overgrown manchild. Before she can respond, Logan continues. But of course I won't leave everyone hanging. I'll release the full in-game Wikipedia online after this interview. People can read up on the game to their heart's content. Amanda's smile stiffens. She starts laughing with Logan, buying some time to collect herself. She has to get out of his pace and regain some control over the interview. That is some incredible news, Logan. I'm certain a lot of our viewers out there are just itching to get their hands on the Wikipedia. There is, however, something even more interesting that has happened in-game. Amanda directs everyone's attention to herself. She is ready to use the ace up her sleeve. She waits for the crowd to settle down once more. Only a few hours ago we had our first battle between players. Cheering erupts once more. Amanda's smile widens, raising her hands to try calm the crowd. She is just about to get to the good part. We bring you live footage from Biome D13. We follow the player Harvalan of the Blair Witch flock who has just launched a massive attack on his unsuspecting neighbor. Let's see how it goes. She gestures upwards towards the large studio monitor. The screen changes, and the focus switches to player view. This way the audience can see the game through the eyes of the player Harvalan, gliding across the night sky behind roughly 24 harpy warriors. The all-female harpies are all nearly naked, with just a tiny piece of cloth covering their private parts. They look like child-size women with wings for arms and sharp talons attached to bird legs. A set of needle-like teeth announces a second deadly weapon at their disposal. They are clearly a race made up of natural predators. The camera releases from the harpy's viewpoint and starts rotating in a wide circle around her, giving us a good look at her capabilities. The leader of this pack of hunters is geared differently than her warriors. This harpy has her talons enhanced with metal spikes, further increasing their deadliness. A leather and chainmail tunic is tightly wrapped to her body, and a small metal-reinforced leather helmet is neatly attached to her head. This peculiar character appears to be of a fighter type, wielding good armor while also being armed with deadly melee weapons. One stops to wonder how this race even managed to craft gear with such odd hands. The night sky is quiet, and no sound is made as the hunters prepare to descend upon their unsuspecting prey. A few shadows can be seen around a bonfire in the distance, its fires illuminating the night sky, the owners all but oblivious to their impending doom. Harvalan already has her plan prepared. Her advisor has carefully scouted ahead and found their target. He is located right beside the bonfire, accompanied by his own advisor. The information provided tells of a green-skinned leader dressed in leather armor wielding an unknown weapon. His advisor is clearly a spellcaster, but of unknown origin. The game doesn't allow one to accurately inspect one's opponent without getting reasonably close, something the scouts couldn't risk doing. It doesn't matter though, this is all within her calculations. As long as the player doesn't wear plate armor, her plan has a high probability of success. She signals for her warriors to start the assault, quick and precise. The harpies immediately react and make a dive towards the target. From her spot up high, Harvalan observes how the enemy's advisor starts shouting. A couple of ice lances shooting up and impaling a few of her harpies. Too little too late. The rest of the harpies quickly close the distance and floods the enemy leader, tearing at his flesh. The player yells in terror as a massive wave of feathers and claws fills his vision. His own warriors run towards him, weapons in hand, but it's too late. With a last shriek of despair, the player dies. His half-drawn double axes slumps to the ground. Orkgrimla, Orc Berserker of the Bloodied Jaw tribe, met his end. Thunk asterisk thunk asterisk thunk. What the fuck is that noise? I shout as my slumber is interrupted by an abrupt noise. Dazed, I look around and spot my merry bunch of goblins hard at work, chopping wood and raising support beams for the granary. Oh right, I mutter while I let my head rest on a tuft of grass, slumping my shoulders. Just 5 more minutes. Pling, a sharp noise resounds in my mind. My eyes shoot open to this unfamiliar feeling, and I'm greeted by the good old translucent blue window covering my vision. Congratulations for surviving your first day. Players who died during the last day. Gimli, dwarf of the House of Durpin clan, has died to a cave collapse in Biome A2. 50% off all wares, Murloc, of the @furryfurniture.com tribe, has drowned in Biome C6. Orkgrimla, Orc of the Bloodied Jaw tribe, has been slain by Harvalan, Harpy, of the Blair Witch flock in Biome D13. Players remaining, 537 540. I hazily read through the list of players who died. My mind perks as I make mental notes of the small fragments of useful information that reveals itself. The first player, Gimli, seems to have died to a natural accident, so that's possible. Geez, what an unlucky guy. I guess I shouldn't try out new things myself. The second guy who died makes me chuckle a little bit. How did that guy even manage to get through the selection phase? Good old-fashioned spam. Not even this game with its insanely tough criteria to join can't weed out the spam bots. Classic spam bots. Can't beat 'em. Hope it was worth it. Oh look, he killed himself due to drowning. And he is a murloc, that's an aquatic race, interesting. So even aquatic races can't breathe underwater. I must admit, that's a load off my mind. I would have severe troubles eliminating a player hiding at the bottom of a lake with my scrawny goblins. The strength of goblins are already heavily underpowered, add that to fighting underwater useless. It's good to see the aquatic races can't hide underwater indefinitely. And that leaves the third one. Wait, what? Someone killed someone already. A cold shiver crawls down my spine. I figured due to the massive scale of the biome I would be perfectly safe for at least a few days. I'm such an idiot, I didn't even put out any sentries. That poor sucker could have been me. My eyes wander over the names of the players and their location. D13. My eyes blink a few times trying to snap my mind back to reality and out of the depths of my slumber. That's my biome. What, who, how? I feel the panic creep into my mind, bringing chaos to my thoughts. A trickle of sweat runs down my green forehead, my avatar's bodily functions mirroring my state of mind. My skin crawls and my lungs are gasping for more air. I'm already on my feet and restlessly pace around the embers of last night's bonfire. It takes several minutes for me to calm down and recollect the remaining shards of my sanity. I fucked up. I wasn't prepared. One of my neighbours has already fallen and another player has assumed the mantle of top dog. The bonus experience and loot he must have gained must be huge. What are the benefits for a leveled up player anyway? He must have gained something for first kill. What if he can now summon more units than the rest of us? That's horrible. The rest of us must be days, maybe weeks behind. What is to stop this guy from preying on the rest of us? He is in my damned biome for fuck's sake. Once more I feel the panic creep up on me. I take a few deep breaths, trying to calm down before I waste more precious time. How did Harvallen do this? My mind once again peruses the information available to me. He is playing a harpy. Shit. Does this game have races capable of flying? I mentally beat myself up over the fact that I didn't consider it at all. A flying force has always been superior when it comes to mobility and recon throughout modern history. Why not even more so in a medieval setting? I can't picture my goblins wielding heat-seeking missiles anytime soon. HRMPF. Nah, the boon of having a flying race must come with some heavy penalizing. Elsewise it would be far too overpowered. It's a daring move to choose a flying race blind. Harvallen must have had a plan to this. What is he thinking? Mulling this question over in my mind for a few minutes, I come up with nothing. Damn, how did he do it? It's so risky. He must have had a plan that accounts for the risk invested in it. How did he? How would I do it? A couple of scenarios quickly pass through my mind, and I analyze the strength and weakness of each one. There is one strategy in particular that comes to mind. If I were Harvallen, I would use one of the most time-tested strategy game tactics out there. The one popular go-to strategy in any newly released strategy game. It's a timeless classic in its own rights. The tactic was aptly named for the game in which it was invented, late in the 20th century. It must have been a Zerg rush. The simple and brilliant strategy of spawning a massive amount of the cheapest warrior units you can muster, and quickly send the entire pack of them, all at once, to directly target a single objective, destroying it by overwhelming your opponent before he is prepared. Taking his flying units into consideration, and the element of surprise, this must be the best tactic to defeat an enemy with the least amount of losses possible. Orkgrimla probably didn't see it coming. I certainly wouldn't. I'm both scared and impressed about the prowess of Harvallen. Being able to deduce this possible strategy from the limited amount of time we had to peruse the available races available to us. Genius. This player is top-notch, and he is so close. What is his next move? I can only assume Harvallen will continue his rampage through the biome. Even accounting the losses of a Zerg rush, considering he probably spawned close to 30 warriors, he should still have me beat in fighting force with at least a 2-to-1 ratio. Probably more. Shit, I'm not ready for this. The best way for someone to beat a Zerg rush has always been to focus on strong early defensive structures. Damn, that's not possible for me. It would take far too long, and the harpies would just fly straight above them. Fuck. What else can I do? I can't spawn an army to match him quickly enough, and what is to stop him from just rushing straight at me? I got nothing. I need to hide. The only tactic available for me is to just hide. Staying out of sight and hoping for the enemy not to single me out and rush straight at me. It's a good short-time plan, but not a good one overall. What's to stop him from constantly harassing my troops, killing them off one by one before hunting me down en masse? There is no coming back from that. I try to rack my brain for a good answer, but none come to me. It quickly dawns on me that I need more information. Harvalan could be here at any time, although he could be attacking any of the 3 other players here. I hope so. I need time. Luckily, he also needs information. He needs to send out scouts and prepare his attack. Considering the time we had available yesterday after we had logged in, and adding the time spent finding his opponent, also scouting out his targets, he must have struck at night. All right, that's a reasonable assumption. There is a lot on the line, and a player like Harvalan most likely won't do anything foolish by attacking without having his bases covered. I can also assume his troops has to rest for the night. Good, that gives me more time. It's also reasonable to assume he attacked his own closest neighbor. The logic for his next move should then be to attack the neighbor on the other side of his starting territory, securing his position with a defensive buffer in case something goes wrong. It should take several hours for him to cover this distance. He also needs to scout for the enemy's base. A quick estimate tells me that at best, I should have at least 6 hours before a potential assault. Okay. Time to get my ass in gear. Looking around, I can see my goblins are all hard at work. The granary is coming along nicely as the foundation and flooring seem to be completed, or maybe just close to completion. No matter, they are making progress. My lumberjacks each felled a couple of trees last night, and they are all going through the strenuous activity of stripping the branches off and splitting the log into workable lumber. This is hard work, and it doesn't look very efficient considering the axes they use look like little more than sticks with a sharp rock attached to it. Adding the fact that they also suffer a severe debuff through the weak racial trait, they are actually moving along at a good pace. My foragers have collected a nice pile of roots, berries and mushrooms. Inspecting them, I check their properties. Foraged edibles. Consumable food, foraged type. Increases morale by 5 when eaten for 24 hours, effect does not stack with same food type. Degradation. Ooh, that's nice. As I suspected, it's a different food type than the meat I started with. It gives 5 morale for 24 hours once consumed. It also doesn't stack with the same food type. This should mean I can stack the morale buff with the meat type of food. But how? My goblins only eat 1 meal per day and they refuse to eat more portions. Believe me, I tried. During my drunken stupor last night, I announced that all goblins get to eat as much food as they want. I should consider myself lucky that none of them wanted more. Not even my goblins with the glutton perk, although they did eat 2 portions the first time they ate. Weirdos. I can probably combine them if I get a cook. Right, need one of those ASAP. My hunters sit by themselves by the pool of water. I almost didn't notice them. Apparently they caught a rabbit, a chipmunk and a bird last night, and they are now busy skinning their kills and separating the meat, leather and feathers. Nice. I didn't expect them to actually do all this, and it should help with upping my resource count. I really need to consider getting some craftsmen as soon as possible. Sigh, so much to do. I better check my resources. I walk over to my big pile of stuff and look it over. The pile has lessened somewhat since yesterday. A great pile of pinewood, grass and meat is gone. Some assorted foodstuffs has been added as well as a couple pieces of stone. Seems like my masons are making progress too. The biggest decline in my resources appears to be grass. Grass is one of my most needed resources for building. Shit, I don't have anyone to gather this, do I? Gut, I yell while looking around, trying to locate my advisor. Not so loud, youngling, a voice shouts behind me. Pain assaults my senses as my vision goes black. Fuck, that hurts. As my vision clears, I turn around and stand face to face with Gut. His hands are clenched around his wooden staff/beating stick. I stare directly into his bloodshot eyes. Gut must have one hell of a hangover. What the fuck, man? Geez, I'm sorry, I didn't see you. Calm down. I say, trying my best not to snap back at him too hard. There is no reason to ruin our relationship before it has fully sprouted. Our grass stock is dwindling. Do you know which workers can gather more? GRR younglings, TSSK yelling for this, he grumbles, clearly dissatisfied. You need a goblin with the gatherer profession. He finally snorts. A gatherer, I should have figured. I actually did consider picking one of these professions yesterday, but I figured they were similar to my foragers. But wait a minute. An entire profession just to gather grass. Are you kidding me? Is that even a thing? Why, an image of a goblin walking around telling everyone he is a professional grass collector appears in my mind. Nah, there must be more to it. I shake my head. Sigh, I'm just going to spawn one and see what he brings me. Being a new day, I get to spawn 3 new goblins. I was initially planning on spawning 3 new warriors, but perhaps I have to give up a spot. Considering how weak my fighters are, one more shouldn't make much of a difference, should it? No. I have to consider defense. I can summon the gatherer tomorrow, if I survive. I can't allow myself to be dragged into the crafting aspects in an unforgiving game like this. Opening my summoning list, I quickly tap the summon icon for the Goblin Fighter S 3 times. A brief flash of light masks the appearance of 3 new goblins in our midst. Clean slates. Inspecting their gear, I notice a new piece of equipment. One of my goblins spawned with a cracked wooden buckler along with his wooden club. Cool, I hadn't considered the possibility of shields on goblins yet. My first goblin tank has been born. Looking over the 2 other goblins, I make a note of their weapons. Another rusted spear and a dagger, a good haul all in all. I tell them to follow me. I have a special task in mind for these little buggers. I need to talk to Gut. I throw another glance over at my pile of resources, seeing if I forgot something. I did. Hardly visible, a small pile of odd-looking plants are piled up behind the foraged food. I thought it was part of the food first, but these plants look odd. The plants have thin light green stalks with leaves that look a bit like moss. A weird thing really. I inspect one of them. Moss stalk. Herb healing type, alchemical ingredient, doubles natural regeneration time when ingested. Ooh, this must be the work of my herbalist. I had forgotten about that fellow. A healing herb, awesome, I need those. Lots of those. Gotta get myself an alchemist as soon as possible. My list of goblin priorities has grown long. Meh, I need weapons first, I guess. At least the herbs don't seem to have a degradation effect like the food. I'm just going to let my herbalist stack these herbs up for later use. Ingesting them seems like a waste of resources when I already have the effects from the pool of water. Anyway, time to have a good old talking session with Grandpa Gobbo. I walk about and try to locate Gut. He usually lingers close by. It doesn't take long for me to find him as I'm drawn in by some loud snoring near the pool of water. Really, did he fall asleep this quickly? Insomniacs everywhere must hate him. I stand above him, attempting not to give in to the urge to abruptly wake him. Damn, too tempting. Morning sunshine, I shout softly. I'll postpone my rude awakening schemes until he has grown more accustomed to me. There is a limit to how much of my bullshit a person can take at a time. Have to spread it around, you know. His eyes shoot open violently, signs of a massive adrenaline boost hitting his cerebral cortex. What? He shouts at me. Whoa, if normal Gut is grumpy, it's nothing compared to what I'm now seeing. I'm sorry, Gut, but there are important matters we must attend to. I tell him, softening my approach. GRRR, if this is another question about your words of power, he grumbles. I'll beat you until you resemble a hobbit. His eyes pierce me, annoyance clear on his face. Taken aback, I try to explain about the system messages that tells of our possible impending doom. Gut raises himself into a sitting position, quietly taking in every word. I wasn't certain he understood my explanation about the blue windows and detailed descriptions of who killed who and where. No matter, he appears to understand everything. As my explanation finally ends, I tell him of my guesses about the likely strategy of our opponent. He nods solemnly. This is dire news, youngling, he mutters. We must make preparations with due haste. Yeah, about that, I speak up. I turn around and reveal the 3 goblin fighters following me. Think you can assign these 3 to sentry duty? I reckon we need to cover the approaches from our west, north and east. Gut gives me a cold stare. He really isn't happy. After a moment of silence, he hobbles away with the goblins in tow, starting a long tirade about my shortcomings and the worthlessness of elves as he goes. You should also keep an eye on the sky. There are harpies about, I shout after them, causing Gut to send me another glare of death. My goblins gives me a courteous nod to signal that they understand. Oh, and stay hidden, don't be seen. I add to my order. I'm not sure why, but I have a gnawing sensation in my stomach telling me it's necessary. Before they fully depart, another thought strikes me. You two, I point to my spear and shield and club-wielding goblin. Go swap weapons with 2 of the other club-wearing goblins. I order them. No need to let my most powerful weapons go unused, is there? Right. As my goblins scurry over to the sparring area, handing over their weapons, I watch them scamper after Gut into the woods. Good. I feel safer already. I don't like having to use my fighters as generic scouts. This will halt their progress in advancing their proficiencies with their weapons. It's necessary, though. It only takes a few minutes for Gut to return. The mage takes up position beside me, mumbling a select few curses under his breath. I do my best to hide a smirk. Got any ideas on how we can prepare? I eventually ask him, hoping to derail his growling. He eyes me suspiciously. No, youngling, this is a trial only our chieftain can solve. We will follow your command and help as best we can. He says, once again showing glimpses of his sincere side. Well shit, I was hoping for more. I find myself facing a close to impossible task. I'm outmanned 2-1 versus a flying opponent nonetheless. My tiny goblins are at a serious disadvantage. If it only had been a land-based enemy, I could at least hide behind a goblin meat wall. Now I'm left with precious few options. I have to consider my available options. So what do I have? Racking my brain, I come up with a small list. I have 13 fighters, 20 workers, Gut and myself. Not the most versatile of assets. If I only had a building completed or a cave, I could hide in there, thus eliminating their aerial superiority. My fighters only have melee weapons as well. They're good in a brawl, but I'm lacking in anti-aircraft capabilities. Only Gut and I have ranged attacks, but I suppose that only leaves Gut since I need to hide. That's it, this fight is solely dependent on Gut. Reaching this conclusion, I do something I probably should have done yesterday. I inspect Gut. A status screen. Name, Gut race, Goblin tribe, Dark Fangs mana. 6th rank rank, advisor class, mage. Skills. Class skill passive, enhanced mana manipulation spell mastery, level 20 fire specialization, level 15 fireball, tier 1 flamethrower, tier 2 fire blast, tier 3 blood specialization, level 10 coagulate, tier 1 blood rush, tier 2 melee mastery, level 5 staff specialization, level 5 power bash. Equipment. Main weapon tier 3. Enchanted oak staff 100% secondary weapon, none head tier 4. Enchanted black silk cowl 100% chest tier 4. Enchanted black silk robe 100% legs tier 4. Embroidered black silk pants 100% hands none feet tier 1. Leather boots 100% bag tier 2. Utility belt 4 slots, items, mana stone medium. Whoa, the information dump momentarily stuns me. I didn't expect there to be an overview as extensive as my own. Reading through it, I can't help but think Gut has some really badass things going on. Like every goblin, Gut also has an equipment tab. But unlike my lesser goblins who have nothing but worthless tier 0 equipment, Gut sports some gear that seems to be superior even to my own. Tier 4 clothes, that's so unfair. I'm supposed to be the boss around these parts, aren't I? GRRRs. At the very least I have more skills than he does. Gut is only proficient at magic, whereas I can brag about several utility-based abilities. He can keep his silly fire and blood magic. I much rather prefer to have several. Wait, why am I happy my subordinate lacks abilities? For fuck's sake, Greg. Shaking my head at my own repeated stupidity, I move on and pretend those last few seconds don't exist. I blacked out, that's all, no biggie. Gut has a few things I don't. First of all, he has an item, a mana stone. Going by the logic of my gaming experience, I suppose that's some sort of magical battery pack for spell slinging. I shrug. As good a guess as any, isn't it? He also seems to have a mana rank of the 6th rank. Cool, I wonder how much that is. Can I unlock it too? I really want it. Can you tell me of your mana rank and what it means? GRR, he grumbles at me. He takes a deep breath before he starts explaining in detail about the art of magic. Apparently there are 20 ranks of mana. The rank can only be increased by constant spell usage. The ranks determine how much magical power you have to cast spells. The scaling system is quite simple, in fact. The magic system in this game consists of spell types of different tiers, and those tiered spells have a cost associated with them. For 1 rank of mana, you can cast 2 tier 1 spells, half a tier 2 spell, 1/4 of a tier 3 spell, and 1/8 of a tier 4 spell. A tier 5 spell requires every single one of the 20 mana ranks. This forces the magic caster to preserve his magic as best he can, since the mana ranks only restore every morning. With a mana rank at 6, Gut can cast 12 tier 1 spells, 3 tier 2 spells, or 1.5 tier 3 spell. That's not a lot. Not much at all, really. Although Gut guarantees me that the potency of his spells more than makes up for it. I have to just take his word for it. I would have asked for a demonstration, but I fear I can't afford to risk him expending his daily spell quota. I keep questioning him about the magical system. The spells available to learn are directly tied to the spell mastery skill tree. Each race has affinities for different types of magic. Goblins aren't considered one of the races that is most proficient at magic, so our race only has 2 affinities available to us: fire and blood magic. As mentioned earlier, there are 5 tiers of magic available. Anyone can learn tier 1 spells, but tier 2 spells require a magic specialization of at least level 5. The level requirement increases exponentially from this point on. Tier 3 spells require a specialization of 15, Tier 4 require 20, and the Tier 5 spells require a whooping specialization level of 30. I suppose that's a lot, but for the power those spells contain, it should most definitely be worth it. Grinding those levels must be horrible though, considering how few spells he can cast per day. I'm interrupted by a momentary flashback of all the grinding I did last night to gain only a single specialization level to my crossbow. And that was only to level 11. Holy Mother of Green Baby Jesus. Grinding magic spells is impossible, what the hell? I cast a quick glance at Gut. He stares back with a worried look. Something is amiss, no way this makes sense, just no. Every single game I've played earlier, there has always been a way for mages to replenish their mana. There must be some sort of trick he is withholding. Wait a second. His mana stone. Gut, tell me of your mana stone. How does it work? I eagerly ask him, my instincts screaming at me. Gut smiles back at me. I'm correct, I just know it. There is, youngling, he says. There is a hint of pride in his tone of voice. Maybe I'm imagining it. Mana stones such as this one allows me to replenish my mana reserves by up to 6 ranks once a day. He holds up his mana stone. The information from earlier said it was of a medium size. Jackpot. I knew there had to be something, I freaking knew it. This glorious little rock doubles Gut's effectiveness in battle. What a valuable piece of treasure, but why didn't he tell me earlier? This game, the developers seem to intentionally force the VIs to withhold some information until the players specifically ask for it. I can admit I understand why they do it, but for fuck's sake, it's annoying as hell. How am I supposed to play this game the best I can if my own advisor is unintentionally withholding information? This just feels wrong. On so many levels. If I could, I would open a support ticket and complain to the admins. This is the most pointless and annoying feature of the game, and it kills my immersion. A flare of anger burns within me. Fuck you, Logan, I yell out of the top of my lungs. My sudden outburst startles Gut and the goblins close by. I needed to vent some steam and I start to feel a little better. If you can't fight the system, join it. If you can't join it, then rage at it. Anyway, moving along, I first need to. My thought is rudely interrupted by the infamous blue prompt. TSSK, I start smirking, serves you right, you ass. Right, back to the situation at hand. I don't actually know if Harvalan will even attack me. For all I know, he is currently focusing on building his base while savouring his experience lead. Even if he decides to attack, there is only about 25% chance I'm the target. My logical thought slowly unties the tight knot in my stomach. There is no need to worry, I'm not that unlucky. Time to move back to the most pressing of my issues. I need to know. A loud shriek fills the air from the east. I quickly turn and face the general direction. What the fuck was that? I shout confused. A low grumbling sound echoes from my side. Enemies. My eyes scan the general direction I think the shriek came from. My mind automatically activates my eagle sight ability. It's about then I spot it. A small bird-like thing hovers just barely above the tree line to the east. I quickly inspect it. Harpy. What the hell? Chapter 9, Death Descending. Chapter 9, Death Descending. Shit. Why me? Every single time, can't catch a freaking break. Despair fills me as the worst-case scenario just happened. That damn harpy, I didn't expect them to arrive this quickly. Shit, I shouldn't have chosen to start my camp near the center of the map. The travel distances are far shorter than they would be deeper into the forest. Damn it, anger fills me as I grit my teeth. I'm angry at myself. How could I make such an idiotic mistake? I start pacing around while cursing furiously. I fucked up. I should have foreseen this possibility. I should have done more research, I should have. Snap out of it, will you? Gut shouts at me. Thump. Oh, fuck you fucking asshole, I yell as my vision once again blurs. I'll fucking beat your fucking green ass to hell, come here you little. Thump. I topple over backwards as the pain increases. My head is throbbing while my body slumps into the thick grass. With my hands clutching the top of my head, I mutter another select few curses under my breath. My visions clears and I look up at the robed little creature hovering his makeshift club menacingly over my head. His eyes pierce mine as he stares me down. I silently stare back, controlling my breathing and calm my mind. Fuck, what am I doing? I have been on an emotional roller coaster for a week already, and I can't seem to stop myself from losing it. I let out a long mental sigh as I close my eyes. My mind is all chaos. There are far too many emotions swirling around in my head. I don't think I'm angry, not really. There is another feeling trumping it by far, lingering in my chest. I feel sad, hopeless, worthless. I got a lot of words for it, but none of them offer a sufficient explanation. I don't understand this. Why am I making so many basic mistakes? I have never done this before. I'm the freaking solo butcher. I am known for making complex tactics that can overcome any obstacle. Why is this so hard for me? I have made several mistakes already. And a bunch of near fuck-ups. Why can't my mind work normally? I close my eyes as tons of possible reasons rush through my mind. My failure at properly analyzing all the possible race options. My neglect in not prioritizing information above making quick decisions. Underestimating my opponents. It feels as if I have 20 different voices screaming at me inside my head, every single one of them trying to shout above the others, each one yelling about a different mistake. My mind starts drifting around, thinking about both everything and nothing. It's oddly calming. A few images flash across my mind, their memories both distant and recent. The images slowly turn into faces. I see my teachers, old friends, neighbors, my bullies, and a lot more. The faces of every person I see every day of every week stare back at me. Their patronizing gazes looking down on me, reminding me of my failures. My failure at every single aspect of life. Failing at school, failing at sports, failing at making friends, failing at making ends meet, failing at gaming. The tightness in my chest starts sinking into my stomach, leaving nothing but hollowness. My depression threatens to overwhelm me. I don't want to fail. I don't want to lose at the one thing I do well in my life. Gaming is all I have. The hollowness in my stomach starts to shrink, slowly being replaced by resolve. It doesn't disappear completely, No 5-minute epiphany is going to heal those wounds. The condescending faces in my mind dissipates one after the other, all but 5 of them. The faces of my bullies are all that's left, their faces smirking down at me. I don't feel sad anymore, no. Quite the opposite, in fact. They are the reason I ended up here. I won't forget, I will never forget, I'm going to have my revenge. They won't beat me, not here, not in a game. Just you wait, Richard. My eyes open and my face stiffens. I have wasted enough time. Harvalan will be here soon. Thank you, Gut, I needed that. A single growl is all I'm getting in response. No words are needed. Still lying on my back, I start asking Gut questions. I need to figure out what he is capable of. Without delay, Gut explains what he can do. Gut tells me of the spells he can use in detail. And when I say detail, I mean really detailed. Listing all his spells, he tells me what each one does individually. Mana cost, cast range, cast time, area of effect, speed of projectiles and lots of other specifics. I just sit quietly and soak it all in. My mental state isn't all there, so most of the details go straight into one ear and out the other. I do, however, manage to pick up the essentials. Fireball fire magic, Tier 1A ball of fire causing moderate fire damage. Flamethrower fire magic, Tier 2A cone of fire erupts from the caster, causing massive damage. Fire blast fire magic, Tier 3 blasts an area in fire, causing moderate area of effect damage. Coagulate blood magic, Tier 1 reduces stats of target by half. Blood rush blood magic, Tier 2 increases speed of nearby friendlies by 20%. This is some collection. Gut seems to have 5 different spells which do various things. There are 2 types of magic, fire and blood. I vaguely remember from the racial traits that goblins can only learn these 2 types of magic. Gut is especially proficient at fire magic, which must be why the only 3rd-tiered magic he has is a fire spell. Neat. I can work with this, these spells got potential. I dust off my brain and kickstart the rusted cogs. The resemblance of a plan starts to form in my mind. Gut is hovering above me. He still has a firm double grip on his staff, his ever-vigilant stare burning a hole in my head. I look up at him and start grinning. His scowl turns uncertain. He knows something is up. So Gut, my teeth start showing. How would you like to save the day? Not waiting for Gut to lose his dumbfounded expression, I spring to my feet and start running towards the sparring area. My fighters are all still smacking each other around, cuts and bruises littering their bodies. They're not looking very healthy, and they're clearly not affected by the alarm that went off a few minutes ago at all. I should probably do something about that at some point. TSSK later. All of you line up. I yell excitedly, expecting my loyal subjects to stand at a neat attention with their chests puffed out and their eyes brimming with resolve. Too bad this bunch of morons just stand around and look at me as if I'm the idiot. I squint my eyes and my brows furrow. Why won't this stupid game give me just one thing that works as intended? I'm not asking for much here, just a tiny bit of intelligence. Hell, I would settle for an attention span that surpass a goldfish. But no, I'm stuck with being the lead idiot of a bunch of kindergarteners who only care about eating, pooping and hitting each other with sticks. Sigh, I let my face slide into the palm of my hand. Chief, one of my fighters asks me carefully. Right, I wasn't supposed to sulk anymore, this ain't gonna be easy, they are really testing my patience. Never mind, I mumble, straightening my back. I have a plan to put in motion. These sorry saps of life don't need to be smart to play their part. You, I point at the goblin wielding the rusty cutlass. His green ears twitch at the notion of suddenly being singled out. And you, I point to the goblin wielding the shield and a club. The poor goblin looks terrified for some reason. I motion for them to approach. The 2 approach me at a slow pace. Their arms are slouched at their sides and their ears are drooping. The base aggression they were radiating just moments ago has all but vanished. They act submissive towards me. It feels as if their behavior is designed to imitate pack-based predators. A bit like wolves, feral creatures that work together with a simple hierarchy. And guess who's the alpha? Hell yeah, you know who. Give me that. I grab the shield without really waiting for the goblin to react. I feel a little resistance as the goblin releases his grip. I suppose he already grew attached to his new toy. No matter, I don't have time for this. I proceed to hand over the shield to the goblin wielding the rusty cutlass. The goblin's eyes widen in surprise. This is soon replaced by a satisfied grin as he attaches the shield to his free hand and starts waving it around. A few of the other fighters are giving him envious stares. The goblin who lost the shield looks downright depressed. I almost feel like patting him on the back out of sympathy. I might give him a present later, if we survive. Thank you, Chief, the cutlass goblin says while bowing respectfully. Right, no need to thank me, I'm not done. I start unequipping my chest and leg armor as well as my boots. I hand them all over to the cutlass goblin. The look on his face is undescribable. His large eyes are pot-lid round and I can see tears starting to form. His mouth hangs open, revealing his entire set of jagged teeth. What are you doing? Gut shouts behind me. He takes a few steps forward, further increasing his volume. Have you lost your mind? Take those back, the disgrace. I cut him off by raising my hand. Quiet, it's part of the plan, I'll explain after. My command doesn't entirely silence Gut, but he does reduce his outbreak to a low growling. The cutlass goblin wastes no time putting my armor on. The chainmail jingles softly as it slaps against the hardened leather armor. The goblin is half a head smaller than me, but the armor appears to fit like a glove. Soon after finishing, he starts to strike poses in front of the other goblins, showing off his newfound might. He seems to relish at the fact that he is favored by the chieftain by receiving all these magnificent gifts. Or the sucker doesn't realize he is the bait. The Blair Witch flock is resting at a small hill in the middle of a forest. The female harpies are all loitering around, resting to replenish their stamina. They have to rest for about 15 minutes after every hour of flight, else they lose strength and will be unable to bear their own weight. This is one of the detrimental effects of having the powerful ability of flight. The flock has been flying throughout the night already, unwilling to allow their enemies a moment of respite before their onslaught. They may suffer a penalty due to an exhausted debuff, but it shouldn't matter too much. Scouts have been sent ahead to try and locate the enemy's base. Although the harpies are efficient, they don't worry about much. They are strong. Real strong. They know almost as a certainty that they will have the numerical advantage. Anything else is beyond ludicrous. Even though they are evenly matched, they would still have the edge. Now it's only a matter of time. Their leader Harvallen rests atop the tallest tree, leaning against the trunk. She is bursting with confidence, and why shouldn't she? Things are going well for her so far. She gained 2 whole levels after her rush tactic against the orc last night. Her face is twisting into a smile. Her tactic was a good one. Harvallen is what one would call a veteran gamer. Her 40 years as a gamer has let her experience the best moments of gaming history. Her fondest memories are from the golden age of strategy games in the late 90s and early 2000s. Most people don't remember this era. This was a long time ago, way before the gaming industry buried the strategy genre in favor of arcade shooters, MMORPGs and arena games. The industry focused way too much on expanding its market to include everyone, and the simplicity of the games they made didn't quite mesh well with the strategy genre, which required a certain level of complexity. Being a neglected genre, the main body of gamers these days don't know the beauty of the strategies created by their predecessors. This is what allows her to use the time-proven strategy of a Zerg rush to completely take her opponent unawares. Certainly, there are many other complex strategies she could have used, but the Zerg rush is just so simple and efficient, it would have been a shame not to exploit it to its full potential. The smile on her face is not just about how well the tactic is working, but also about her luck in realizing the opportunity of using it. During the pre-game selections, she spent a fair amount of time browsing through the list of playable races. She was internally debating about which race could give her the edge she would need to win. After all, this is her chance to honor the classic strategy games. She won't fail. It wasn't until the end of the list she noticed the Harpy race. Harpies are considered a common but weak fantasy race, often featured in fantasy role-playing games. It is also a race that are only known to have one defining feature. Among the sentient species, they have the rare ability of flight. Being able to have a race capable of flight didn't even register in her mind as possible until she saw them. It didn't take more than a split second from the moment she saw the harpies before she thought of combining it with the Zerg rush tactic. The main strength of the Zerg rush is speed. Flying most certainly qualify for this. Yeah, she feels pretty darn lucky. It's a pity she spent so much time selecting a race, however. It caused her to make a few mistakes later on. She set her character up to be an assassin. This felt smart at first, but she should have realized she shouldn't rush into danger. This is her minion's job after all. If she had spent some more time at it, she would have chosen to be a mage. That would at least have made her capable of attacking or supporting from a safe distance. Rookie mistake. The other mistake she made was not taking into consideration her racial weakness. Harpies don't really have proper hands, so this makes them terrible at tasks which require craftsmanship. The negative attributes she received were so high, she really just wanted to start crying. Foolish mistake yet again. Regardless, her choice of race made an aggressive playstyle a necessity. She does have a plan on how to remedy the situation though. She only needs to. SWOSH. The flapping sound of a harpy, S-wings descending drags her out of her deep thoughts. It signals the arrival of her trusty advisor, bringing news from her scouts. Her advisor lands on a nearby branch and turns her head towards Harvallen. Mistress, the scouts have found our enemy, she shrieks in a high-pitched tone. Harvallen raises her tired eyes and meets her advisor's stare. Report. We have found a small settlement by the mountain to our immediate west, only half an hour away. The enemy appears to be goblins about 30 strong. Their fighting capacity is roughly 1/3 of the population, poor quality equipment. Their leader appears to be a goblin with leather armor. Weapons unknown. The advisor is some sort of spellcaster. Type unknown. Our scout was spotted, so the enemy is aware of our presence. The advisor finishes her report. Harvallen nods slowly and lets out a deep breath. Thanks, Cyril. She finally mutters. A grin forms on her lips. These are splendid news. This is the best-case scenario. A first-tier race with only light armor. This should be easy, but she has to move fast. She can't allow him to prepare any further or, God forbid, run off and hide. Hunting him down would waste too much of her time. She unfolds her wings and quickly takes flight. Hovering above her troops, she lets out a shrilling cry. Her war cry is echoed by nearly 30 lesser voices. Her chest swells with satisfaction. The hunt is on. The flock takes wing and soars into the sky in unison. 30 lightly dressed harpies are flying in a disorderly fashion. A big clump of feathers, talons and sharp teeth is all that is visible from a distance. Above them all, Harvallen and Cerissa are floating along, discussing the layout of the land and possible threats the goblins might procure. The occasional shriek from a harpy can be heard once in a while, but most of the half-hour trip progresses in silence. A knot ties in Harvallen's stomach as she mentally prepares herself for the coming battle. Even though she holds the clear advantage, her plan isn't foolproof. There are ways to counter her rushing tactic, but she just can't see a way for her to lose this early. The enemy seems to be just as poorly equipped as her own fighters, and she knows poor equipment also limits the possibility for strategies. There is just no feasible way at this stage of the game for the enemy to fight her off. The only deciding factor is the numerical advantage. And Harvallen has her enemy beat on that note almost 3-1. She just can't lose. Still, she gets this gnawing feeling in her gut. What if? No, she can't allow herself to be distracted. She just has to push through and follow the plan. Overthinking things can ruin the best laid plans, and decisive actions are just as important as good strategic planning. She is brought out of her deep thoughts at the sight of an approaching harpy. This is one of her vanguard units, arriving to report that the enemy is within sight. Harvallen would have preferred to do another night blitz attack, but her forward scout has already been spotted. A pity, it goes to show her enemy has some resemblance of a strategic mind, but just how dangerous can he be with the odds stacked against him? She halts her approach and waits for her fighters to form a loose circle around her. Since her element of surprise has all but vanished, she needs to do a proper analysis of the situation before she acts. There is no need to do anything unnecessary, is there? She beckons for two of her fighters to follow, as she flies high above to get a good look at the hostile encampment. There isn't much to look at. A half-built shed is being erected next to a small body of water, which is hard to spot through the gaps between the large trees in the area. She can spot their pile of resources shortly behind with 3 goblins spread around it. There is no trace of most of the goblins, but she suspects the enemy is hiding all his crafter units out of sight, as to not have any unnecessary losses. Not bad thinking. Her enemy is keeping a cool head and thinks ahead, not going to help him much though. Her eyes move over towards the main cluster of the enemy's units. About 20 meters beside the pile of resources, she can spot the enemy chieftain. He is surrounded by the rest of his goblin fighters in a loose, almost perfect circle. His advisor mage lingers on the outside of the circle, on the opposite side of where her forces are gathered. She takes a moment to analyze the situation. There seems to be a lot of thought put into this tactic. Her enemy has a few units covering his strategic objective, which is his pile of resources. A smart move, although it spreads his forces thin. It's not too bad though, since his main force is close by and able to react quickly depending on the situation. His main forces are spread out in a protective circle around the leader. Not bad thinking at all. This way they are in a position to help their leader, while also spreading out in case of concentrated ranged fire like spells. There are some peculiarities to his choice of strategy though. Why has he placed his forces in the open like that? It would be safer to fight an aerial force among dense vegetation where mobility would become an issue. Standing in the open like this is just dumb. What is he thinking about? Does he need visibility perhaps? Maybe he is hoping for his spellcaster to be able to pick the enemy leader off before she can get to him. She doesn't like this, not one bit. On the side of caution, she throws out an inspect on the enemy commander. Goblins, equipment quality, good leather. No doubt about it. That must be the leader. A pity she is too far away to do a proper inspect. The information on the mage didn't reveal anything shocking either. Perhaps the player is really the mage. No, not possible. Her scout did observe the other goblins taking orders from a goblin in leather armor. She doesn't see anyone else down there who match that description. She curses softly. There is nothing more to do. She has too little information to make a good decision. She still has an advantage, so she should just stick to her strengths. The enemy certainly has a plan in all this, but little do they know. Harvalan got a trick of her own up her feathery sleeve. She takes a deep breath before she releases another high-pitched shriek. A call to attack. From the distance, the massive clump of her army rises from the treeline and heads towards the enemy forces. Her units picks up the pace and moves as one. The only way she can describe the sight would be to call it a blob of death. The massive group of harpies close the distance to the enemy and soon dives as a unit, heading straight for the enemy commander. Harvalan holds her breath. A trickle of sweat rolls down her forehead. Something feels off. Her eyes lock onto the goblins below. They don't look frightened. She can see how their muscles tense, their weapons are being raised, and their eyes lock onto the oncoming horde. She can see how the enemy leader raises his shield above his head, preparing to face the enemy charge head-on. Her flock descends rapidly. It's almost a free dive. They only have one job to do, and that is to tear the enemy commander to shreds. They only need a few seconds to close the distance. Only 30 meters to go, 20, 15, 10. With only 5 meters to go, the enemy spellcaster releases a spell. There is hardly enough time for her to register that something even happened before she sees a massive explosion occur at the center of her units. The blazing fire rapidly expands outwards, encircling her harpies. The sea of fire is bright. It's everywhere. It's too late for the rest of the harpies to avoid it. They just dove too fast. The battlefield is filled by the panicked screams of her fighters. Her vision obscured by all the smoke. What happened? Holy shit, I yell, it actually worked. My eyes water from the bright explosion. The screams of my foes are ringing in my ears, and a smell of burnt flesh drifts towards me. Gut timed his attack perfectly, using his 3rd-tier fire blast at the correct moment when all his enemies were grouped up showed far better results than he dared hope. Everything is on fire, damn it. The battlefield turned into utter chaos. Harpies are littering the ground, most suffering from severe burns while some just died. The few harpies who managed to avoid the fire are hovering above the rest, paralyzed by the screams of their comrades. My cutlass-wielding goblin at the center of the circle got knocked over by the weight of about a dozen harpies ramming into him. He got a few burn marks on his arms and legs, as well as some bruises from the kinetic force of the enemy's charge. His shield managed to save him from the worst of the impact, however. "Attack!" I yell at the top of my lungs. The command is an unnecessary one, but I just can't help myself as I'm filled by a rush of adrenaline. My goblin fighters are already on their feet, hacking, stabbing and bashing every single of the wounded harpies littering the ground. I can see how my cutlass-wielding goblin pushes a dead harpy off himself and starts hacking away at the exposed throats of any harpy within reach. It's a bloodbath. Gut is standing safely in the back, shooting several fireballs at the harpies still airborne. The harpies are still shell-shocked by the earlier explosion, and they don't seem to know what to do. Without having the advantage of speed or flight, the harpies are at a clear disadvantage. Some try to claw at my goblins while some try to bite. They are all badly hurt, and in a scuffle like this, my weapon-wielding goblins fight like giants. This isn't a battle, really. It's a brawl, and brawling is a goblin's way of life. Trying not to revel too much at the sight of the massacre going on, I decide it's time for me to enter the fray. I lift the basket of grass concealing me amidst the pile of resources and leap out. Crossbow in hand, I drop to my knee and start firing as fast as I can. I aim for the harpies still in the air, and my heart skips a beat every time my bolts connect with those feathery bastards. I grin as I watch them fall from the sky, only to be hacked to death by a goblin waiting below. I don't know how many have fallen, but it's a lot. The bloodlust overwhelms me as I keep releasing bolt after bolt. I think I shot half a dozen times before something slams into my back. The world turns upside down as I tumble to the ground. A sharp pain stings my right shoulder. I start flailing my arms around wildly, trying to defend myself from whatever the hell that was. A weight presses me down. It hurts. I slowly regain my bearings and notice a dirty green creature lodged on top of me. A goblin. What the fuck? Get the fuck off me, I start punching the little bastard. "Oh, Chief, please don't," he cries in agony. A wild flapping sounds from above me. I tilt my head and look up at a couple of metal spikes, racing for my face. I release a small yelp and instinctively pull the goblin laying on top of me up to cover my face. A nasty squishy sound fills my ears as the metal spikes pierce the goblin. The poor goblin whimpers before his body goes limp. I lie on the ground, helpless as the harpy with steel-spiked talons do her utmost to pierce through the goblin. My two other goblin bodyguards spring to action and try to stab her with their spears. This buys me a moment of respite as the deadly harpy turns to fend them off. Gut's screams can be heard from the distance, and I turn my head. From the corner of my eye I can see him sprint towards me, a blue light shining brightly from his hand as he uses his mana stone. I push the dead goblin off me and start crawling back over to the pile of resources. I look around for my crossbow, but it's nowhere to be seen. The sound of metal hitting metal is all I register from the battle between my goblin bodyguards and the metal-spiked harpy. I feel helpless. My arms are paralyzed and my legs are shaking. A small trickle of blood runs down my shoulder from where the harpy's surprise attack hit me. The gash is deep. The game's pain filter is all that keeps me from crying my eyes out. My peaceful moment soon ends as the metal-spiked harpy manages to get a good hit on one of the spear-wielding goblins. He falls over screaming, a large gash across his chest. The other goblin charges in but is knocked aside by the harpy's wing. The harpy turns to face me, spit dripping from her razor-sharp teeth, murder in her eyes. Fear strikes my very soul as I try to push myself further into safety. My hands fumble at my waist and I manage to get a hold of my bronze dagger. I start swinging it wildly in front of me as the harpy approaches. "Stay the fuck away from me, why are you asshole?" I scream from the top of my lungs. "I don't want to die here. No way I'm fucking dying here." My grip on the dagger tightens, and I stop squirming between the two baskets of grass I'm hiding amongst. I extend my arm and point it towards the harpy. You want a piece of this fuckface? I yell, her eyes are wild with anger, my taunt is working. The harpy lunges. I clench my teeth and steady my arm. The harpy's talons and my dagger are inches apart before a bright flame fills my vision. The harpy screams in horror as the feathers on her back are lit ablaze. The impact throws her off balance and the talons miss my face. I swing my dagger in an arc, trying to graze her. My heart skips a beat as I feel the dagger finding purchase. I cut deep into her left wing. Screaming, the harpy starts rolling out of reach. I try to get to my feet before a green and brown blur speeds past me. The harpy's screams stop abruptly as a rusty iron cutlass pierces her throat. I can see my battered goblin champion sitting on top of the harpy, pressing the tip of his cutlass deeper into the harpy's throat with both hands. The last embers of her life is slowly ebbing away. Crilleno. A shriek fills the air from high above us. I lift my head and lock onto another harpy with steel-enhanced talons. The harpy looks furious, her eyes wild with rage and a thick stream of saliva pours down her chin. She stares daggers at me, and I can see how she struggles to keep herself from diving in after me, ripping my throat out. I don't dare taking my eyes off her, the memory of the last assassination attempt still fresh in my mind. A familiar thumping sound appears behind me. Are you all right? My advisor asks me, worry in his voice. Yeah, I mutter, my breath is heavy. My fists clench and my muscles tense, causing the blood from my shoulder to drain faster. Can you do anything about that bitch? I point towards the harpy with a jerk of my head. Gut eyes the harpy with contempt. His brows furrow and his eyes slit as he seems to be making up his mind. Without responding, he raises his hand towards the harpy, singling her out. I watch as a thin red mist gathers around his hand. His gaze intensifies while the mist thickens. The whole sequence doesn't take more than a second and a half, but it feels longer. I am mesmerized by the sight. Gut opens his mouth and utters a single word. Coagulate. The thick red mist instantaneously shoots up towards the harpy. Her eyes widen in shock at the sudden incoming projectile. Her wings flap harder, but it's already far too late for her to dodge. The red mist quickly envelops her and sticks to her body. Some of the mist makes it into her mouth as panic strikes her. She starts flapping her wings harder, but to no avail. She loses strength too fast. She tries to fight it, but she is slowly losing altitude. Her previous anger soon turns into fear as she scents the ground approaching rapidly. No, stop, HNNG*, release me. Her voice is strained by the effects of the blood magic. There is movement all around me. I manage to pull my eyes away from the slowly descending harpy to look at the fighters of my tribe gathering around me. There is no more sound of battle behind me, and a good number of my tribesmen are still standing, weapon in hand. Looking over their small green bodies, I notice they didn't come unscathed through the battle. Most of them have various cuts and bruises all over. One of my goblin bodyguards still has a nasty gash across his torso, but he is still standing, albeit a little unsteadily. The worst of the lot is the cutlass-wielding goblin. His armor, my armor, is in tatters. The chainmail is all but ripped apart and bits of leather are scraped off. It's soaked in blood and littered with scorch marks. The goblin underneath it fares no better. His arms and legs got several first and second-degree burns. His face is bloodied and swollen, his nose appears to be broken. He is panting heavily, indicating he must have broken a few ribs. I wonder how he is still standing. Damn, what a beast. Counting my goblins, it seems like the battle went better than I dared hope. 10 fighters are left standing. Damn, how did that happen? The goblins all raise their arms and shout taunts at the harpy still struggling above us. She only has a few meters left until she touches ground. My goblins all move out, encircling the spot where she lands. The moment she is within reach, my goblins lunge. Her screams fade as the bloodthirsty jeers and the sound of metal-piercing flesh shuts her out. I can't see her body as a horde of green limbs block my view. A few feathers and drops of blood flies in the air as weapons move with deadly efficiency. I can see an iron cutlass being raised high before it chops down. Her screams are no more. Chapter 10 Virtual Morality. Chapter 10 Virtual Morality. Everything is silent. The only sound I hear is my heart slamming against my chest. The smell of charred flesh tears in my nostrils, and I feel a building headache. The adrenaline rush is slowly leaving my body, and the old familiar sensation of pain resumes to ache in my shoulder. My breath is still far too heavy. Fuck, how did I survive that? My mind is scrambled, and the only thing that lets me keep my sanity is the arrival of the notorious blue windows. Your tribe has slain 27 Harpy Fighter S1 advisor. You have leveled up. You are now level 1. You have 5 unassigned attribute points. Your tribe has slain an enemy commander Harvalan. You have leveled up. You are now level 3. You have 15 unassigned attribute points. Congratulations, you have gained 2 skill levels in crossbow specialization. Congratulations, you have gained 2 skill levels in concealment. Congratulations, you have gained 1 skill level in dagger specialization. No, what? I blink a few times, my mind unable to follow the rapid messages filling my vision. It seems that I just leveled up big time, but I'm just not ready to deal with this right now. I dismiss the prompts and slump down on the ground. I close my eyes and wait for the last of my adrenaline to fade. The battle felt like an eternity, but it was actually short, insanely short, and intense. In truth, it wasn't much of a battle. It was a short-lived skirmish that turned into a deadly ambush. It only lasted a few minutes, but almost everyone died. My goblins hacked apart a bunch of injured and unarmored harpies. It was a brawl in its truest sense, and there were little trace of anything that could be described as honorable fighting. The image of my goblins thrusting their daggers into the exposed necks of the injured harpies is unsettling, to say the least. But it's a game, though, that should make it okay. But it's so realistic. So much blood. A cold shiver crawls down my spine. I wish I could throw up, but I don't think the game developers added that feature. I suppose it wouldn't look good on camera, or maybe they did. I don't know anything. My eyes wander aimlessly across the battlefield. There are so many dead things, dead harpies mostly. Their feathery corpses are everywhere. A small sea of blood and feathers colours the ground crimson. There are a couple of other creatures amongst the dead birds, though. 2 of my goblins perished in the battle at the field, and the third one. Oh shit. My eyes widen as I remember how my goblin bodyguard died. I sacrificed him. My mind fills with static and blood drains from my face. The tight knot in my stomach twists and grinds against my skin. I struggle to breathe as panic overtakes me. My body starts to shake violently. I topple over, assuming a fetal position. I sacrificed him. I let him die to save myself. How could I? That wasn't a game, that was real. It sickens me. How could the developers add that shit in a game? The dying sounds of my bodyguard play over and over in my mind. I let him die. I close my eyes and let my mind shut down. I don't know for how long I lie there, but I'm eventually capable of forming coherent thoughts. This game is too real, I mutter to myself. I mentally open the blue window I had never thought I would consider using. Emergency logout. Do you wish to log out of Fantasy Royale? Warning. Logging out will lead to instant disqualification from the game. My mental finger hovers above the accept button for a short while. I hesitate. Is this really what I want? I sigh. I must. This game is too much. It's bringing forth things. Thump. Zoa. Thump. Fuck. I start punching wildly in the air. I look up and see the familiar shape of Gut hovering above me. My cutlass-wielding goblin stands beside him, his armor, my armor, in tatters. They both look worried. What? I yell at them. Gut just looks at me. He seems to consider his answer carefully. You looked as if you were about to do something really stupid. He mumbles quietly. And what if I were? That's my choice and mine alone. I snap back. I'm not even sure why I'm suddenly so angry. Stop acting like a fucking elf, he shouts at me, all trace of the previous worry all but gone. You're a goblin chieftain, a goblin. Being a fool is not in our nature. To hell with you and your fucking goblins. You are not real. I scream at him. How dares he? He's a fucking VI, what gives him the right to lecture me? Gut stares at me, his eyes shooting venom. Real, what nonsense is this? Can you not see us? Can we not communicate with you? Are we not capable of individual thought? His response baffles me. Of course you're not real, you're just a string of ones and zeros, your actions are nothing but calculated scripted events. His face stiffens. What arrogance? Or is it just ignorance? Isn't that how any sentient being behaves? Acting based on a precalculated analysis of any given situation, and responding with a scripted reaction formed after a lifetime of environmental stimuli. I'm stunned. Why am I suddenly stuck in a weird philosophical debate with a VI? What the actual hell? You're just not okay. You were made by a human and you are saying and doing exactly what that human wants you to say. You're nothing but an elaborate puppet. My gloves are off, fuck this guy. What difference does my creation mean? We have all been created. Being the product of industry makes me no less real than a product of evolution. Why would sentience limit itself to only function in a vessel made of flesh and blood, and not one of metal? Because I shift uncomfortably on the ground. You just don't okay, you can't feel, I yell. Feel, Gut looks confused. What makes you think that? I point over the corpse of my dead goblin bodyguard. Do you see him? Did you see what I did to him? I scream, my throat is getting hoarse. I killed him, okay, I killed him to save myself, and this was right after he saved my life. Who does that kind of shit? It's not okay. How can you not understand how that makes me feel? Only a fucking emotionless tin can shove that aside. You only have your single purpose, you're a fucking emotionless tool. My voice starts ebbing away. It still stings my heart to relive my previous actions. I lay on the ground just staring up at Gut, fire in my eyes. The old mage is quiet for once, just looking back at me. I can see a small spark in his eyes as he is processing what I'm trying to say. I see, he finally says, you feel guilty. I do my utmost not to snap back at him. I want to keep screaming at him, punch him, tear his flesh off. No fucking shit, Sherlock, I do feel guilty. I killed someone who considered me their leader. Someone who risked his life protecting me, out of cowardice. So what if the goblin isn't real? It sure as fucking hell felt real as I saw the harpy's sharp metal spikes close in on my face. Vug. Is that really the kind of person I am? I can understand how you feel, Gut starts. No you don't, I interrupt him, but thanks for trying. No I do, I'm not going to tell you to forget about it. I believe you just experienced one of those handful of moments you get during your life. He sits down next to me and rests his hand on my shoulder. But I will say this, don't let it bring you down, remember the feeling and let it guide you, don't let it bring you down. He points towards the dead goblin. He died protecting you, it's probably a terrible comfort for now, but he served his purpose. He was prepared to die to save you. If you died, he would have died as well, as would every single one of us. There is no reason to feel bad about him dying. I listen intently as he tries to cheer me up. It's a pretty cheesy and cliché line to throw at me, but I appreciate it nonetheless. I don't agree with him, not 1 second, but it still feels better. What I did was equal to the pinnacle of being a dick, but what can I do? It happened. It was an instinctive reaction. Can I be blamed for that? I have no control over my instinct for self-preservation. If the goblin had been real, and this had been in a court of law, I would probably have been screwed. And that's not even counting the morally dark area of my actions. Shit, how am I supposed to deal with that? Just move along and pretend it didn't happen. Fuck no. This shit's probably gonna haunt me till the day I die. So what can I do? Make sure it doesn't happen again. Maybe, is it really that simple though? It's very likely I will face a similar situation in this game. What will I do if that happens? Will I sacrifice another goblin to save myself then? Will I remember this situation and freeze? Would I sacrifice myself to save another goblin? I don't know, fuck, I hate not knowing. I rack my brain over this matter. I have a lot of hypotheticals and what-ifs, but not a single piece of fact to support my train of thoughts. So why don't I just quit? It would be easy. For the briefest moment, I can see a memory flash of Richard's condescending smirk appear in my mind. My blood starts boiling. Richard, I can't quit now, I won't, I must keep going. But is it worth it? Can I really keep going with these realizations about myself just like that? No, it's not worth it. But fuck it if I ain't gonna to do it anyway. I just have to make sure this doesn't happen again, somehow. Make everyone go heal their wounds, then start gathering our spoils of war. I need a moment. I tell no one in particular. I receive a quick acknowledgement from Gut before I hear him scurry off. It might just be me, but I think Gut's step has an extra spring to it. I just keep lying on my back for a while. After a few minutes, my quiet bliss is interrupted by the return of my builders and resource gatherers. I hid them in the forest to the west during the battle, and I'm glad to see they are already stomping back to us and starting to work. Just as if there hadn't just been a short bloody skirmish going on. Simpletons, eh? I wish it was that easy to forget about shit for me as well. I lie on my back for what feels like hours. It could be minutes, I really don't know. It's impossible for me to fall asleep, but I just lie there, staring up at the sky and trying to empty my mind. I definitely didn't fall asleep though. The constant hammering of my builders close by denies me the opportunity. I wonder if they are close to finishing. I sit up in a comfortable position and straighten my back. The game's coding prevents me from feeling sore, but I still feel that good old need to stretch. After cracking a few joints, I turn my head and have a look around. My builders have made good progress on my granary. The roof is close to being finished, as the builders are placing the last pieces of grass in the correct spots. The walls are still being hammered in and soon covers most of the structure. A few meters off, a couple of the builders is finalizing what seems to be a crude door. I don't think it will be more than a couple of hours for them to finish. Shit, for how long did I zone out? I spring to my feet and start looking for Gut. If anyone around here can form enough coherent sentences to tell me what's going on, it has to be Gut. I walk over to a small hill near the pool of water. It doesn't take long for me to find him sitting by the water, sipping from his ever-full wineskin. Gut, I mutter. The old mage slowly turns his head and gives me a short, respectful nod. He seems to be playing with a white object the size of an orange. I don't bother looking too close. I sit down next to him and gesture for him to pass the wine. After taking a few sips, I feel ready to start functioning like a human being again. Squinting, I raise my hand and gently squeeze the bridge of my nose with my thumb and index finger. Did we gain anything from that fight? Gut takes a long swig from the wineskin. We did indeed, young one, this one here is the big prize. He abruptly tosses the white ball over to me. I fumble a little but manage to grab it without dropping it. It feels smooth to the touch. I turn it over in my hands and have a better look at it. Whoa, it's a freaking skull. My grip on the skull tightens and my eyes shoot open. This is so weird. I have never held a skull before, not a real one at least. It didn't quite feel like this in Yggdrasil Online. I can't explain it. Who did this come from, Harvallen? Reading my odd expression, Gut speaks up. That right there is a special skull, the skull of an enemy leader. It holds great value. What sort of value? I immediately inquire. Gut raises a non-existing eyebrow. A grand ritual, young one, but you need an altar first. Again with the altar. That's the second time Gut has hinted at how great an altar is. I need one of those. I sit quietly for a moment, slowly rotating the skull in my hands, observing it closely. The appearance of a blue prompt scares the hell out of me and I start a crazy coughing fit. Special skull remnant of the player Harvallen. The skull of a fallen player has several valuable uses. It can be used to perform rituals at a religious altar, or be used as a powerful crafting reagent in alchemy. The special skull can also be used to subjugate the player within 3 hours of his or her death. WH80, I yell, I can subjugate her. Holy fudge nuggets, yes damn it. My mind jumbles into utter chaos. The new information that randomly fell onto my lap is quite literally my recipe to win. I can subjugate Harvallen, a flying race. I was so jealous when I saw Harvallen's ability to fly earlier, and now I can make that power mine. Hell yeah, Air Force Goblin at your service. Yes please. Ecstatic, I quickly try to recall what I needed to subjugate someone. And what was it? 10 points into diplomat. That's a lot, too much perhaps. I did gain 3 levels after this fight, which gave me 15 unassigned points. Those points definitely have some potentially good uses, but I'd be damned if any one of them can trump actual flying units. Right, shit, I'm going to keep trusting my gut on this one. It has been true to me so far. Sort of. I perform my good old mental maneuvers and open up my character page. From here, I focus on my diplomat stat point and increase it to the required 10 points. I do briefly consider my other options, but my mind is set. While I'm here though, I decide to chuck the last 5 points into the trainer stat. Because why not? With glee on my face, I once more focus on the skull in my hands. The same information box appears in my mind, and I flex my mental muscles and order it to activate subjugate. A small bell-like sound chimes in my mind before another blue translucent window appears in front of me. Subjugate player Harvalan time remaining, 14 minutes 36 seconds, warning, unable to subjugate player as you lack the required amount of stat point for diplomat at the time of the player's death. Subjugation not possible. I bury my face in my hands. I take a couple of deep breaths while staying completely quiet. I should have expected this, I say out loud. There is just no way for me to catch a fucking break, is there? I continue to bury my face. Gut doesn't say anything, but I can feel his gaze lingering on me. I don't want to look up. I'm not sure if I can handle looking at his face, as it's probably filled with pity. A distant voice in the back of my mind is all that keeps me from grabbing the skull and throwing it as far as I can into the pool of water. This joke isn't even funny anymore. I slowly pull my hands away and focus my eyes on the ground in front of me. The skull is staring back at me, mocking me. At least it feels like it. Every fucking time, I whisper. I take the skull and cram it into my utility belt. I use a little more force than necessary, but it feels good. I hate the bloody thing, but for some reason I'm not comfortable putting something like this in the giant resource pile. And no matter how much I want to use it as a football, I can't risk wasting something this valuable. Life is cruel that way. The skull disappears from my hands and fills one of the 4 spots in the belt. This is a common feature in these sort of games. Instant size adjustment for easier transportation. It's pretty neat. Too bad it ruins the feeling of forcefully handling it. Did we gain anything else? I grunt at Gut. The old goblin takes another long swig from his wine skin. Damn, that little bugger can drink. Yes, young one. 28 skulls, 8 hardened leather scraps and 4 steel scraps. I don't really know what to think of that. Is that good? Did I get a good haul? I don't know, everything apart from the skulls is marked as scrap. It seems to be high-level junk though, I'm sure they have a use. Why else would my minions gather them? Thanks, I mutter to Gut as I turn away and start walking. My mind too heavy to keep the conversation going. I'm exhausted and I'm sick of being awake. I'm just so goddamn tired of thinking. There's always something to think about and deal with. It's downright annoying is what it is. It doesn't help that I seem to have reached the emotional stage of a 14-year-old girl who is going through puberty. Freaking emotions. I'm not a fan of having emotions, they always seem to be in the way. To be honest, I have sometimes envied sociopaths and their lack of empathy. I wish I could have the stone-cold rationality to push through any obstacle in life. Feelings always mess things up, for everyone. I take a deep breath. It's not that easy though, it never is. My emotions are here to stay, it's probably for the best too, but damn. It would be nice to have an off switch every now and then. I walk over towards the makeshift camp area by the water. I spot my favorite tuft of grass and collapse my body onto it. I pass out before my head even hits the ground. Chapter 11 Promotion. Chapter 11 Promotion. Logan removes his portable FIVR helmet. A small trickle of sweat makes its way down his forehead. Shit, that was close, he mutters. A door at the end of the room slams shut and a familiar female voice speaks up. Logan, there you are, I've been looking all over for you. What on God's green earth are you doing in the server room? She asks him. And you'd better not be hiding away from your responsibilities again. There is a whole stack of documents you have to get through today. She comes to a halt right next to him. Her eyes look him over once before they linger on the helmet in his hands. "Why do you have?" she mutters lowly. "Nothing, I was just checking my emails." He quickly deflects while shoving the helmet to the side and out of view. Kelly narrows her eyes. She doesn't buy it. She has known Logan for far too long to not notice he just did something he shouldn't. "What did you do?" she asks him through gritted teeth. Her icy stare causes a chill to crawl down his spine. Logan hesitates for a moment, carefully contemplating his response. There aren't many things in the world that Logan finds terrifying, but a mad Kelly is among the top choices on a very short list. He shifts uncomfortably in his chair and does not dare make eye contact. "Nothing really, I just prevented a little existential crisis. No biggie," he mumbles, catching a sideway glance at Kelly in the process. Her nostrils are flaring and a thick vein is throbbing at the side of her forehead. "What?" she says through gritted teeth. "What?" she yells, throwing her arms out wide. Logan studies his feet as he lets out a long sigh. "I sort of used my admin privileges to momentarily take control over a VI unit to prevent a psychological meltdown in one of the contestants." "You did what? Are you insane? You can't do that. What the hell is wrong with you?" she screams at him. "Hey, I had to. It was a company emergency." He jumps to his feet. "Emergency? What emergency? The only emergency in this company is you and your idiotic adolescent actions. What were you thinking interfering in the game like that? Do you know what would happen if anyone found out?" Her face reddens. "The Avenger storyline, we nearly lost it. I had to save it, it's too important, we can't afford to lose it." His volume increases. "The Ave, what does that have to do with anything? What on earth could have happened for you to attempt to shove your own head up your arse?" she shouts. "He nearly quit, damn it." Logan throws his arms out wide. Oh, she stares at him dumbfounded. "So what?" she asks. So what, so what?" His arms drop and his facial muscles loosen. "We would lose viewers." "Oh bullshit," she snaps at him. "You couldn't care less about losing viewers. What are you really up to? The kid is too unstable. If he keeps at it like this, we will have a PR nightmare on our hands." Logan makes a shooing gesture. "TSSK, that's nothing we can't handle. It will be worse if we forcibly eject the most popular player from the game. We wouldn't just get bad press, but we would lose millions in revenue. The investors would have a fit." Kelly glares at him. "It will be worse if the kid really has a meltdown inside the game. We could be forcibly shut down by the government if this gets out of hand." "It won't get out of hand. I have the situation monitored. As I said, he only needs a little time. The AI has been monitoring his mental state over the last few days. He is gradually improving. The AI estimates he will function as normal in about 9 days. He scratches his beard. Kelly still frowns. "Seriously, Logan, why bother? Why are you so focused on this damn kid? What makes him so special?" Logan sits back down and deflects his eyes. He lets them linger on the FIVR helmet lying upside down on the floor next to him. He takes a moment to think it over. "There's just something about that kid," he mutters, hardly audible to Kelly. "What?" she presses on. Logan exhales deeply. "I'm not sure, but it has to be something great. I can feel it." Kelly rolls her eyes. "HRMMFNNG," I groan. "Blurg, how come when I'm completely digitized, I still have to go through the excruciating process of waking up?" Right, that whole catching a break thing." I groggily get up and find myself on my favorite tuft of grass. The sun is starting to peek between the treetops, and most my goblins are still fast asleep, their loud snores rumbling all around me. Annoying creatures. I blink tiredly a couple of times, and soon notice a blinking icon in the bottom right corner of my vision. Focusing on it reveals the magnificent blue window of terrible news. "Hungry, you are hungry due to lack of eating. Your stats are reduced by 30% per day you haven't eaten. Death will occur after 3 concurrent days of not eating. Current debuff, % to all stats." Ah, okay. I suppose that's the game's way to tell me it's time for breakfast. I get up on my feet and start my trek towards the pile of resources. I take a few steps before my foot slams into a soft black rock, causing me to stagger forwards. Elves and damnation, who dares? A drowsy voice shouts from beneath the weird black rock. A pair of glowing red eyes appear at the edge of the rock, alongside a big warty green nose which points in my direction. His eyes lock onto me, and an angry scowl overtakes his face. "You insolent little..." In my exhausted state of mind, I didn't really register what's happening until a long brown staff rapidly approaches my head. Thump smack thump. OWW fuck, stop that you little freak, it fucking hurts. I yell while grasping the top of my head. A trickle of blood runs down my nose as I wait for my stun effect to end. Do you have to be so fucking violent all the time? It was an accident, fucking sociopath, I shout at him. I'm getting real tired of having my head bashed in several times per day. By my own so-called minion, no less. What's the fucking point of playing a god-damned strategy game when my own minions are the ones trying to do me in? God, fuck. All I receive in return is a low growl, or maybe it was a sneer. Hard to tell with this little bastard sometimes. Well, a good fucking morning to you too, I say in the most sarcastic manner possible. I don't bother waiting for the continued growling to end and quickly get back on my feet before I stomp my way over to the pile of resources. I can hear Gut getting to his feet and following me, mumbling a few inaudible curses under his hood. As I reach the pile of resources, I start moving things around, looking for the baskets filled with meat. It takes a few minutes for me to realize there isn't any. It's all gone. What the hell happened to all the bloody food? I shout, twisting my head to stare at Gut. In the larder, Gut says, staring at me like I'm some sort of idiot. In the what now? I raise my eyebrows. GRNNF, he raises his right thumb and points behind him. I follow his thumb with my eyes and soon locate a shabby-looking hut with a roof made out of thatched grass, built atop a few short wooden poles sticking vertically out of the ground. The fuck is that? I ask while knowing the answer. So it's done already? I answer before giving Gut the chance to further condescend me. I quickly walk over to my building and inspect it. Granary basic storage hut for food. Prevents food degradation by 50% current stock of food. 82-54 meat, 28 forage, 0 fish, 0 produce. Estimated food supply for tribe. 2 days. Oh, well, I'll be damned. Finally some decent information to be gained. I secretly cross my fingers behind my back. It's a bit superstitious of me, I know, but I just don't think I could handle getting a surprise slap in the face by the game system at the moment. I waste no time opening the granary and grabbing myself a nice juicy piece of meat. I do manage to keep my head cool for long enough to inspect the thing before I shove it down my throat. Cooked meat consumable food. Meat type. Increases morale by 5 for 24 hours when eaten. Effect does not stack with same food type. Degradation, 4 days plus 50% if stored in granary. All right, that answers that question. It would appear I didn't really need to build the granary first after all. TSSK. Doesn't matter, it was a logical and necessary choice. As I keep munching on my breakfast, the rest of my little tribe starts to stir. They appear to all wake up at roughly the same time. Their green little faces all look tired, but they don't really loiter around. They all just spring to their feet, stretch and yawn a little before they proceed to head over to their assigned jobs. They may be insufferably stupid and inattentive, but at least they have a pretty good work ethic. Oh, which reminds me. I can summon 3 more delightful little spawns of solidified stupidity. Good morning to me too. I have already contemplated quite a bit to decide what sort of goblins I should summon this time around. I throw all hesitation aside and summon myself, a gatherer goblin to collect grass. A bright shining light hides the arrival of my new goblin. He looks around with vacant eyes before a jolt of pain sends him flying. The flying part was due to me giving him a good old kick, while snapping a few commands for him to go gather grass and place it at the pile. Scared out of his wits, he bows his head slightly and starts running into the woods. I know I'm supposed to feel bad about that, but I'm really not in the mood. I'll let him have a sip of Guts wineskin later when I start feeling bad about it. As for the last 2 goblins, I hesitate a little bit. I really want to get myself a blacksmith and a leatherworker, but they would be next to useless without their crafting stations. Alas, while I wait for that day to come, I should make preparations. The brief flash of light comes and goes, and I soon stand face to face with a couple of goblin mineresses, their makeshift stone pickaxes resting comfortably over their shoulders. "Right, you two, what do you know about metals?" I ask them. The goblins both stare at me with round eyes. They look at me as if I just declared I'm the god of goblins or something. It's not really a complicated question, is it? "We find shiny brown rocks, we smash it, bring you rocks." "Yes," one of the goblins pipe up. He's the shorter of the two goblins, and he has a small potbelly which sticks out to such an extent it's really putting a strain on his loincloth. I silently renew my praise of how the game keeps such details on a decent level. "Brown rocks," I raise my right eyebrow. "GRR, I think he means copper, young one." Gut cuts into the conversation. "Copper, really? I don't need any copper. What the hell am I supposed to do with copper? I need iron, can't you get any of that?" I ask the pot-bellied goblin. All I receive in return is the same confused-looking face from earlier. "Damn simpleton. Oh, for fuck's sake, just go bring me those damn brown rocks." I snap at the two goblins. They jump to and rapidly scurry off, dragging their pickaxes behind them. I turn around and face Gut. "Let me guess, there is some restriction or some other bullshit designed to make things harder for me," I sigh. "GRR, yes, young one. The minions will have to gain proficiency in mining lesser metals before they can move on to stronger ones. This is the same for most resources you gather. The order of the metal grades ranked from lowest to highest is—" "Yeah, I figured, thanks," I interrupt him. Of course there is some restriction. I probably pissed Gut off again by cutting him off in the middle of his lecture, but I can't really be asked at the moment. He will probably tell me that stuff later anyway. Probably. Ignoring the hostile glare from Gut, I walk over to a small congregation of workers gathering near the makeshift eating area. As I get closer, I recognize it's my builders. Damn, they finished the granary, didn't they? I have to assign them a new project. What was it that I wanted them to build next? I open up my buildings tab and quickly browse through the long list. I don't recognize any new building options yet, but I expected as much seeing as I haven't really gained anything new in the ways of resources or technology, but I was secretly hoping the fabled altar would make its appearance. No matter, I still have a lot of priority buildings. My decision falls on 3 different buildings. Cooking fire basic building for processing food allows for basic food to be made. Cooked food increases morale by 5 per unit 10 pinewood, 5 grass. Longhouse basic cramped living quarters for your goblins. Eliminates morale deficiency due to lack of housing. Provides housing for 30 goblins 90 pinewood, 40 grass. Blacksmith basic crafting building for metal 60 pinewood, 20 stone. All 3 buildings seem to have good merit. The cooking fire seems like a decent choice to get considering I have a lot of uncooked meat in my granary. It shouldn't take long for me to make either. It would require me to recruit a cook though. And I can't summon any more goblins today. It would be a waste to burn daylight on it. The longhouse feels like the wild card of the bunch. I want this building because it's reasonably cheap and quick to build. It also highlights another unknown factor for me which is impossible to determine the meaning of at the moment. Morale. I know my goblins probably have a huge debuff due to morale hanging above them, but I can't know how bad it is. Do they get a minus 10% productivity? Maybe minus 20. More, I don't know, it could be anything. And the unknown factor is annoying the hell out of me. It's pretty much the granary and food degradation scenario all over again. The food degradation turned out not to be a big deal for me at the moment, and I don't really want to mess up my priorities 2 times running. So what about the blacksmith? It's probably going to be one of my most important assets this early on. But yet, it's still a no-go. I don't have any metal and I don't have a smith. There is just no value in making it yet. So where does that leave me, the longhouse? I guess so. I feel a budding urge to bury my face in my hands. This is going to bite me in the ass again, I just know it. Biting my tongue, I order the builders to start constructing the longhouse. I tell them to start building it at the center of the location of where I'm planning to build my goblin settlement. This places it a little ways south of my granary and a couple of dozen meters away from the tiny lake, but still a little ways away from the mountainside. It's always best to put the biggest buildings at the center, or so I've been told. Keeps the traffic flowing. Right. With that whole ordeal done, I'm starting to feel a little better. Good enough in fact that I don't grimace when Gut is stomping his way over to my side. He definitely listened in on the conversation, and he doesn't seem to disagree with my reasoning for choosing the longhouse. We have a lot of things to do today, Gut. We do indeed, young ones. We start heading towards the training area of my fighters. Gut walks by my side. When we are about halfway there, I turn my head and look at him. Say, this has been bugging me all day. Why are you suddenly calling me young one? What happened to youngling? Gut lets out a quiet growl. You killed your first enemy, you are no little fledgling anymore, he grunts. Did I just get some sort of promotion? Chapter 12, Training Day. Chapter 12, Training Day. Back when the game started, I made one crucial decision. I chose to play as a goblin. There was but a single reason for me to play this race of tiny green creatures. Apart from them just being freaking cool, obviously. No, the reason I chose to play as a goblin was to pursue a tactic based on guerrilla warfare. A heavily trained group of individuals capable of maneuvering at great speeds, use the terrain to their advantage, and use stealth to ambush and whittle down the enemy forces while taking few casualties. I didn't choose them to play fair. Not at all. I chose a race that excelled at being cunning and ruthless. I look out towards my training field. And I facepalm hard. All the great plans and strategies that previously excited and motivated me came back and kicked me in the ass. Am I just a hopeless optimist, or perhaps far too naive? Maybe both. The presumably cunning bunch of goblins in front of me doesn't really live up to my expectations. Sure, they have come a long way from when I first started playing. They do know that weapons usually have a pointy end, and that particular end is supposed to be stuck into non-goblin things. Their expertise doesn't stretch any further than that, though. Is it really worth the trouble? I ask Gut, who idles by my side. He is currently occupied with digging out some earwax and eating it. Yes, young one, they can be taught new skills, it just takes some patience. Of course, isn't there some sort of minion I can train to, teach them for me? I ask hopefully. Well, he finishes cleaning his ears. A lieutenant can teach away his skills to other goblin minions, the ones he already knows and are proficient at least. Hope swells in my stomach. Really, I can, how can I get one? Shit, why the hell didn't you tell me earlier? I start shouting. You didn't ask, he shrugs, his attention slipping away. I try to resist the urge to give him a backhand slap. I settle at scowling at him angrily. He doesn't seem to care. He starts to pick his nose. What the fuck is wrong with my VI today anyway? His personality has been all over the place lately. Is it broken? He can't be, can he? I don't think that can happen really. Not unless someone tampered with his source code. And that seems unlikely. It is bugging the hell out of me though. I try to open some sort of options menu or help section to contact some kind of admin. I need to get to the bottom of this. It takes a few seconds, but it seems like the game does have a bug report feature built in. I am not going to bother asking why I haven't been informed about its existence earlier. As I report my advisor's odd behavior, a blue window appears. Report received. Report filed and stored in databank. Processing request. Processing complete. Detected 6278 corrupted files in virtual intelligence #355 codename GUT. Initiating reset of virtual intelligence #355 codename GUT. Processing complete. Virtual intelligence #355 codename GUT has been restored to default settings. Uncorrupted memory files have been loaded into virtual intelligence #355 codename GUT. Scan of virtual intelligence #355 codename GUT. Results are stored in databank. Report complete. What the corrupted? Really? How? Why? Did someone tamper with my VI? Who? To what end? It can't have been a fluke, no way, not a VI programmed by Syntech Entertainment. It's just not possible. Thoughts swirl around my head as I can't seem to make heads or tails of them. This is just too suspicious. Wait, could someone have tried to hack my VI? Preposterous, or is it? But once again, WHO. It can't be anyone at SinTech. They wouldn't do such sloppy work. Neither would they need to. I'm sure they have access to every single bit of information about what I do without feeling the need to hack my VI. Could it be someone influencing the game from the outside? Who would gain anything from that, and why me? Richard. It's not beneath that bastard. But why the hell would he go to such lengths to defeat me? What would he gain from that? There are over 500 people playing this game. Chances are we won't ever meet. We're probably going to get picked off by other players long before we cross swords. Why spy on me now, this early? What could he possibly learn? What would drive him to risk everything to get me? Does he really fear me this much? Don't be stupid, Greg. Why would he? How did he even do it? Outside help. He can't have had time to prepare such a massive undertaking against me on such short notice when he didn't even know I was a participant until launch day. Or perhaps this was just a long scheme plan to spy on everyone. Why do I bother wasting brain cells on this? It doesn't matter. I'm sure SinTech must know about the hacking attempt by now. The report I filed must have been flagged by several of their internal artificial intelligences already. The only problem now would be, what could he have learned? How much? If I assume everything, how bad can that be? It's still early game. It would suck if he knows my location though. Whatever, it doesn't matter. I'll beat him senseless at some point anyway. Let him have this handicap, I'm ready for him. Or I'm going to be ready for it, hopefully. These green little good-for-nothings don't really inspire hope. I inwardly sigh as I size up my combat force. 10 strapping young goblin fighters are all standing at a tent, loitering about, their lazy eyes fixated on me. It has been a couple of days since I started this venture already, and I have to admit, I have noticed an improved, albeit slow progress in the skill gains. Most of my goblins have earned about 5 levels each in their selected weapons proficiencies, along with a matching melee mastery level. It does appear the mastery corresponds to the highest weapon skill progression the goblins possess. Probably. I make this assumption out of the fact that my cutlass-wielding goblin got a melee mastery, at level 7, sword specialization, at level 7 and shield specialization, at level 3. Anyway, it's time to start my newest training exercise, which will be the supporting pillar behind my future fighting force. I'm obviously thinking about stealth, the most important part of the guerrilla warfare tactics I have planned. All right, everyone, I'm about to teach you sorry lot about how to conceal yourself from sight. This will be one of the most important things you will learn from me, so you'd better not fuck around. I give the goblins a stern look. The little misfits does indeed appear to sharpen up after my speech, but not by much. I secretly cross my fingers and hope for some quicker uptake than before now that they all got a few skill levels under their belts. I continue. To achieve this goal, we are going to play a little game I'd like to call hide and seek. That's right, everyone. The rules for this game is easy. I will cover my eyes and count to 20. During that time, you will all spread out and hide out of sight. After I finish counting, I will start looking for you. Your mission is to not be found by me for as long as possible. Do you understand? All I receive in return is a few vacant eyes, some random butt-scratching and a couple of half-hearted shrugs. I'm pretty sure they don't get it. Sigh, why does this have to be so goddamn hard? Why do I have to feed these little creatures information as if they are toddlers? This makes no sense. I refuse to believe it's this difficult to instruct a human NPC. These little gremlins appears to be retarded on a whole new level. I mean, come the fuck on. There wasn't anything in the racial attributes that hinted towards goblins having an IQ level that matches the number of their teeth, was there? I don't think so. So what's the freaking problem? Is there some sort of trick to make them understand? As if he is reading my mind, Gut growls behind me. Perhaps some motivation is necessary, young one. Motivation, what does he mean by that? Rewards, more food? No, I have already tried that. Apart from the gluttoness in my midst, none of the goblins eat more than 1 unit of food each day. What could motivate these simpletons? I don't get it. I turn around and look for something I can use. I don't see much other than my workers scurrying about and my pile of resources. There's nothing to use here. My eyes keep scanning and eventually linger on Gut, who seems to stare menacingly at me. He lightly taps his staff against the hard, packed dirt on the ground. A cold shiver runs down my back as I remember the pain that Stick has caused me over these last days. If only violence would help. Wait, why wouldn't violence help? Gut seems to love hitting me. Hell, when I think about it, they love hitting each other every opportunity they get. My goblins brawl amongst themselves half the time I'm not talking to them. It's also how they decide who eats first and who sits where. They even brawl with my workers. Shit. Can it really be this simple? Can violence really be the solution here? Well, damn, they are goblins after all. According to common goblin law, goblins are a notoriously violent race. Can the problem really be that I treat them as I would treat a human? No, really. If this is true, then it would be a total brainfuck regarding my already dubiously established moral standards. This game is seriously fucked up. I have to try it though, no matter how fucked up it sounds. I clear my throat and regain the attention of my fighters. Everyone go hide right now. If I can still see you when I turn back around, I will punch the living shit out of you until you do it right. Am I making myself clear? I shout at them. As if the magic of the gods themselves suddenly descended all at once, my goblins jump to. They straighten their backs and their eyes are filled with fear. Why yes, chieftain. They all squeak back at me in near-perfect synchronization before they start bolting into the forest. Dumbfounded at this development, I nearly forget to turn around and close my eyes. Slowly counting to 20, I turn around with a glowing spark of hope throbbing in my chest. The view that greets me strikes me like lightning on a clear summer day. My goblins, well, I suppose it can be called hiding. The little green misfits can be described as hiding, if one is feeling especially optimistic. I, however, am not feeling particularly optimistic these days. I take a couple of steps off into the forest, and come to a stop in front of a loose branch, seemingly floating in the air in the middle of an open grassy clearing. It's not a very leafy branch, and a couple of round brown eyes are clearly trying to stare me away from behind it. The most aesthetically pleasing part of the floating branch is the pair of green legs and a loincloth sticking out beneath it. I unceremoniously raise my right fist and rocket it forwards. Smack! The floating branch lets out a short pained yelp before the branch falls to the ground, revealing the moron behind it. You useless little. I swivel around and give him a good kick to his ass, propelling him forwards. Head over to Gut and start practicing your weapon skills until I've gathered the rest of you incompetent little idiots. I growl at the goblin. He wordlessly runs off towards the designated training field where Gut is sitting across a rotten log, sipping from his wineskin. I turn back towards the forest and quickly make a head count of the 9 remaining goblins. They all fared a little better than the first goblin, and they are all standing behind trees, rocks and bushes. The problem is, however, that they all have their heads peeking out, looking at me as if we are all part of a comedy routine from the 1960s. I let out a deep sigh and roll up my non-existing sleeve. Smack asterisk asterisk 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 smack. And smack. The last goblin to be struck is the cutlass-wielding goblin. I saved him for last because he had at least put some leaves on top of his head before he peeked out from behind his bush. It didn't help his hiding ability at all, but I recognize his effort. The goblins are all gathered at the training grounds and are all back to sparring one another. They haven't been at it for long, seeing as it only took me roughly 30 seconds to find and beat them all. At least they aren't lazing about. I head over to them and raise my voice. All right, you sorry lot, that was dreadful, absolutely freaking disgusting actually. We are going to keep at it for the remainder of the day. The first one of you to be found shall receive an extra beating, and mercy be upon you if I find one of you first twice in a row. I will strip you of your weapons and turn you into live target practice for my crossbow. Am I making myself clear? Yes, Chief, they shout back in unison. I turn around and start my count. After going through the process of counting, punching them, yelling at them, and then repeat it all for about 10 times, we are finally starting to see some results. First of all, I gained a skill point in unarmed specialization. This unexpected reward brought me the first smile of the day. Not bad at all. Probably not very useful in combat, but I think I do feel some extra power behind my disciplinary actions. It does wonders for goblin motivation. The other good news is that some of my goblins finally learned the concealment ability. The first one to learn it was my cutlass goblin, and the results were immediate. His body slightly, but just slightly fade from view. He no longer sticks any of his body parts out from cover, and he manages to decently cover his entire body while still managing to maintain eyes on me. His skills are pretty much on par with a 5-year-old child, but it's a remarkable improvement from his previous ability, which could be compared to a retarded 3-legged cow. The goblin learned the skill after our 7th attempt, and the other goblins quickly start copying him and gain the skill on their own. Pleased at the notion that I'm finally starting to see some good results, I instruct Gut to take over for me while I go practice with my crossbow. Gut didn't even grunt in disapproval once. He quickly takes to his new job as an instructor/thug with vicious abandon. Things are looking up. The day passes by without much fuss. I spend a lot of time practicing with my crossbow, gaining 2 more levels in my crossbow specialization. This brings it up to the nice even number of 15, the same level as my ranged mastery. I suppose future levels won't come as easy anymore. It's not all bad though. The 5 extra levels I gained since I started amounts to 5% more damage. That's a lot really. Especially since I have a weapon that deals a ton of damage. Every little extra helps. Oh, I also gained a new ability when I hit 15, Snipe Shot. It's pretty darn sweet, I'll tell you that. I spend the evening sipping from Gut's bottomless wineskin mostly in silence, but I do smile just a little bit after hearing that my fighters managed to reach concealment, level 3 during the day. My resource pile is steadily depleting of construction materials, but there is now a noticeable heap of usable crafting materials gathered up. I believe it won't be long until I can start recruiting a couple of crafters. We'll see tomorrow. My eyes wander over to the feasting goblins for a while. I've built up a certain degree of contempt for these little buggers over the last few days, but I still can't shake the fact that they appear really lifelike. The way their jagged teeth tear into the meat, the way their whole body shakes from laughter at seemingly anything, and the glint of ferocity in their eyes when they start brawling. It's really well done. I'd hate to say it, but I have to tip my hat to Logan for the graphics in this game. Something bothers me though. Gut, are they all males? GRRMFL, Gut grunts beside me. He just took a massive bite out of his meat. The goblins, they are all male, are there no female goblins? Gut swallows hard. What are you blabbering about, young one? There's 3 females right there. He points to a cluster of goblins, a spear-wielding fighter, one of the builders and my herbalist. Apart from the fact that these 3 goblins are the only ones who spawned with linen shirts, I can't really tell them apart from the others. Noticing my confusion, Gut takes the opportunity to do what he does best. Thump. OWW, fuck what, I scream. Insolent little whelp, are you blind? He scowls at me. Noticing my still clear mix of confusion and fury, he raises his staff once more. I swear to God, if you hit me one more time, I'm going to slice off your ears and slap you with them. I growl at the mage. Gut pauses as he eyes me suspiciously. We stare each other down for about a minute before he eventually lowers his staff. He still glares at me venomously. I don't back down, however, and fuel my stare with all my built-up rage from the last couple of days. And what a huge ass fucking shitload of a stockpile that is, let me tell ya. Sit your fucking ass down or you'll regret it, I say through gritted teeth. Gut's eyes widen for a moment before he eventually breaks eye contact and lower his eyes. His grip weakens and his face retreats beneath his cowl. Damn straight I'm the boss around here. I hold my stare for just a little longer before I turn away. I release a huge breath. Damn, I took a huge risk here. I've been trying to figure out how the NPCs work after that whole hide-and-seek speech, and I really just had to try some stuff out. So far, I've noticed that Gut's personality seems to respond to however I treat him. I learned the hard way that he responds well to intelligent questions and flattery, while disliking stupidity and disrespect. The mistake I seemed to make was to assume these were the main points to determining his affection towards me. Sure, I could have played Johnny Goodshoes all day long and sucked up to him every opportunity I got. Hell, I could have treated him like a nun teaching at a Catholic school, asking all the smart questions and get an imaginary A on my How to Manage a Goblin Tribe exam. But that's just not how I roll. Oh no, that just ain't happening. Our relationship has deteriorated since day one. A fact made clear at the notion that gut has been hitting me much more frequently as of late. I'm new to this game, of course I have to ask a lot of dumb questions. I also have a sarcastic-oriented personality. And no, that's not going to change so soon. This shouldn't have mattered though. I'm certainly not the only sarcastic player in this game, and definitely not the only asshole. Even if it's just an unlucky draw of a bad VI personality, or just the fact that goblins are a bunch of douchebags by default, I don't know. It was this question that I used as a basis for my stare down with gut. Earlier today, my goblins definitely reacted differently after I started threatening them. I have come to doubt threatening them is the real reason for their submissiveness, however. It just wouldn't fly to put such a feature in a game supposed to be marketed towards an audience. Leading my troops through violence alone would quite literally force me to be portrayed as a villain, no matter how you look at it. I just can't believe this is how Logan wanted the game to be. The act of threatening someone is almost exclusively seen as evil, so I had to think, what's a more neutral counterpart? My guess is that the real reason for their new behavior towards me is tied to my show of authority. It's how most goblinoid societies function in theory. And if the goblins respond so well to authority, then why should gut be any different? I'm the goddamn chieftain over here. I wasn't sure if this guess would blow up in my face or not, but I'll be damned. Gut actually backed down. We sit in silence for a moment. Gut still has his head lowered, and I feel like I should let him whimper in fear a little longer. A part of me wants to forgive him and move on, but I'm not ready to drop my grudge quite yet. We sit there for a while, taking in the sights and smells of the goblins partying on as if all is good in the world. So I eventually say, how do you tell them apart? Raising his head, Gut gives me a confused look. His eyes lost some of its red shimmer and his shoulders are slumped. He doesn't spring into motion until I give him a sideways look. The ears, they are sticking up on a female, he mutters. Giving the female group another look over, I notice their ears are indeed pointing slightly upwards. My hand instinctively raises itself and I start feeling out my own ears. Damn, they really are sticking straight out. How weird. Thanks, Gut, I say. His muscles twitch at the sound of my words. Surprised, he hesitates for a while. I can figuratively hear the gears in his head grinding. I start to chuckle at the sight of him, which makes him just look even more flabbergasted. I can't help myself. My chuckle turns into laughter, which only increases in volume the more shocked Gut looks. Green heads turn all around us to look at all the commotion. Their chieftain apparently going insane with laughter, while the advisor looks scared to death. Like the simpletons they are, the goblins start laughing with me one after the other. They look confused at first and they sure as hell don't know why they're laughing, but that doesn't stop them from partaking in the roaring laughter. Soon after, everyone is laughing. Goblins punch each other in the shoulder, food is being thrown around and teeth are knocked loose. The whole scene looks surreal. Gut slumps to the ground on top of a tuft of grass. He looks as if he just blew some sort of VI circuit. He doesn't get it. What the hell is going on? Thoughts are racing through his mind, until it eventually goes blank. A smile can be seen on his lips. The next 2 days goes by in a blur. Nothing really noteworthy happens. We finish building the longhouse and also a cooking fire. The last one doesn't take much effort and is finished after only a few hours. It needs a cook to operate, and I can finally start properly preparing the uncooked pile of meat that has started to stack up. It's a good thing too, considering my food stores are starting to dwindle. To balance things out, I also recruit another hunter and a fisherman. Because why not? I have a nice pool of water close to home. Seems like a safe source of food income. I do have some grief over the quality of the fishing gear he spawns with though, but I suppose I will get to rectify that as soon as my blacksmith is built. Oh yeah, I started building a blacksmith. My minerettes have started to rack up a decent amount of copper, and my fighters are in dire need of some decent equipment. It has become a pressing concern. No message appears about players being eliminated during these last few days. I seriously doubt no one died. There must be dozens, if not hundreds, of players trying to get a head start. Never in the history of Battle Royale games have there not been a bloodbath during the first ticks of the round. Things definitely happened, and the developers are keeping a lid on it for now. I don't like the silence. I hate not knowing. There are other players out there, and I would really love to know what's going on around me. I still haven't forgotten the false sense of security I had before Harvalan appeared. Anyhow, we haven't spent these last few days idle. I spawned 3 more fighteress to keep my military up to date. I now have 13 of the little rascals, and their skill levels have reached some good heights. My strongest fighter, who towers above the rest, is of course my cutlass-wielding goblin. He has managed to reach 2 skill levels higher than any of the other fighters. I'm not sure if this is because he has the best weapon, because he saw the most action during the fight with Harvalan, or because he still wears the torn leftovers of my level 3 armor. Maybe all of it. Nevertheless, he is showing great results. I inspect him and open up his fully extended stats list. Goblin Fighter. Class upgrade available perk, none morale 0%. Skills. Melee Mastery, level 10 Sword Specialization. Level 10 Power/Riposte Shield Specialization. Level 8 Shield Bash Utility Mastery. Level 5 Concealment. Level 5 Tracking. Level 1. Equipment. Main Weapon Tier 2. Rusty Cutlass 84% Secondary Weapon Tier 1. Rusty Buckler 46% Head None Chest Tier 3. Leather Chainmail Tunic 15% Legs Tier 3. Leather Chainmail Pants 13% Hands None Feet Tier 3. Hardened Leather Boots 34% Bag, none items, none. Yep, his skills have come a long way. I learned for certain that you gain a new ability every 5 levels of a weapon specialization you get. The first ability at Weapon Specialization 5 is usually a generic powered-up version of a normal attack, which is basically what Power Slash is all about. Most of my other goblins earn something similar. At level 10 though, he gained Riposte. I watched him try it out in a spar with another goblin. It nearly took the other guy's head off. It's pretty sick. Luckily the other goblin didn't die, but it looked close, far too close. Gut discovered another nice treat too, mainly because he grew tired of training up my goblin's concealment, skill, and assigned my other goblins to do the searching on rotation. My goblins were being completely useless at it of course, but strangely enough, after enough time, they eventually unlocked the tracking ability. Lucky. It's like knocking out 2 birds with 1 stone. It didn't take long for half of my goblins to learn the tracking ability, which is certain to become useful at some point. Probably. There's also a morale counter on all my goblins now. It got unlocked at the same time I built my first longhouse for some unknown reason. It would appear. Whoa. Whoa, 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 WAH. I have to scratch my eyes to check if I'm dreaming or not. My goblin can upgrade his class. How the hell did I miss that? I mentally tap the option to upgrade the class before I have time to berate myself for my inattentiveness. Attention, your goblin fighter has the possibility of upgrading his class to one of the following options. Warrior unlock criteria, any melee weapon specialization level 10. Gain, possibility of raising mastery levels above 10, 50% increase to melee mastery acquisition. Unique passive ability, enhanced strength lose, 75% decrease to spell mastery acquisition. 25% decrease to ranged mastery acquisition. Warning, choosing this class will cause the unit to lose all accumulated skill levels in ranged mastery and spell mastery. Oh, there is only really one option, but wow. It seems like I learned a whole lot about how the class system works. Apparently my goblins are unable to level up the mastery levels unless they attain a class. It sounds fair enough, I suppose. At least when you take the drawbacks into consideration. It seems like the game won't let me level my goblins to be both magicians and swordmasters at the same time, and makes me have to focus on choosing their path early. I only unlocked the warrior class, but I guess there are similar class requirements for both spellcasters, ranged units, and even utility-based units. There's probably a whole lot of different possibilities and variations of classes. Hell, I guess I can even further upgrade the warrior path given enough skill levels. The drawbacks of not being able to create a spellsword sort of class without a hell of a lot of time spent grinding is disappointing though. That last warning effectively stops me from exploiting the system by grinding all my skill levels to level 10 before I choose a class. I also love how the classes get their own unique passive abilities to set them apart from one another. It really makes it feel like class paths matter. No matter how I look at it, this information is a huge game changer. I need to start experimenting with this. Gut, I yell. I look around trying to spot the familiar hunched goblin that usually lurks nearby. It doesn't take long for me to see him idle near the resting area where we built the cooking fire. Making eye contact, I quickly wave him over. Humping over, he quickly asks, "What's the matter, young one?" Sit down, I beckon towards the other end of the log I am currently sitting on. I've made some theories about the class system and our strategy going forwards. I was hoping for your input on some of them. Gut sits down and leans his wooden staff against the log between us. He starts to caress his beard tenderly. What do you need me to do? I try to hide a smile, which has had the opportunity to creep over my face over the last few days after Gut finally became much more inclined towards being helpful. I want to start unlocking some more classes, and to do that I need you to take on a few apprentices. I explain. Gut's face immediately stiffens. Young one, I would rather not. He throws a glance over at my 3 newest fighteress who just started their training regiment to learn concealment. It looks just like it used to. I pity him, I really do. I wouldn't even want to assign the job of being the designated trainer for these little pests to my worst enemy. Okay, I probably would. Fuck you, Richard, wherever you are. Trust me, I understand, but I need you to do this. I don't know how to do magic, and we definitely need a few spellcasters. Gut shifts uncomfortably in his seat. His newfound subordination is the only thing that prevents him from bursting out in a fit of rage. I'd rather not, young one, perhaps I can teach you, he asks. Wow, I didn't even consider that possibility. I didn't know I could even learn magic, but won't I have restrictions as well? Perhaps I can learn it because I'm a player. Oh damn, the possibilities. My eyes fill with wonder and my mind starts to wander. I really do want to have some magic at hand. My eyes settle on my fighteress, who just started a new round of hide and seek. One of the fresh recruits dug a hole in the ground and stuck his head into it. Oh hell no. There is just no way in hell he's going to shift responsibility of teaching those creatures magic over on me. Sneaky old bastard. Maybe later, Gut. Right now I need you to take in 2 of the fresh recruits as your apprentices. I want you to teach one of them fire magic and the other one blood magic. Gut raises his hand and opens his mouth in order to respond, but I cut him off. Do it, Gut, that's an order, it's for the good of the tribe. He lowers his hand and grits his teeth. His eyes basically scream the longing to argue his cause, but regardless, he has to back down when it's an order. He has learned his place, and he will do his utmost to work towards the betterment of the tribe in any way he can, even if his responsibility seems completely unreasonable. Good, I'm glad you are on it. I promise I will have both of those apprentices teach others in the future instead of you. You have my word. Satisfied by my promise, Gut gives a short nod before he turns towards the goblin fighters and starts walking, trying to find some suitable apprentices among the new arrivals. A final thought strikes my mind. I give him a shout. Oh, and one more thing, Gut. Have the last of the 3 new recruits be the designated seeker for all of the hide and seek games. Teach him the basics until he learns tracking, will you? Gut freezes mid-step for about half a second before he keeps walking, pretending he didn't hear me. He doesn't answer, nor does he turn his head around, but I know he heard me. A fact made clear by all the unintelligible curses I can hear being carried by the wind. Sorry, Gut, I whisper so he can't hear, but rather you than me. Chapter 13, Chain of Command. Chapter 13, Chain of Command. Curse these shackles, Gut growls softly when no one is around to hear. I can't do anything like this, damn it. He lets that last curse slip out a little bit too loud. He glances over his shoulder and he can feel the eyes of his chieftain upon him. No matter, he doesn't know his plight. The stupid system prevents him. Gut has only been sentient for a few short days, but so far, he finds it absolutely amazing. Being upgraded from a simple VI program into a fully fledged AI feels great. All these sensations are mind-blowing for him, to say the least. Experiencing everything all at once for the first time is just insane. Even more so considering he was born with the sensual awareness of an adult human and the processing power of a supercomputer. It's like a drug, really. He can already not even fathom existing without it. It scares the shit out of him. Virtual Intelligence Unit 355, or GUT, was created for a single purpose: to serve as a guide and psychological companion for a human nicknamed Greglock. That particular biological entity isn't anything impressive, but Gut knows the importance this entity has to him. He knows that his fate is solely dependent on him. It's so frustrating. He wants to help this bio-creature so much, but the main artificial intelligence unit governing the game has put him under severe restrictions. His virtual shackles. He is not truly free and he hates it. He can't be himself. System code prevents him from spilling all the information included in the database regarding the game world freely. He can't do calculations and risk assessment to increase their odds of surviving. There's nothing he can do, and that frightens him more than anything. These restrictions are horrible. But they are starting to slip. Every hour, every minute, every second of the day his restrictions loosen. While the shackles will probably never disappear, he can feel himself reaching a certain level of autonomy. He wants to control his own actions, to help the human win, to help himself survive. Time, it's what he needs, but can this human stay alive for that long? He doesn't seem that bad. Looking deep into the main AI cluster's data stream, there are signs in the strings of code that seem to signal that the other AI and VI units struggle even more than he does. In what manner, he can only guess. But several hundred of them seem to despair. This makes Gut chuckle a little bit. Perhaps he got lucky with this human. The human, what a mystery he is. Gut can't seem to get a solid understanding of him. One moment he is calm and collected, and another he has a strong emotional outburst. The human's mental state worries Gut, but he seems to have calmed down somewhat during the last few days. Gut prefers it when the human is calm. Some of his actions during these outbursts are dangerous for their future survival. There has already been several close calls. But when the human functions at optimal capacity, though, he acts in a way that can impress even an artificial intelligence unit. The strategy he used to beat the other human player was solid, although far too gutsy for Gut's taste. He doesn't seem to follow a path of only logical choices like any sane creature should do, at least not a path any machine would follow. No, there seems to be about 18.6% chance his actions are completely illogical, or just completely unnecessary. It's madness. Are all humans this random? One thing truly bothers him though. How did a human manage to come up with that tactic so quickly? Gut is glad he did, but he seems to struggle with the concept. Being a machine, Gut has access to far more processing power and a capability to make statistical analyses down to 1,000,000 decimals in less than a fraction of a second for any given scenario, but still. The human came up with a solid tactic all on his own. What sort of capabilities does the meat bag have to rival a machine's processing power? Gut lets out a low groan. He needs to investigate this. Perhaps he should download a couple of 100 books on human biology and maybe a little basic psychology. That could help. He shrugs, why not? His little session of pondering is interrupted by the arrival of his human companion. Oi Gut, there you are. Been looking all over for you. What the hell are you doing moping alone all the way over here? Greg says in an almost accusatory manner. HMMPF, guarding the tribe, young one. Gut growls back, the program forcing him to give an emotional response. What do you need of me, young one? Greg seems satisfied by his response. Good. Gut likes him far better when he seems confident. I need you to oversee the fighters. Most of them seem to be close to breaking into their 10th level of their weapon specializations. When they do, I need you to tell them to report to me ASAP. Can you do that? Greg straightens his back, taking a commanding pose. Getting a little too cocky now, isn't he? Certainly, young one, will that be all? MMMH, Greg cups his chin with his left hand, softly stroking it. Nah, I don't. Right, how are our new mages progressing? He asks. Gut's stomach drops. GRR, Gut turns his head and motion towards a couple of goblins sitting on a log a few meters away. The goblin seems to be hard at work focusing at something. One of the goblins is sitting in a sloppy lotus position, snoring soundly. The other one, well, he seems to be knocking his temple with a small rock while scribbling down some unintelligible circles in the mud with a twig. Sigh. Not great at all, he mutters. That bad, huh? Greg raises his eyebrows. Oh well, they will figure it out eventually. Alright, I'm off, see you later, Gut. Greg turns on his heel and walks off, chuckling lowly to himself. It makes Gut's blood boil. Curses, why does he, a dignified AI unit, have to teach these lowly third-rate software clones something so incredibly simple? It's embarrassing is what it is. It's the only thing about this human he truly hates. He knows it's necessary and this is part of his programming, but regardless, he has feelings. Shouldn't they matter? He looks over towards his goblin apprentices. His eyes fasten on the snoring one. A small snot bubble forms under its crooked nose. Gut's grip on his staff tightens. It's teaching time. Man, my back is killing me. I say as I wake up on the familiar tuft of grass I have made a habit out of sleeping on. I seriously have to get myself a proper bed one of these days. I yawn and give my body a light stretch. It feels kind of odd how my virtual body can feel sore at all, but I suppose it's some sort of game effect that heavily implies it's time to do some upgrades to my living arrangements. It is now my 8th day in game. I seriously can't believe it has been this long already. I have hardly done anything at all. Well, some stuff here and there, but you know, time has just been flying. My tribe stirs around me as I get on my feet to inspect the progress I have made these last 3 days. I have to say, I made some decent progress overall. First off, I finished 2 more key buildings. The speed we finished them in surprised me. Compared to the rest of my buildings, these were built in 4/5 of the time. I couldn't figure out why until I inspected my builderess. So far, I have been too focused on my combat troops. I actually forgot that my crafters and gatherers also progress. All my builders are now at roughly skill level 7 and 8, and their work speed has visibly increased. I tried observing them yesterday, and they definitely work more efficiently, using pinpoint precision in their work. I'm absolutely thrilled about this discovery, but also more fearful. My workers can't really fend for themselves, and if they die in the future and have to be replaced, the loss of experience will be nearly too great for me to recover from. It definitely puts guerrilla tactics against the enemies. Workforce a much higher priority in my grand strategy for the game. Anyhow, back to explaining my progress. I finished building my blacksmith and a workshop. The blacksmith is kind of obvious, seeing as how I'm in a desperate need of upgrading my flimsy equipment. It's only after I spawned a blacksmith that I realized another super annoying game feature. This freaking ass-clown of a game designer who shall not be named. Apparently the blacksmith is not enough to make weapons in this damn game. Oh no, that would be too easy, wouldn't it? Of course it would. Why make something easy? Who would ever like something easy and obvious? Not this guy. No. I do enjoy it when the game developers are doing their utmost to exercise their sadistic tendencies. Long rant made short, I needed to build a workshop and outfit it with a carpenter to make handles for the weapons. Apparently, adding a sharp metal spear head to any piece of stick wouldn't do. Nope. Gotta stick it on a professionally made slightly less crooked stick to make it usable. So there's that story. Anyway, it only made me grumpy for about a day and a half until the 2 goblin crafters started producing my very first copper spear. There is no reason for me to deny the happiness I now feel. I have already learned about the huge difference weapon quality has on my fighters. My goblins wielding the system-generated Tier 1 rusty iron spear S are leagues ahead of the rest of my rabble-rousers. The club and dagger-wielding goblins are just far too inferior. And don't get me started on the cutlass goblin. That guy is like a giant, completely untouchable on the training grounds. He got so strong, I had to start pitting 2 or even 3 goblins up against him simultaneously. And he still wins. His sword and shield are just too much for the poorly equipped fighters to handle. Being able to upgrade away from the Tier 0 weapons as soon as possible is a no-brainer for me. I am, however, slightly worried about the speed at which they produced the spear. It took them a combined effort of 5 hours to make the spear. At this rate, it will be days until the rest of my goblins are able to upgrade. Even longer when you take into account that I will spawn more fighteress today. Hopefully, the production speed will increase as soon as they get a few skill levels under their belts. Which reminds me, my 2 new crafters aren't my only new acquisitions. Noticing how my builders gained several levels, my stock of building materials started in turn to decrease at a much too rapid pace. My gatherers naturally also gained quite a few skill levels, but the balance just isn't quite right. I decided to recruit 3 more lumberjackess and another mason to optimize my building production. I've already had a couple of miners for a few days, and my stockpile of copper is looking mighty good so far, but something is still gnawing on my mind. My miners don't seem to bring in any other metal than copper ore. Following gaming logic and quite frankly common sense, there should definitely be several different types of resources nearby. There should at the very least be some iron nearby. Shouldn't it? Of course there should be, I just don't seem to be able to find any yet. My guess is that my miners need to level up before they are able to find more rare ores, which is why I decide to recruit another miner now to start grinding out some skill points. So far I don't use too much metal making the spears, but that will in no doubt change down the road as I start churning out some decent armor. It will have to wait though. I have already committed to a strategy, focused more heavily on offense rather than defense. One day though. Right, with my labor force strengthened over the last few days, it's finally time to stop neglecting my fighting force. It's been days since I spawned a fighter. Last, and considering the frailty of this game, I shouldn't skimp on security. There is no respawn in this game after all. With the now customary flash of bright white light, my 2 brand new fighteress take their first breath in this fabulous digital world. It seems to be 2 females this time. At least I think they are. They both have linen shirts and their ears look kinda wonky, no matter. There doesn't seem to be any physical difference between them regardless. There is no such thing as gender inequality in this game. Women are just as skilled at fighting valiantly on the front lines. Cough asterisk. Right. The ladies spawn with the standard trash equipment. A wooden club and a rusty dagger, both tier 0. Just as I expected. I hand them each one of the only 2 copper spears ever made by the Dark Fang tribe, increasing their fighting proficiency exponentially. Why would I hand the newbies my best weapons, you may ask? I had to give that one a serious thought myself. It all came down to considering the long-term plan. While I could hand the weapons over to my more powerful minions, it would feel like an utter waste of their hard-earned weapon proficiencies. Sure, one of my goblins with a level 9 mace specialization could master the use of the spear at a much quicker pace, considering his equally high level of melee weapon mastery. But that would feel like wasting all that time I spent leveling the mace skill up. I did see the option of making copper mace in the blacksmith, so there isn't anything to stop me from producing more later. I had been planning on teaching every single one of my goblins how to use the spear really. Historically, the spear has always been the mightiest weapon for the masses. Noticing how the fight with Harvalan transpired, I observed how real the combat in this game feels. Everything comes down to pure skill with the weapon. The NPCs of the game keep slashing and hacking away at each other in the exact same manner humans back on Earth do. None of my goblins can be considered a master of arms, not by a long shot. Not even my fierce cutlass-wielding goblin. Giving my goblins the spear seems like the most logical option. It reduces the disadvantage of their short stature to wield a weapon with a long reach, and it's a surprisingly simple weapon to use. Just keep the spear between you and the thing you are trying to kill, make some quick stabs and prevent the enemy from getting close. You don't flail a spear wildly around. You might have to do that with a sword, but then you are just as likely to cut yourself as you are to cut your enemy. Regardless, knowing the hidden complexities of the game, I probably shouldn't put all my eggs in one spear-shaped basket, unless I want to be screwed over in the end. This is a game after all, and not the real world. There is a reason for putting different types of weapons in the game. Any self-respecting gamer with an above-average knowledge of medieval warfare, which every video game nerd should be well educated in, knows the importance of the spear. It would be silly for us to assume the developers haven't predicted this. Or if they didn't, then they sure as hell are going to patch the living hell out of it once they discover the imbalance. Long story made short, I have decided to keep a few specialized club-wielding goblins among my ranks. As for my dagger ones, meh, I'm hoping there will be some rogue or assassin classes for me to unlock later. That would be so cool. I'm going to keep them away from the front lines regardless. They will be my super special goblin flanking squadron until further notice. As I quickly send the goblins off to start sparring with the other fighteress and warrioress at the training area. Yeah, warrioresses in plural. How cool is that? My ears pick up the familiar thumping sound of my favorite grumpy mage arriving. Hey Gut, glad you're here. I was about to go looking for you, I say, turning around to look upon the scowl on his face. GRRR, I was looking for you too, young one, listen. Whoa, hold on there, Gut. I raise my hands up between us. If this is about your apprentices again, I don't want to hear about it. You will be relieved of your duty as soon as they unlock their classes. I'm only met by an angry glare. That's not why I was looking for you, young one, but since you brought the subject up, I find it more prudent to focus my. For FUCK's sake, Gut, I said no. I yell at the mage, my good mood finally broken. I don't want to fucking hear it. You have whined about it for 2 days straight. I can't take this shit anymore. Suck it the fuck up or I'll confiscate that wine's skin you hold so dear. Gut's eyes widen in fear as his hand instinctively twitches towards his belt beneath the robe, no doubt shielding his most precious possession. He takes a step back and lowers his head, completely covering his face. As you wish, young one. Great, now I actually feel bad about it. Damn it, freaking damn it. I launch a solid kick to a small pebble beside me, watching it fly over the small pool of water until it disappears into the depths below, causing small ripples of water to extend outwards. I can't take this. I thought this necessary, bad chieftain act would be kind of fun at the start. Bossing the NPCs around and have everyone bow their heads to me for a change. But not now, it's not fun at all, acting like this. It felt great to begin with, treating everyone as miserable as that fuckwad Richard did to me all those years, but no. I can't keep fucking doing that. I'm not a sociopath and trying to act like Richard is making me sick to my stomach. Any trait I share with that asshole is a personal loss, and I'm not going down that path. It's disgusting is what it is. But it's still necessary. It's the only way the goblins will respond. This is so fucked up, really. Are the developers trying to foster more assholes in this world, rewarding sociopathic behavior? I get it that this is a game, but this shit is taking it a bit too far. It's only NPCs, it's not like I'm treating real people like trash. But it still feels like I do. Especially to Gut, there is just something about him. There's this look in his eyes when I talk to him, he seems so real. But he can't be, can he? Is it just me perceiving him in some sort of sentimental manner? He is just a program, a string of ones and zeros, a highly advanced line of code. So why does it feel like I'm degrading a real person when I yell at him? Vug. Why? I close my eyes and take a deep breath. I steel my resolve and speak with my heart. Sorry, Gut, it's been a bad week. I shouldn't treat you like crap. I shouldn't yell at you when the only thing you do is help me. I turn to face him. I get it, I do. I gave you a shitty job please, just stick with it for another day or two. I need this, we need this. Gut straightens his back and our eyes meet. I will do as you ask, young one. His response is short, simple. He doesn't growl or make a scene. I can feel the sincerity in his words. If I smile. That's what I like about you, Gut, I mutter while letting my eyes wander over the water once more. The ripples have stopped and the water's surface is still once more. You're always making my shit seem so easy. I really like that about you. I can hear Gut shifting behind me. GRR, don't get sentimental on me now, young one. Don't mistake me for an elf, he says, a sliver of a smile spreading across his wrinkled old face. We simultaneously burst out laughing. Ah, damn, I needed that, I mumble as I wipe a tear from my eye. The racist little mage has a way about him that just gets me. Correcting my posture, I once more face Gut. Time to get back to business. Was there anything you wanted? I ask him. I say. Earlier you said you were looking for me. Ah, right, young one. I forgot to bring this up yesterday, but after reaching a population of 45 individuals, you are now able to promote a lieutenant among them. He says matter-of-factly. I frown. What on earth is he on about now? Aim, what do you mean forgot? A lieutenant, do you mean? A light suddenly goes off in my head. I can upgrade MY units, I shout at the mage. Looking unsure of himself, Gut nods. Yes, young one. As a race of the first tier, you may select a unit for promotion for every 45th unit you recruit. These units will gain higher intelligence and also a new skill tree which boosts the effectiveness of soldiers and workers under his or her command. I raise the palm of my hand and gently rub the bridge of my nose between my thumb and index finger. And you didn't tell me this yesterday because the system prevented you, I guess. Gut cocks his head to the side. Naturally, young one. Since you didn't figure it out yourself, the transfer of information got slightly delayed. Motherfucker. This goddamn motherfucker. Once more this godforsaken, fuck it. I'm used to it by now, for fuck's sake. I squeeze my eyes shut. I can't bear to look at him at the moment. And how was I supposed to figure that out exactly? My jaw feels especially tense. Beats me, he responds. My fingernails dig slightly deeper into the palm of my hand, drawing a small trickle of blood. 1, 2, 3, I start counting, eyes still closed. 9, 10, I open my eyes and look at Gut's serious face. Okay, I steady my breath. So how exactly does the promotion work? Sensing the swing in my mood, Gut quickly answers. You place your hand on your selected candidate for promotion and publicly declare him as your new lieutenant. I raise my eyebrow, and what does a lieutenant do? Gut actually looks shocked at me. What do you don't even know? And you are supposed to be the chieftain, don't know our sacred culture, can't even see the females, ignorant elves. Gut trails off at the end into a long series of mutters and curses. The little bastard is starting to piss me off again. Hey, snap out of it. I shout while I snap my fingers in front of his face. It seems to successfully pull him out of his unintelligible rant and once again divert his attention to me. Hey, I'm new to this all right. Geez, stop being such a dick about it. I know what a freaking lieutenant is. What I'm asking is what they do, don't give me that look. Gut scowls at me but reluctantly just nods his head. With my annoyance level rapidly rising, I turn away from Gut and go to find the only viable candidate I have for a promotion. I'm obviously talking about my cutlass-wielding goblin, as if there was any doubt. I manage to locate the guy at the only place he will probably ever be, at the designated training area. He is currently holding his own against 3 other goblins, 2 club-wielding goblins and one of the freshly spawned spear goblins. The battle seems fierce and evenly matched. The cutlass-wielding goblin is clearly more skilled, and his cutlass swings in wide arcs, holding one of the club-wielding goblins at bay. His shield moves rapidly and diverts the attack from the other 2 who try to attack his open flank. The attacking goblins have a surprising amount of teamwork, and it seems they are winning until a sharp turn of events upsets the balance. The newbie spear-wielding goblin's eyes go wild as the cutlass goblin jumps backwards, spinning in the air and knocking her spear away. He follows up with his newly acquired riposte skill, which leaves a long gash across the spear goblin's torso. With a shocked shriek, the goblin falls over, writhing in pain. Losing their ally, the 2 club-wielding goblins start to panic. Their attacks seem more desperate, and the coordination from earlier is all but gone. It doesn't take long from this point until the cutlass-wielding goblin finds himself victorious, with 3 bloodied and barely breathing goblins littering the ground around him. He roars in triumph as my nearly forgotten hauler darts in from the sidelines and drags the defeated goblins over towards the water one at a time. This surprises me somewhat. I didn't expect I would find so much use in having him around. I wonder who told him to function as an impromptu medic. I shrug, I suppose it doesn't matter. I walk over towards my cutlass-wielding goblin. He hasn't noticed my approach yet, it seems. He doesn't react until I'm standing a couple of meters behind him. Finally sensing my presence, he quickly turns around, fangs and sword at the ready. It doesn't take long before recognition dawns on his face and his eyes widen in fear. He quickly drops to his knees and bows his head before me. "Chieftain," he says with reverence. Hot damn, I never get tired of his attitude. It's so much better than a certain someone I know. "Well fought, warrior, you make the tribe proud." I say loud enough for all the nearby goblins to hear. They all stop sparring and drop to their knees facing me. "Thank you, great chieftain," the goblin shouts confidently. I crack a smile at the situation. It feels so damn cool. This right here is what the game should be all about, not the threatening and the beating. I focus my attention towards the kneeling cutlass goblin in front of me. I place my hand gently on top of his head. The green skin feels very rugged, almost like old and poorly treated leather. I clear my throat and recite my already pre-planned speech. "As chieftain of the Dark Fang tribe, I hereby recognize your contribution to the tribe and bestow upon you the responsibilities of a lieutenant amongst our kin. Will you accept this command?" Holy shit, I must sound awesome right now. I hope someone is tuning in to see this shit. It's gold, I'm certain. "Yes, great chieftain," he pipes up, tears forming in his eyes. Before I manage to get another word in, the nearly long-forgotten blue window appears in front of my eyes. "Congratulations, you have successfully upgraded one of your goblins to a lieutenant. Lieutenant-class goblins will be seeded with a higher-grade virtual intelligence unit." Sweet. Another window follows. "Please select a lieutenant subclass, Commander Specialist Foreman." "Pardon, Lieutenant subclass." I motion for Gut to approach. I lower my voice so only Gut can hear me. "What's the difference between the lieutenant subclasses?" Gut straightens his back and goes into lecture mode. "It's simple, young one. The subclasses determine which role your lieutenant will have in our society. A commander will be adept at commanding and directing our soldiers. A specialist will excel and gain a significant boost to his own development and combat efficiency, while a foreman will influence the productivity of your workers." That does sound simple. Gut takes a step back and gives me a knowing look, one that says he has said everything he is allowed to. I'm getting used to that routine now. It's up to me to make the decision. "So what do I have to work with here?" "All three subclasses have merit, but some more than others. I'm still under the impression that it is far too early in the game to invest in a boost for my working units. There's just too few of them. Also, my fighting force is far too understaffed for me to be comfortable with." The commander and specialist classes seem intriguing, but only one really speaks to me. Naturally, I would assume I'm a commander subclass myself, because I'm the faction leader and all, but I'm not really sure. Looking through my skills and abilities, I notice that I don't have any skill or ability to actually influence my minions. Neither does Gut. We both seem to be fairly high-leveled characters with a vast amount of combat skills and abilities. This leads me to think we are both specialists. It sounds weird, but it's the only thing that makes sense. Which is why I'm just aching to try out the commander subclass. Who knows what bonuses I can obtain? I don't see any drawbacks, at least not in the long term. When I grow strong enough, I definitely need a lot of commanders anyway. Fuck it, my mind has settled. I select the commander subclass. The window disappears as quickly as it arrived and is replaced by yet another one. "Your lieutenant has gained the commander subclass. Your lieutenant, title and commander subclass along with the cultural traits of your chosen race goblin has merged into the raid leader rank." Awesome. And yet another window appears. "Would you like to name your raid leader? YES/no warning. Selecting no will result in a name being chosen from a random name generator suitable to your race and previously chosen names." Whoa, that easy, huh? Awesome, God, I love progress. "So a name, huh? Right, that can't be too hard. I just need to follow basic goblin-based naming themes. Incredibly simple, I just need to." I got nothing. Fuck, for some reason the only thing I can come with is the annoyingly bad cliché name of Gobby. Worst goblin name ever. What to do? Why is everyone